Well, we are on air.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's still. I'm on mobile. It still says off air.
Oh, it might not register until the broadcast delay clears through.
That makes sense.
So,
Makes sense.
yeah. Well, my various referrals.
All right. Let's see here.
Okay. There's a HIPAA form for this game tune. Okay. Dosage report. Okay. Referral to a social worker. Or, well, various kinds of regulars. That's the basics. Another medication report. Description for structures around. Looks like they are cutting me back from what is it? 3.2 milligrams a week to 2.1.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think they were shooting for the 200s, and I came in at 397. I came in at 27, which is kind of toward the lower end. Vaccine I got.
All right. I got to step. Hop out to this meeting.
Okay.
I will see you back. I hope I can actually get in later.
Absolutely. Okay. Like there's a weekly job archiving, and I guess where is it? There's some kind of place to, I guess, register for food stamps. Looks like this. That is right by the ferry. So, sessions are dropping for considering non-conforming 18 and over, and so on. So, fingers crossed. I can drop link in. Drop link in. Weird, it doesn't give you a real way to set a time. So, history. And then anything on its okay. Okay. I don't know why I missed my times, but still.
Hold on to be able to replicate. Yeah. We don't know how stuff happens. There's no regularity to it. Not that I can tell. There's no pattern. I know Dennis is left. Can somebody block him so he can't come back, please? Who we block? That's tempting. I'll die nice as ever. Because I hate to talk about it. And listen to the talk.
Did you guys hear about Matt Bell today? What happened?
Oh no, what happened?
This is kind of weird, but God, I can't believe you haven't heard about it. So I want to say this properly. Give me a second to articulate this before you respond, because it needs to be kind of prefaced. Matt Bell has renounced the title of Christian today on his G+ page, and he said that he still is intellectually committed to Christianity, and he still believes it's the most evidenced true religion, or however he put it. He just says that he feels like he's intellectually committed as a Christian and not spiritually and behaviorally committed. So he feels as if, I think we'll go into that. So he says that he doesn't feel like he's like behaviorally or spiritually committed to a Christian. Maybe he's not acting in the right way, or he still feels he sins. And he says he thinks that in light of this, he's not worthy of the title of Christian. And so he was basically saying that, like, look, I still hold these beliefs, and I still believe in the sincerity of Christianity. I just don't want to be called a Christian because I think that it's possible. He said that it's possible he's either a reprobate or. So, hold on, let me find the post. You guys have got. I'll read it out loud. It's really short. It's really interesting.
Hey, started the next thing out and such. So, I put the link in. So
Let's stay. A few of you guys have. Well, they already left. Damn, they jumped ship quick.
Hey, Art, I didn't get your response about what I said about the being combative. You repeat that?
Wait, say again? Wait, Nadia is still open for the other hangout. Wait, let's wait.
yeah, I just started a live one.
I mentioned people being combative.
Oh yeah. Let me start broadcasting.
So this is interesting about Matthew Bell. I mean, I have hopes for him. Huh? Out loud what?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I was lagging for a second. I'm going to read it out loud. It's very short. It's pretty to the point, and it's a lot more succinctly than I could put it. It's like 5 sentences. He says, until and unless I give further update or notice, I shall no longer be referring to myself as a quote-unquote Christian, or wish to be regarded as a Christian. This is not for intellectual reasons, i.e. that I don't consider Christianity the one true on the face of the planet, but for practical reasons, i.e. I don't want to live the Christian life, or make serious attempt to do so. Possibly I am a reprobate, or a reprobate not yet effectually called, but that's my position as today. So the most important part of it is he says, it's not for intellectual reasons, it's for practical reasons that I don't want to live the Christian life or make a serious attempt to do so.
Basically, he found a hot hoe and he wants to fuck her.
That's what Floyd said. That's what Floyd said. Floyd, hold on. Let me read Floyd's post because it's kind of comical. I don't think this is the case. But Floyd said, all right. Here's what Floyd said. He said, "So you just want to get laid again? Gotcha. Pussy power is greater than God power."
That is awesome.
But Matt was like, "No, that's not it. I think what it is he's seeing that like look, I'm still in sin. I'm still acting out. I'm still acting in a way that's not becoming of whatever." And I guess he feels like ashamed. But the thing is, like, I feel the exact same way. So I don't know, but it's never given me like I'm totally undeserving of God's grace. I'm totally like a piece of crap. And I'm totally in the flesh and sin all the time. But like I feel
Well,
like
it's everybody, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. And I think if you listen to Paul, you would, and he's aware of this. I think that he just, yeah. So I don't know. I feel the same way, but I've never been driven to the point to say that I'm going to not. I don't want to be called a Christian because of that.
I love how he
I don't-
admits that he can be a reprobate. Interesting.
Yeah, or he says it's possible he's a reprobate that's not yet called, but there's no such thing as a reprobate that's not yet called because a
That's what
reprobate
is
can never be.
confusing.
Right,
Right.
right. So I guess what he meant is perhaps I'm in a state of not. I wouldn't use the word reprobacy, but I guess he's in some type of state where, yeah, so that he's not yet been called by the Spirit, but he's intellectually committed, but he's just haven't been called spiritually.
Well, Matthew is not a full Calvinist, right? So he might have a sort of combined notion of reprobate, combined with Arminianism, where reprobate is just the state of a believer when God calls you as a reward for your choices, something, right? Because in Calvinism, right, reprobate is something that you're born with, that you're made with, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, on Calvinism, yeah. So a reprobate would be synonymous with the non-elect, or at least how I understand it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But anyways, that blew a lot of people away. If you can check Matt Bell's page, but I mean,
really?
it got
The Christians?
yeah. No, all of the. I think I was the only Christian besides Max Hangout that posted. Everyone else was just atheists. They were like, "Matt, I'm confused." ... Matt, and one person said, "Scratch his head." Like all the atheists were just really confused by that move. But
it is kind of sort of weird, though, to acknowledge an intellectual superiority of an idea, but not to hold to its proper conclusions.
yeah,
You know,
actually, Art, that's very similar to what someone else said. Let me see if I can find it, because I think they put it pretty succinctly. I think it was Bert. Let me see if I can find it, because it actually is very similar to what you just said. Where is it at? I thought it was Bert. Maybe not. I'll find it here in a second.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think the comment might have gotten removed or taken down or something. I don't see it anymore. I see a comment by Ozzy that's kind of similar, but I thought Bert made it. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. But Ozzy asked him if he was still going to be an apologist, because Ozzy said, "Well, I guess if you don't really consider yourself a Christian, you're not necessarily committed to apologetics, right? Like you're not necessarily committed to evangelism." But Matt Bell said no. He's still full in the apologetic game. It's
weird. It's kind of weird because what reason would he have if he doesn't? I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll give you the exchange. Oh, here's the post by Bert. Here it is. Yeah, this is what he says. Bert Poole says, "This is a funny one. Assuming you assent to those doctrines constitute a Christian belief, you're willing to defend them, but feel your confidence is lacking to such a degree that you don't deserve the title. But by that measure, would anyone deserve the title? Are you merely paying lip service in your defense, or are you confident in the things you're defending? I assume the latter, in which case the label suits. This seems to me like a stirring of the pot in search of a topic. You can't know that you know, so maybe you should try on that pre-sup hat and literally assume your title. I don't know that last bit, but yeah. And then Ozzy basically asked him, "I'm just wondering here if you're." Oh no, he didn't say. Ozzy goes, "A follow-up question then: do you still intend to continue in your capacity as an apologist for Christianity?" And Matt's response was, "Yes, I'm persuaded that there are good reasons for believing that God exists and that Christianity is evidentially true. So from the evidential case, it makes little difference to my practice thus far in presenting and improving and adding to the case. So I will continue presenting a reasoned case for Christianity. All Christians are but saved sinner. I just don't have the confidence to include myself among that number or take that grand honorable title."
Fuck that guy.
So what does constitute saved in his notion of Christianity? Isn't it believing in Jesus Christ, or is it a combination of being the elect and having some sort of belief? Because I'm kind of like this is kind of
It seems completely irrelevant now. Like, what's the point of even talking about him if he's not a Christian? Like, if he's just...
No, he would say defend it. He would say he's going to defend it.
Yeah, I know, but if he thinks he can be not a Christian and just spout off at people and still talk shit, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of late anyway.
I didn't realize it was possible to stop becoming a Christian and still be a Christian at the same time. How's that?
Well, he never said he renounced being Christian. He just says that he's no longer interested in the title and doesn't feel deserving of it. There's a minor distinction.
Oh, okay, that's... Wow.
But, okay, the title, like, if it's just a label, or just arbitrary label, then I can agree that some Christian could just reject that. But if you truly are a Christian and you believe there's these sort of conditions for somebody to be a Christian, and if you fulfill them, then you're a Christian. So, okay, question is, what conditions does he not fulfill?
Yeah, I think that's a real. Yeah, that is the $1 million question.
Okay.
To be a Christian, you have to be born again, take Jesus' Lord.
Oh, sorry. When I said that was $1 million question, I meant in relation to what you should ask Matt, not like I don't.
Oh, okay.
I have my view of that. But go ahead. I think you were along the line of what I would say.
Yeah. The requirements for being a Christian are not that long, and it's not really about knowledge or works. It's more of like, were you saved, and do you take Jesus Lord as your Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And those two are about it. Oh, and repenting of your sins. Where's he getting his theology from? Is his pastor telling him this, or a priest?
Oh, maybe they see it's damned, not saved.
So, here's another question. Yeah, I guess I should ask Matt this, but maybe somebody knows. Does Matt believe you're saved by works or faith? Because what he seems to imply that it's
faith.
Well, if it's just faith, don't you just believe it? I mean, what's the problem with just believing in Jesus? Right? Like, how can you not like believe, especially if you know that it's true, right? Which he possesses because he says there's justification for that belief. Thus, it's true. So he knows it's true. Like I don't know. There's something weird here. I think Matt is just trying to stir the pot.
Maybe he's getting ready to come out as a homosexual.
Yes.
I think what may have happened is he doesn't like the title.
But what's not to like? I mean,
no, because you get attacked for having that title of Christian. Maybe
no, I don't think that's it. Because Matt Bell likes getting attacked. I think what it is he feels like there's some type of honorary notion to that title. Like that title, people have to earn that title. People don't just get that title by virtue of.
Isn't that works?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's why it's an interesting.
from what I heard, like Christianity, your works are the product of your works are not of this world. So that includes titles, any kind of recognition. You build your treasure in heaven, not here on earth. So being a Christian, they're just saying you have repented of your sins and are born again, and so on and so forth. Your works do not add to or confirm whether you're a Christian or at what rank. Which is one of the things why the Protestants and Catholics have such arguments, because there should be no such thing as bishops and popes and so on.
This is what's confusing. I mean, if it's just about belief, then anybody can do that, especially if they have knowledge, right? Justification to believe so.
It's to be saved. To be saved.
Right. To be saved. But okay, so, but if there's some condition that Matt doesn't fulfill, which doesn't warrant him to call himself a Christian, which you kind of need to be saved, right? A Christian is saved. Only Christians are saved in his theology. Then he's implying a works type of theology, but apparently he's supposed to be a faith salvationist. That's the term.
If that's the case, then I don't agree with him. I'm not a Christian, but I just would not agree with that from a theological standpoint.
See, now I really want to talk to Matthew, and this is just, it's a historical occasion for me after 3 years of talking to him, and I really now want to talk to Matthew and find out what the fuck is the case here.
Well, I think he's off from work the rest of this week. If you just have to, catch him on the right time. Normally, by the time I get on, like 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, he's already logged off. So you have to get on, pretty much the time that you're on, Art, he's around. You just have to catch him.
He's in Britain. Yeah, I'm like GMT +1. He's GMT 0. Yeah. Okay. Interesting thing, really. I wonder what the other Christians are thinking. Are they any comments except yours?
Only Max Hangouts. Max Hangouts' comment was, he basically said, here, I got the post. First off, he just said, ... what? That's what Epi said. And then he actually said a few other things. He said, maybe, perhaps just take a break and stop talking shit to people on the internet or something. So Epi's first comment was, ... okay. And then he said, did you become a Calvinist? And another Calvinist. And then he wrote, there's a few more I think Max wrote, but he wrote, Matt, maybe you can try leaving the interweb, stop arguing with people on the net and focus on your spiritual life. And I think that's everything. Those are the only, besides what I wrote, and I wrote kind of a lengthy post. But that's the only.
Can you see who he shared this post with? Like, is there a circle or something?
Shared publicly. Rational Theist Matt.
It's weird that there's not more Christian comments. This would be like, this is like borderline, like rejecting God almost, right? At least to most Christians, especially
there's a link to the post if you want to check it out.
Okay. It's like, damn, one of these days I'm gonna wake up and Matthew Bell's could be an atheist, and then all the hell will freeze over.
I don't think Matt Bell would enjoy being an atheist, because I think he likes arguing from. I think he likes arguing from the weaker position. Like, and not that I think that Christianity is the weaker position, but what I think it presents itself as more of a challenge to him. So
Well, he can still hold that. He loves to play devil's advocate against anybody who he can sort of. He likes to prove the other person wrong, right? And he will adopt positions accordingly. So I don't think that would be an issue for him.
Wouldn't he just switch from calling the atheist pedophiles to calling the Catholics pedophiles?
I think so, yeah. Oh no, he probably like he might be.
Also, he doesn't ever actually call it a loaded question, and that's what he's trying to do.
Dionysus, you're muting yourself somehow when you talk.
Okay, I'm sorry. What he does is he uses loaded questions. He's not calling someone a pedophile. He'll say something like, "Go ahead."
Were you pressing space all this time, right? By accident?
I'm sorry. What was the question? question?
No, were you pressing the space key all this time? Is that what you were muting yourself constantly? Because it stops.
No, I
You
wasn't.
just did something and it just stopped. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I opened my laptop more so you could hear my voice. I was just trying to say, with Matt Bell, a lot of people think that he's calling people pedophiles, but he's really not. What he does is when he gets pissed off, he's asking someone a loaded question. So, like, he'll say, like, why do you like to abuse children? It's a loaded question. That's what lawyers do. I mean, he's not really saying that you abuse children, but he's just trying to put you on the spot to try to flip. He's trying to show you what you're doing to him, basically. But he's not really doing it.
Right. Matt will usually respond, like people say, well, Matt, why are you contradicting yourself? And then Matt will often respond, well, why are you abusing young children? Because both questions are loaded.
Yeah, I use that too.
The
It's
first
the best
question
thing.
assumes that Matt is contradicting himself, and the second assumes the guy's abusing children.
Yeah, I like the tactic. It's sort of use the person's flawed logic and use the argument against him with that logic, so that he will see the exact mistake that he's making. Sort of forget. Yeah. I don't know what it's called. Oh wait, this would be reductio ad absurdum.
It's called it's called the fallacy of the complex question.
But no, the one that he's doing, the isn't this reductio ad absurdum essentially? Right, he's using the person's logic to show a absurd contradiction within his sort of position.
It's called a loaded question.
Well, that too, yeah.
No, but what Art's saying, what is it called that what Matt's doing? No, I don't. I used to call that reductio ad absurdum, and I think it still could probably be argued that that's the case. That's the case, right? That's showing that it taken to its logical conclusion, there's something fallacious within that. So I guess, yeah, Art, that would be that'd be a reductio.
Right.
Just basically saying, well, you're just using fallacious reasoning to accumulate whatever point you're trying to make here, so I'm just going to wipe that off the board and we can start fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
anyway, guys.
You're at
Yeah,
here?
Yeah. It's like 2 a.m. Well, 2 a.m. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock back past midnight, and yeah, well, take care, guys. I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
Yeah, take care.
See you, Art.
So, Mina, I haven't really talked to you all of that much. Would you be interested in having a little conversation really quick?
Yeah, sure. Go for it, Seamus.
You want to go private? I'm just joking. That was an inside joke from earlier.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Okay, so I always assumed that you were like an atheist, but I don't know for sure. I guess you could be like an agnostic or something like that. How do you identify yourself?
I guess like I'm like an agnostic atheist.
Okay, okay. Agnostics aren't atheists, but I don't have a problem with you saying like that.
Well, I'm an atheist that doesn't like I'm not sure, you know, but I am an atheist. I don't believe in God. You know?
Okay, great. So you were just saying that you have the belief that a God or gods don't exist, but you're not making the stronger Gnostic knowledge claim.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That distinction, perfect. Okay, we're on the same page then. Was there ever a time in which you were a theist, whether it was Christian, deist, whatever?
Probably just as a kid, but it ended pretty fast. So yeah, and then ever since then, I really just kind of moved like further away from it.
Why did it end pretty fast? Did it come kind of crashing down in the same way the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus did, or were there other reasons?
In some ways, I mean, like it was other reasons in that it was. I mean, for the most part, it just seemed like there's really nothing that I can be sure of, you know, past this life. Like I just know what I have here, and that's really all that I can, you know. I realize that there's no point in counting on anything else.
Well, yeah, I would agree. Look, when it comes to certainty, I don't have access to those things. I don't make claims to that. I used to make claims to certainty, but I think in conversation that might not be the best way. So look, I'm prepared to admit that I'm not ultimately certain about these things either. So I'm not sure if your uncertainty is warrant for not, you know, So you could have good reasons or good evidences to believe it probably is the case, but you wouldn't know for sure. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very receptive, 1 being completely unreceptive, where do you fall on someone being able to change your mind on the God question? Like, would I be having a serious investment of my time if I were to talk to you regularly about this, or would I be wasting my time?
Well, I think that in some ways, like, you're wasting your time with anybody who's like atheist, because they're already at that point where they've probably considered a lot of it and they've already gone away from it. But at the same, like, meanwhile, like, there's still the issue that, like, some people they're looking for meaning in life or some kind of, driving force.
I would say, Mina, that I would disagree with you, based on the fact that just because they're atheists now doesn't mean that they're always going to be atheists. In fact, I was an atheist for like 27 years. So I don't think like, oh, well, you're an atheist, you can't be convinced, I don't, so I don't technically
So wait,
agree with
Shamos,
you
like,
there.
you didn't come into like, you didn't grow up like in a Christian family or anything like that?
Nope, my parents raised me secularly. The only time I went to church was to go fight with kids in the church playground lawn or whatever. I'd go with a friend of mine and stuff, and we'd just go beat up other kids outside the church, play around.
All right, fair enough.
So yeah, I was an atheist for 27 years. And so yeah, so I wouldn't say just because I was an atheist then means I never could become a Christian, because I know there are obvious exceptions to that rule. So I don't think I'm absolutely fruitless in trying to persuade you just via the fact that you're an atheist. I think atheists are persuadable, but I was meaning to ask, how open-minded are you? If I spent an hour or two a week to talk with you about this, whenever I seen you in a room, would I be wasting my time, or are you willing to listen? Have you made a foregone conclusion? Do you think there's something that could be said? Granted, I can't provide you certainty, but do you think that could be said to rationally convince you? Or what I'm saying is, I'd be willing to invest some time with you. I'm not saying like private or anything like that. Right here out in the open, I'd be willing to invest some time with you if you think that I wouldn't be wasting my time.
Are you making a move on my EGF, Shamos?
Well, I'm about to make a move on every single one of the open-minded people in this room. I'm just starting with Mina.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think you're wasting your time. I think that there's something, like, I think that there's value in this, but what I'm saying is, unfortunately, because a lot of people who have already, like, for example, in my case, I'm still very open to spiritual things. So I have Christian friends, and I have friends that are Muslim, and actually, like, it's interesting to me that like, when they talk to me about it and stuff, like, I'm not turned off or anything or turned away from it, but it's just a lot of times that you're gonna talk to atheists, like, they're gonna look at your point of view, and even if it's really enlightened, they're still gonna come back to what their mindset is, which is that
ultimately not persuasive, right?
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
My idea is to be more persuasive than everyone else that's tried with you. That's my goal.
I think
So I know that everyone else hasn't persuaded.
I think Shamos is making a move in my EGF, everybody.
No, I get what you're doing, Seamus. Like, I get that you're saying that's your goal, like, kind of as a Christian, that you want on some level to be able to talk to people about it without them, like, right away, not considering it or thinking that you're trying to convert them or something, because that's probably not what you're trying to do.
Let me give you an example. I wouldn't ask DPR this question. Do you get my meaning?
Yeah, fair enough.
Shamo, let me ask you a question, dude.
You're next, Dio.
Okay. I was just wondering, I was watching this television show where this guy was clearly an atheist but pretending to be a Christian, and he seems to, like, I do believe, and I've heard this from other people, like, where they actually get off and, like, catching people on their weakest moments and trying to convert them to something that they automatically, like, it's almost like like a turn on for them. Do you believe that's true?
I believe that could be the case. Yeah, I don't know of any. I don't have any experience with such people, but yeah, that surely could be the case.
Because I mean, the lady that I was speaking to about this, she's telling me like the church that was the recruiters that were responsible for this one particular church, they actually taught them like how to target individuals, like what to look for, who was weak, who was more open to suggestion. So I thought that was very interesting, like that they would target people in that way. Anyway, that's all I have to contribute.
Well, I'll tell you this, people that you could walk up to on the street are way more receptive, even atheists on the street, because they're not intellectually hardened. Like, a lot of you people have been, I don't mean to say people, but a lot of you guys have been exposed to various criticisms and arguments, and, you know, you're, regardless of how keyed into the great debate you are, you're going to be more astute in these issues than the guy I pull off the street. Okay, and so you're, by virtue of that, you're more knowledgeable, but as a consequence of that, you're more intellectually hardened. But I still think that there's people here that I'd be willing to spend some time with, and so I'll ask you, Dio, where do you sit? Are you an atheist? Are you an agnostic? Or where? I remember we've actually talked about this before. Forgive me for not remembering.
I'm agnostic.
And you mean agnostic in the sense that you don't know whether God or God exists. You're not.
I think it's just impossible for anyone to make that claim. Whether
You're a
it's
Huxleyan agnostic. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand that. Well, if you're a Huxleyan agnostic, then then there's no convincing you. But I still feel like I'd be up for the challenge. Were you ever a Christian at any point?
I was raised Catholic.
Okay. Okay, when did you leave the faith?
I think that I probably still kind of superstitiously believed until like I was probably 24, and then I came across some psychology, and I think psychology pretty much destroyed it.
Okay.
Also philosophy.
Okay, well, I'll tell you guys what. It won't be today. We'll do this at some point. Me and whoever wants to. Like, I'd like to get some of you guys around. We could do, a chat with just us, like 4 or 5 of us or something like that. Because there's certain people present within these groups that are coming from a different epistemology, and they evaluate evidences and everything on a far different scale that I find utterly foreign to me. And so I feel like in the presence of those people chiming in, it would be a wasteful conversation. But with people that aren't deriving from that epistemology, which I would think that you two would fall in that category, then I think that we could have that conversation. But so maybe in the future we could all get together sometime and just have a chat.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Like, I mean, I'm open to stuff like that, So, absolutely.
I'm not going to go through like details of the resurrection and actual like arguments for historical Christianity and why people were compelled by this, when I have someone in the room with a different epistemology saying that doesn't constitute evidence. That's not meaningful to me. So I'd much prefer to do it without such people present. So yeah, we'll line it up one day.
Should I leave now?
Are you not aware of how predatory that sounds?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
No, what I'm saying is, if you put it this way, if you wanted to have a conversation on whatever it was, just anything, it doesn't have to be religious or anything like that, and you want to have a decent conversation, but you have another person coming in who holds different views, and they're starting from a starting point, an actual foundational starting point that just you're never going to meet, right? So you're never, because of your epistemological starting point, you're never going to meet in the middle. There's never going to be a compromise. So what happens is no discussion takes place. It's just an argument. It's just, see what I mean?
Well, no, what's happening is you're trying to recruit for an organization or an army, right? And you don't want the other recruiters to be cutting in on the people you're trying to recruit.
I don't even
look,
think. Look, I
improvement
don't
to
even think it's
yourself.
that far. I don't even think he's going that far. I think he's just trying to flirt.
No, I
Well, I'm
think
not saying it's that far
trying to talk to
consciously.
people.
I'm
That's
just saying subconsciously that's what's happening.
I think
Look, you-
the thing Shamos is trying to say is that he wants to talk to a person independently, and then they can talk to whoever they want to after that.
yeah, I'm not saying you can't talk to people. I'm
I
just
don't-
saying with certain people, interlocutors present, the conversation would be diminished in a way that I feel like it would be better for my time for those people coming from that epistemology just to not be present. I'm not saying you can take whatever I say and go bounce it off those people or whatever you want to do. I'm just saying for the sake of the discussion and for the flow of the conversation, rather than having someone in there that's never going to give any ground, is starting from a different foundational starting point, is just going to argue, and we're going to butt heads, and we're never. Because I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm going to present evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
don't-
I'm just
I don't
saying
take
it does
as being
sound
predatory. I mean, I think I'm old enough and I have enough intellectual capacity to be able to guard against that. So I don't take that as being predatory. I understand Shamos' point. I mean, he just doesn't want people to like constantly interrupt or to interrupt the flow of the conversation, and that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Well, to give you an idea of the difference, when I first came here, when I would just slightly interject, and because my social, how do I describe? Okay, the social skills required to operate in this environment with this many people listening, it takes some time for a person to get used to it. That it's not like a bunch of people sitting at a table, because we can see each other's body language and know when to interject and when to. There's a lot of exchange going on there. In this environment, that doesn't happen, so it's very difficult. So at first, I was corrected very quickly, when I was interrupting and doing the type of thing Brother does. Still hasn't figured out, right? The Canadian guy from part Jewish from wherever the hell he is.
Halifax.
Yeah, Halifax. So, that's basically all I'm pointing out is before the standards were certainly higher. And this is but 6 months ago, so.
I mean, also, like, if you guys do think I'm just trying to, catch the weak lambs and pull them away from the pack and get you guys in weak, then tell me to fuck off, But if I've got a message, and I've got some evidences, and if you guys want to hear it, I'm willing to present it. If you think I'm coming from some shady angle or something, then just tell me to fuck off, and I'll understand.
No, like Dio said, he's an adult.
I take offense that like I'm being described as low-lying fruit. I mean, that's what offends me.
Nobody's saying that. Like, you're right. You guys are adults. You can make your own decisions. I'm just saying when you pitch it that way, it sounds predatory. That's, at least it does to me.
This is a dumb conversation.
Amon's jealous.
A little, yeah.
Seamus, are you still here right now?
Am I still here? Yeah.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is, like, what you said that you spent your life mostly as an atheist, so what made you turn around? Like, if you consider that, I mean, you're probably in a position to know that we might not, I mean, we can talk about it, but most people aren't going to want to, like consider yourself before you were Christian. Like, what made you go into the faith,
Well, I'm not sure if I could have ever made the transition from atheism to Christianity, because I didn't necessarily do that. I made a brief pit stop to deism, and from deism, it was I moved to Christianity. But I mean, I could go into it and everything, but I remember I was an atheist, and I could express sentiments that I remember saying when I was an atheist. My biggest thing when I was an atheist, and I would say, I'm pretty sure all of you have either heard this or said this or felt this. I said this. I said, look, I'm a pretty good guy. I'm not perfect, but I haven't raped or murdered anybody, and I generally have sympathy and compassion for people. And I feel like generally on a scale that I would weigh in more good than bad. Okay? And I think that if this was me when I was an atheist, and I feel that if there is a God, and He's going to condemn me by virtue of that, then fuck him. Then he's no God I'd want to have anything to do with anyways. And I swear to you, I was done. I didn't need to consider anything else. There were no other arguments that needed to be given. I was unconvincible from what I could think, and it took some deep introspection and kind of probing like the meaning of life, and just I took an irrational commitment one day that I'm never going to. One day I got up and I just said, I'm not going to ever believe that life came from non-life. I can't do it, and I'm not going to do it. And then I didn't have some like deductive argument or some rational reason or anything. I just said, no, I don't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm just completely incredulous to the fact that this could be the case.
Unconvincible
right?
is not a word. It's inconvincible.
Nice. But either way, so, and yeah, that's kind of where I was.
You know, this is really singing in a different tune than the thing you were saying in EF's Hangout just a moment ago about how you were going to go harder on Godless Girl.
Where is she? Where the fuck is she? Get her in here.
I don't know where she's at. She'll be in here later, though. She usually gets on
What
later.
does this have to do with Godless Girl?
Well, it seems like a moment ago you were saying how you just wanted to talk with people that weren't going to object based on their different worldview. But then 30 minutes ago you were saying the exact opposite.
The reason... can you say that one more time, Justin?
So when you were talking to Darwin's 30 minutes ago, you said you were going to go much harder on Godless Girl, right? And that's one of those cases where someone has a opposed worldview where you're not going to be able to agree.
Right.
Right. Why is it different for Godless Girl?
What do you mean? Why am I willing to engage with her?
Yeah, based on what
I'm
you
not
consider.
I'm not going to sit. Look, with them, I was going to sit down, and I was going to present evidences, historical and otherwise, for the resurrection and stuff, based on their epistemological interpretation of what evidence is, and I was going to, and I'll give arguments to that effect. Now, I wouldn't do that with Godless, but I'll engage her, because I think Godless ultimately, maybe slightly above par than just people, the average Joe that hangs around here by virtue of you know, hearing and being exposed to some stuff, but largely what she knows is condensed to regurgitations of what other people said, and she really, and you heard what I said, Justin. I mean, if you heard the conversation, then you know exactly what I feel, and I think I described it perfectly. So
I think
Godless
Girl would win if you two debated.
No. There's no way. If you think people can win debates just by virtue of the positions they hold, then you're intellectually retarded. Because
I think
that's
Godless
like,
Girl's more commanding of a room than you are. On top of the fact that her arguments are probably starting out on an easier basis.
Look, I could care less who seems to be in command of a room.
Doesn't that matter for a debate?
No, arguments stand and fall on their own merits. She could feel like she's being the boss, and she can raise her voice.
You just got done saying that the cogency of the arguments isn't the only factor.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm not saying that a cogent argument is going to convince someone. I mean, it might not, but what I'm saying is, you know, I'm not utterly worried about the rhetoric or how enthusiastic or how into it is, or she's calling people fucking idiots and moron, and like she's got a good grasp on things, because, you know, I'll just sit back and do what I do, and, you know, we'll explode the irrationality one step at a time. And I swear to God, get her in here and let me have a conversation and run through her epistemology. I promise you, money, I will have her in contradicting herself in her own epistemology like 3 to 4 minutes, no, without exception. It would be the easiest thing to do.
Well, if it gets done, we should set it up like a real debate. There should be a point that someone's trying to prove, not just combing over someone's knowledge.
No. I think what it should be is just an informal discussion, and she can. I let her 2 days ago go through my epistemology for about an hour and a half, question after question after question. You fucking moron, and all that stuff. I'll let her do it. I never shifted the burden. I never said, hey, let's start talking about you. I just let her go through it. Let her feel like she was in control. Let her have her arguments and everything like that. And I did it. You know, she wanted to do that. Now it's my turn. Why can't I have her sit down and answer my questions?
Well, that's a different thing than a debate, though.
Hey, I mean, I'll do either or, but I would like to do both. I mean, yeah, I would have a formal debate with Godless Girl. I mean, we have formal debates around here all the time. We could set it up. We let Floyd FP, the moderator, or something. We'll set up a topic. I'd be perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible for someone to hold up their entire epistemology coherently.
No, it's pretty much impossible for someone of Godless's knowledge to hold up her epistemology for someone by me. I'm not saying I'm some fucking genius. I'm just saying that it's just not in her realm of capability. And that's not a knock on her. It's just the truth. It's just true. She's not a stronger debater by virtue of her position. It's just that's not the case. You're not a strong debater just because you're an atheist and you think the position appears to be stronger. No, so none of that is relevant, and I've been way too kind to her, and so yeah, she's gonna get a dose of what it feels like to be ran through and find out. Let's find out how irrational Godless is, and let's let Shamos do the picking and finding, and we'll see. Let's see how coherent and how much she actually, instead of just regurgitating little quips and shit she's heard on the Skype group, whether she can actually defend those against coherent objections and actually conceptualize them within the framework of what we're talking about, rather than throw out one-liners. That's what I want to see. I want to see if she can stand up to scrutiny. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Get her in here right now.
Seamus, I think the biggest problem that I would have, and I guess the biggest challenge that you would have, I guess, in convincing me is the free will issue. I think that would be one, and I think the second would be the evolution. Because I mean, if evolution is true, which I think it is, I think most people of intelligence does think it's true, which means that we're not finished evolving; we're still evolving. So it doesn't. We don't really have a special spot, on this world. So I think that would be an enormous task for you to try to convince anybody. And I can just cite Phineas Gage as being a primary example, and then I know people ad nauseum are tired of hearing about this, but the works of B.F. Skinner that pretty much knocked out free will. I think if you believe that you're strong enough to prove that free will does exist, which I don't think you are strong enough to prove that, I think the only success that you would have in converting me would be to Calvinism. I think that's the only. I mean, if I was going to be religious, that's the only sect that I would choose.
Well, Calvinism isn't a sect. It's a theological position. But I understand what you mean. Look, I'm not trying to nitpick. Look, Dio, I get what you're saying there in regards to free will and evolution. But I'll say this. Let's talk about the free will thing. Look, I'm more interested in proving you that God exists. So perhaps free will doesn't exist. Whatever. But I would like to argue with you. Not argue, but I would like to try to convince you of God's existence without free will. Like we could put that off to the side, and I'll say, okay, no, I'll grant you for the sake of conversation there is no free will. Let's talk about God's existence. Now on the evolution thing, I think you have an interesting argument there. I don't think it's retarded. I think that is a really interesting argument, and I think it has some merit to it. So kudos to you for that. But so I'd like to address that, and I just tell you, I'm not a young Earth creationist, so I hold to evolution. So I could offer to you how I rationalize the two, and I don't think myself crazy or irrational. So I'll just tell you how I think I can put it all together. So yeah, let's fuck the free will thing, and I'll try to jive evolution because I'm cool with evolution, and then yeah, we'll go. I don't want to convince anyone of Calvinism necessarily, but yeah.
Shamos is the most popular kid at his church camp.
Okay, so when you say God, though, I mean, can you define God? I think that would be helpful in this discussion.
Sure. No, so I'd be arguing for the Christian God. So we could pull things out from Scripture, and we could just say, we don't have to pull everything out, but we could just say, that meets this criterion, this criterion, this criterion as enumerated in Scripture. So I mean, that's what I'd ultimately be arguing for. But to be honest with you, being that I made a pit stop at deism, I'd be willing to even shirk that and just try to give arguments for just like a base creator. But I feel like where I'd be more interested to spend my time with you and with Mina would be from an early historical perspective, talking about the nature of evidence, talking about animal facts and the resurrection of Jesus, the compelling testimony, early testimony of witnesses, and historical reliability of the Bible, and build a case from that. So like that's where I want to try with you guys.
But the idea, if you don't have free will, does knock out the Abrahamic Christian guides, or Christian guide, because the whole idea is that you do have free will. You need Him to die in order to be forgiven for your sins, because you do have freedom of choice.
So yeah, I mean, I understand that, and I mean, I tend to identify more closely with the understanding of that theology, but it seems as if you're saying that, like, case in point, like you're only going to be convinced of Christianity because of, I could convince you of free will, because of the cohesiveness and everything seems to rest doctrinally on. Do you need me to prove that first? I think that's fair. Okay, I think that's fair.
Oh yeah, if I was convinced of free will, like let's just say like there was some new study that showed that even though quantum mechanics is uncertainty, but still, and that's a lot of people still arguing that. I don't know how they are able to do that intellectually, honestly, by saying that quantum mechanics allows. That's the new theory now, is that quantum mechanics in our brain allows us to have intuition, to make choices based on intuition. But I mean, to me, that's still not free will. That's randomness. But if you were able, I mean, even if it wasn't just randomness, it still wouldn't be free will. But if you were to be able to show me that free will does exist, yeah, I would be a Christian in a heartbeat, or I at least believe in God in a heartbeat. I think that's really where it really comes down to with me. I can't speak for Mina.
Okay, well, I'd be willing to have that conversation with you. Well, like I said, we'll hook up sometime, and we can just do it off air or whatever, and we'll come to an understanding of what you mean by free will, and then I'll give you a couple of examples of what some people mean when they say free will, because there's often a lot of competing understandings of free will in the realm of like philosophy of religion and stuff, and so I mean, I don't know. I need to prepare for that, so I'll see if I can, but.
And that's the reason. And all honestly, that's the reason why I never got into the Bible study situation that Floyd gets in sometimes with Nick. Like, to me, like, all that becomes, you can kind of shortcut all that. I mean, if you can simply say that there's no free will, the Bible becomes irrelevant at that point. So that's why I kind of wonder why Floyd spends so much laborious energy dissecting the Bible, because once you wipe out free will, you kind of wipe out the entire relevance.
Well, I can highlight the crucial difference between that. It's the difference between an external and internal critique. So the first would be an external critique, right? You basically say, well, look, this is how I view Scripture, and free will is important. So unless you can justify, unless you're appealing to this, then it doesn't seem to cohere, right? So that would be one. That would be one. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Hey, I'm gonna have to take this. It'll probably just take 2 minutes. All right.
All right, that's cool.
Fine. Dio, you're just agnostic, eh? Like, you're not fully atheist, or like, what's your thing? Like, are you atheist or what?
I believe that I could be mistaken about free will. I don't think there's any real empirical way to prove that free will doesn't exist, but it seems like the evidence suggests that free will doesn't exist. And let me give you an example. I mean, we can put people on schedules of reinforcement, and we can basically predict their behavior based on the type of reinforcements that they are susceptible to. I mean, to give you a good example, like the casino uses what's called a variable ratio set of reinforcement, and I think our behavior is basically based on that. We do certain things because of the reinforcing effects of those things, right? For example, like we will. It's basically the same way that you would train a dog to hunt. So that makes me believe that free will doesn't exist. But there's no possible way that you could prove that free will doesn't exist, and that's the reason why I'm agnostic. I'm also agnostic in the sense that though I may not believe in the Christian God who claims that there is free will and that we must be forgiven for our sins, that there may be a God or some type of metaphysical system out there that goes beyond free will or beyond dignity. And that would make more sense to me, that a God that's indifferent, that doesn't care.
Why do you believe that you can't disprove free will?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What makes you think you can't disprove free will?
I think when he's saying that, he means empirically.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
I know. I'm asking what makes you think that.
I just don't think that metaphysically you can prove that there's no free will. I just don't.
What do you mean by metaphysically?
Okay, so suppose, like, for example, if we, how do we know, like, we don't have a soul that can interfere with our conscious decisions that exists, right? So that's possible. And how do we know, like, for example, in the case of Phineas Gage, where he becomes disabled, that God may not take that into account?
Well, the only thing that can be offered is like a priori philosophical arguments, and it would seem that you're basically speaking of it empirically, like can't be empirically proven or demonstrated in a certain way outside of what I just mentioned. And
so isn't the soul immaterial?
Yeah, but it could act on the body in a material way.
So how does an immaterial force interact with the material force?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You can't show that. But the point that I'm trying to make, though, is that's the reason why I would lean towards Calvinism, because that Calvinism makes more sense to me. That certain people, regardless of the circumstances, we don't know who, some people will be saved and some people are doomed to damnation. That makes a lot more sense.
Do you believe in a variety of different things that can't be shown to exist, or is it just this one thing?
Well, I haven't examined a variety of things. I've only examined the things that I found to be extremely important, like free will.
So it's pretty much just this one thing then, right?
But, yes. But, I mean, I could come up, if you give me enough time to think about it, I could come up with other things as well. But the reason... But on the other side, I kind of think Calvinism is very similar to the way that the Hindus have the caste system, right? I think it's just like a metaphor for some people just have fucked up lives because that was their destiny. You know, the medieval wheel of fortune chose this path for them. And it's really not up to them. I mean, people around me tell me all the time, dude, you just have really bad fucking luck. It's not nothing about you. You just have bad luck. So that would be like a... What's that?
What do you mean when you say free will?
I think free will, if you examine it long enough, I think it basically means to choose despite... without the concern about reward and punishment, to make decisions that are outside of the realm of reward and punishment.
Do you have an example of one of those kinds of decisions?
Well, that's the thing. You can't. It's impossible. Every decision that you make is within that realm. Everything that you decide is within that. It is within punishment or reward.
So does that defeat the idea of free will just right out the gate?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
And then I don't really see what the area of contention is.
Well, I think if I could come up with one to play devil's advocate, would be that you still have this immaterial soul that is more prone to know what's considered to be true justice or true goodness versus what's truly evil. So, or you could say Machiavellian. Um, so a soul that just looks for trouble. I mean, there are people out there. Make no mistake about it. There are people that I know, or that I don't know. I'm not friends with them. That do look in order to cause evil or to cause havoc. I mean,
Well,
just for the
let's suppose I locked you in a room.
just for the pleasure of it. Not because they're getting any gain from it. I mean, it's almost like Schadenfreude.
Well, let's suppose I locked you in a room with, like, say, a gun on a table and a chair or something. You would only have a certain range of options available to you, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So where does free will factor into the equation? Because we could largely say that you have a number of predetermined options available to you, and that you're going to choose one of those, obviously, but you still are acting within the confines of the experiment.
But that's not okay. But that's not the art. I understand that. I'm not saying like I'm way above that or past. I'm just trying to say like that's not really the argument that I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to say is it's possible that there's an immaterial world where evil and good may exist, and people who are immaterially evil enjoy suffering, enjoy things that terrible things where people
Yeah, but haven't we established that to be all physical and genetics and stuff like that?
No, but I'm saying that there could be an immaterial world that we can't measure.
But I don't understand what value it adds to say that there could be something that is impossible to prove or disprove.
Well, that's where I'm agnostic. I mean, you're. I don't know if it was you, but somebody asked me why I was. I think it was Mina asked me, where I stood, and that's the reason why I'm agnostic. Because I actually.
Right. So suppose I introduced to you a doubt in your mind about something that you didn't feel as though you could prove or disprove, and then I decided, or I told you, like, as a result of you having this doubt, you should come with me, and we should be part of this club, and you should do all these things and coerce other people into joining this club. Would you say that that would make sense in any context outside of organized religion?
No, I just personally believe trying to manipulate or coerce anybody into any type of organization is probably evil in general.
Right. I guess I'm asking because it's obvious that Shamos has a very clear agenda on getting you on board with a specific god, right? So, like, we don't have to beat around the bush. We all know that that's the case. But I don't really understand why you would hold this special area for the soul or whatever if you wouldn't have that same idea for other places in your life.
I don't understand the question.
Like if I told you that, like if I sent you one of those weird emails like, oh, your cousin got abducted, you need to come with me or send me money or something, like I don't think you would go with that, even though you might not be able to prove at the moment that your cousin was missing or not missing.
I just like to hear counter arguments. I mean,
That's fine. I mean, you don't have to justify your beliefs to me.
I just hate uncertainty. I have this desire of certainty. It just kind of reminds me of this quote by Nietzsche. I think it was in The Gay Science, and he says he distinguishes men by but the criteria in which men need certainty and which men don't need certainty. And a lot of men can just go about their lives without the need for certainty, where other men actually have to have certainty in their lives. And I think I'm one of those persons that has to have certainty and has to have every single argument laid down to them. That's just a a quality of my personality.
That's fair. I'm just noting that there's always going to be people who are going to be looking to plant doubt in your mind over things that you might have been certain of previously.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And look, make no mistake about it. All of us are susceptible to that. I mean, you break somebody down enough, and we are all Jim Jones, you know. So, or we're in his community. I mean, you can be broken down. Trust me. So, I think the best way is to arm yourself, you know, as much as possible with all the different tactics that are available.
Anyway, I guess if you and Mina were having a conversation, you guys can get back to that.
I mean, just go to like the government's, you know, they have a list on the tactics that they use to break people down and to get them to do what they want them to do. That's just the psychology of the brain. I mean, to deny that would be to be imply that there's a soul. You know, no one's physically impenetrable. It's like a computer. Every computer is hackable. But you know, we were talking about hacking earlier, and we are talking about social engineering, and that's like one of the best ways to hack somebody is you just find someone vulnerable who needs a friend, and you just pretend to be their friend, and they'll give you every information that you want from them. You know, I mean, you know, if you're evil, it's not hard to penetrate the impenetrable, right? It's very, very easy, and I think that's the reason why these religious groups like the Joel Osteen groups, I think that's the reason why they're so successful. I mean, they prey on the vulnerable, the weak, the broken.
That's exactly what I was going to say too, Dio, because like what I've noticed is that if people actually like are atheists, or even if they're just not really into religion, but they're not necessarily atheist, they still, the easiest time to kind of get to them, like, which is what happens with like a lot of proselytizing or whatever that's called, like with what Mormons do. They go to people like when they're going through a hard time, when they're vulnerable, and that's when it's the easiest to offer support, you know, but it's actually, they're just trying to get you to kind of convert, you know?
Yeah, and then what happens is, let's just pretend like Mina is trying to get me to join her crowd, and let's say in her being a female and the nice voice that she possesses and everything like that, right? And let's say I'm a loner and I'm going through a hard time. They would send her out, and they would catch me being a loner, and then I would join their group, and then like Mina would actually, she could convince, and females are a lot better at this than guys are, but she could start to pretend like she's my friend. And then what happens then in the brain starts making the association with, okay, this is my group. Mina is my friend. This church is my group. These guys are my friends. This is my tribe now. And that's the way it works. It's kind of scary. Like I said, we're all vulnerable to this. You know, what's that movie called with Jim Carrey?
Yes Man. Is that
what's that?
Yes Man?
No, not Yes Man. The Jim Carrey is the something show.
Oh, the Truman Show?
Truman Show.
Truman Show. Yes, perfect example of that almost.
Favorite movie. That is a good movie.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, if I was to talk to somebody religious and they're trying to convince me to believe in God, I would judge them, their authenticity by how much they were trying to push me towards a certain organization or faith group versus knowing God on my own terms or in my own understanding, and then being respectful of other people's understanding of God.
Yeah, but I think you're forgetting like how sensitive. Okay. Like, so if you're a guy, like females would be like the perfect. Like if I was like a preacher, for example, and if I was trying to send recruits and I was trying to get guys to join, like females would be the ones that I would use because females have a certain amount of power over men. That could be skin contact, their voice, touch. And whether you know it or not, subconsciously you are going to be drawn to that, and you will start to like ignore other factors. I mean, have you ever seen people who are attracted to each other, and you're like, why in the hell would that person ever love that person? Like, what do they see? How come they can't see what we're all seeing? And that's because of the psychological dynamics that are happening between those two people. But it's probably easier to do that than it is to hack, to tell you the truth.
So,
Yeah, it's just naturally inborn.
Quick question: when you're talking about free will, like, would you say we should put people in jail when they do something, or not? Like, in the sense that they haven't freely chosen to do it. If you don't believe in free will, or like with animals, like if a gorilla kills another gorilla, we don't go put that animal in jail or anything like that. Like, how do you view that kind of?
Okay, I don't believe in revenge. So revenge would basically mean that, let's say, like you hit me and then I hit you out of revenge. That would be revenge. Like if I hit you back, right? That would be revenge.
No, I'm talking about accountability.
I know. I'm getting to that. But let's just say like you slept with my sister, so I feel like I have to sleep with your sister. Okay, but that would be revenge. The purpose of prison is to protect society. It has nothing to do with revenge. It's a deterrent. It has nothing. It doesn't really matter if you have free will or not. The purpose of prison is to keep. I mean, there is an aspect. Don't get me wrong about the American judicial system, which I think is fucked up. Excuse my language. It is about retribution, but it should not be about retribution. It should be for the purpose of protecting society from you, or from me, or whoever.
So if a person is coerced into committing a crime, you think that person should still do the time, even though they
No, they don't, though. If you can show there's mitigating circumstances, they usually don't get nearly the type of sentence, or they don't get any sentence whatsoever.
Okay.
Hey, godless girl's knocking on the outside. She wants. Oh wait, there's.
He may leave to let Godless in.
No.
I wouldn't try to be.
I would say that determinism is true and free will is missing, but I would say that our lack of comprehensive knowledge on how determinism is going to go means that we need to have various punishments and such in place as if we had free will, just to get by a day-to-day basis.
Iron, are you an atheist?
Pretty much.
So what would you say to somebody who was asking you if you want to like talk about considering it? Are you open-minded to it, or are you just like, no, like fuck this, like?
I'm open-minded towards it if there's a good enough incentive.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, that's how I kind of feel as well. Like I like to listen to people's ideas and stuff. Like I find it like a benefit.
Right, like I can sit through sermons to get free coffee and free donuts, or I could sit through Mormon sermons if I was going to get a hot Mormon.
Yeah, you like welcome them into your house, like Mormon people. Like
yeah, exactly. They're nice guys, right? So I don't know. In the end, yeah, if the incentive is good enough, I could probably stomach religion, but I would never really genuinely believe it. I don't think.
But do you understand like where free will comes from? It's almost like the grammatical structure of language. I mean, when we say I mean, nobody believes that there's an I. I mean, the person that you wake up in the morning because your testosterone is higher versus when you go to sleep, those are two different I's. You're not the same person.
So the free will, the only reason why that even exists in our language is because it's a way that society or the way that the tribe attributes responsibility on that individual. You know, so if we can.
It stems from ignorance, basically.
I'm sorry?
It stems from ignorance, from a lack of understanding of all the component parts that make determinism possible and determines what's going to happen.
Right. I mean, in school, you're taught free will, but you're never taught about causality in the same way, right? So obviously, it's an expedient of trying to put blame on somebody. So.
I think the first people to kind of start to grasp the idea of determinism were various philosophers who wrote about the nature of different people. So, like, they could observe that people had a nature of being angry or a nature of being morose or whatever, and that's kind of like a form of determinism, or at least the foundation for the idea.
Really quick, if you don't believe you have free will, like for a person who doesn't believe in free will, what do you understand about how you're choosing the words that are coming out of your mouth, like in this conversation? Like, is your body, is your brain telling your mouth, or because I believe I'm telling my brain to tell my mouth to say these things or whatever, but like, how are you seeing it?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Let me shut up.
Do you really believe that you're consciously choosing the words that you're choosing right now as you speak, or do you think that they're already popping out before you're consciously aware of it?
I'm choosing them.
See, that's not the same phenomenon that I'm having.
On some level, you're always choosing your words.
Well, I would say no. I'm preconditioned to say certain things, like there's a reason I speak English instead of one of 100 other different languages, right? So
I don't mean language, I mean like when you speak, even if you're not thinking, you still speak, and you choose to do so.
No, but I speak in a specific way. If you knew my family, then you would recognize that I speak in a fashion that's similar to the way that they speak on many different issues.
No, I mean, you can have feedback systems. Like, for example, when we hear someone say, let's say someone call like a Spanish person a racial slur, and you say you can stop it. You're conscious. You can be consciously aware of it, and you can make your consciousness like break for a second. But what comes out of your mouth freely, no, you're not. We already know that. Like, this is not even a thing for debate. We know it comes from your subconscious, your words, before they even enter your consciousness. Your consciousness acts as a filter.
Right, and you can just do input output, right? So like if I ask you think of a potato, you don't really have the chance to hear think of a potato and then think, no, I'm choosing not to think of a potato. Like, it just instantly happens in your mind. And then you can make a decision about whether you're going to make an output and say, oh no, you're wrong, I didn't think that, or this is what a potato looks like, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. Kala, don't think of a pink elephant right now.
Okay.
Did you not think of one, or did you think of one?
I didn't. I thought of a gray elephant. I didn't get to fill in the pink yet, and then I realized what I was doing, so I stopped.
I don't know. I have a feeling that you're not being honest.
Well, even just thinking of the elephant alone is the same phenomenon, right?
Yeah, I'm being honest. I only thought of the gray elephant, and I didn't fill in the pink right away. And then I just stopped.
Why are you talking shit?
Oh, sorry, I was away from the bathroom. I was hoping they were gonna keep talking before you came back in. So what'd you say?
Why are you talking shit?
I just wanna.
I apologize to you.
It's not
last night for being rude.
Okay, well, so are you? So what, are you trying to fall in my good graces? It wasn't because of that conversation particularly. I just think that overall, because you're kind of endearing to me, I kind of like when you pick on the other atheists, and you're kind of funny, and I appreciate you. I have went easy on you, but I think that ultimately I've been doing a disservice to both of us, because you need to take a serious look at your epistemology and either assent that half the shit that you think you know, you really don't have a justified way. You're just being a parrot. And if you can assent to that, then you're going to have to realize that literally you aren't justified in 99 of the shit.
Why are you
yourself.
attacking me, Shameless?
I'm just saying. I mean, look, I'm not. Look, are you trying to fall in my good graces?
I don't want to debate you.
I just want to talk. Justin wanted to line up a debate so we could write your speeches for you. I just want to talk.
Write my speeches. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, he wanted a formal debate because you could get 2 exchanges where you could read off a cue card.
Well, I'll do that when I'm stronger. I'm scared of Shameless.
Okay. So, is this you saying that
I have respect for you as a debater, Shameless. I think that you're stronger than me, and I think you're almost as good as Matt Bell. You're the second best theist debater in Hangouts.
So are you don't want me to probe out unjustified or inconsistencies in what you believe? You'd rather me just let you sift through that on your own, or?
I don't want to debate you.
I told you I don't want to debate. I just want to have a conversation.
I know. I don't want you to show me my inconsistencies in my position.
Do you think you have a lot of them?
Probably I wouldn't be able to respond to you. I'm still superior to the white belts, though.
Okay, well, I
Well,
rarely...
what's your fucking problem? Why do you want to
hold
put
on,
out
hold on.
inconsistency in my position?
Look, I was about to let you off the hook. Because I rarely see someone that humble.
Shameless, when we agreed to that conversation we had the other night, which I admit I was rude during, and which I apologize for, I said, I'm only going to question you and you're not going to question me because I'm scared of you.
Yeah, and I allowed you to do that, and I told you I'm not mad at you by virtue of that conversation. Like, I'm not like,
Then
look.
what's your fucking problem?
I'm not like, look, this bitch called me a moron 3 times, and that's third strike. It isn't anything like that. I just feel like...
Oh, well, I'll be stronger than you one day, Shameless, and then I'll get you, okay?
Hey, I don't doubt that. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen people come a long way really quickly, and I think that you're capable of such things. But you know, if I don't know, I feel you're being humble and.
Yeah, I am, because I'm scared of you.
All right, we're cool.
I kind of want to hear Shameless's questions about her.
Oh yeah, I just want to say I'm the only person in the world who would admit that they're scared of somebody on the internet.
Well, it's not by virtue that you're admitting you're scared. I just think that ultimately, if you took out all the words that you're saying, you're coming from a position of being humble, and you're not. So like, I'm not really worried about what you're saying more than what you feel, and I feel like I'm okay. You got me. I'm a softie for some things.
Okay. I'll get you one day, Shameless. But I won't be rude about it.
All right. Everything's cool.
Gallus, I don't understand why you think you're such a strong debater for the theists. I mean...
Well, Dionysus, who's the strongest theist debater? Matt Bell, right? And then I think Shameless and EF are tied.
All right, but I think all theists, except for if you're coming from a Calvinist position, is pretty much it's pretty much easy to shut down. I mean, it's not that difficult. That's what makes Matt Bell so difficult.
What makes Matt Bell, this is my thoughts on Matt Bell. What makes Matt Bell a very strong debater is he's very strong in rhetoric. He's able to command conversations in a way that he can shift burden without appearing to do so by use of rhetoric and conversation, and people often will miss that, and they will just assent to it and let him. And not just that, but Matt Bell has an ability to talk out of his depth with people. Like, Matt Bell is not a philosopher. Matt Bell knows a little bit about philosophy. Matt Bell is not a fucking philosopher. He wouldn't be able to. Someone with a bachelor's degree in philosophy would trounce Matt Bell. But Matt Bell has had multiple long discussions with people with PhD philosophies, like John Shook, Ozymandias, and he's able to stay in his depth with people by keeping the conversations to certain areas. And he has a way of not allowing people to drag him into an area where he's uncomfortable with. You'll see him every time it happens. He'll always drag it back to an area he's more comfortable with. And people may pick up on that, but after he's done it about 3 times, they'll just get back into the argument. And I think that what makes Matt Bell strong. He's very strong in rhetoric, and he's able to speak out of his depth and not seem retarded. Like most people, if they were speaking out of their depth, they wouldn't be able to ride along without seeming just completely out of their element and retarded. But Matt Bell can do that because he does command some understanding of words and jargon, and he can float around these things, and he understands like basic terminology, like phenomenalism or something. He knows what the words mean. He can understand. He might not even know what that means, but he knows those words in the English language, and he can coherently put those together and speak out of his depth. That's what makes Matt Bell very, very strong. Like, for example, I don't have the ability to speak out of my depth and appear as coherent as Matt Bell. So that's where an area I'm weaker in. But I think an area that I may be stronger is, and I really truly feel I have a wider breadth of knowledge in more subjects than Matt Bell. But I think that ultimately his ability to command conversations and rhetoric he can keep it to where he seems more familiar. That's my honest critique of Matt Bell. That's why I think Matt Bell is the strongest debater on G+, on the Christian side.
Godless, would you be open to answering
I'll debate
a few questions? Would you be open to answering a few questions from Shameless? Like, right?
3 questions. Well, how about just me and you debate, James?
After Shameless is 3 questions.
Is his mic cutting out, or is it me?
I think I'm cutting out.
Fix it.
Shameless, ask your questions.
Ask one question, Shameless.
But here's the thing: the questions that I ask you, I don't want you to commit to agnosticism. Because if you say I don't know, and I waste my question on, well, I don't know, I don't want to take a definite position. I want something that you'll take a definite position on, and then I want to know your justification. So,
no, ask a different question.
No, I want to, like, for example, do you have a definite position on moral realism or moral anti-realism? Do you have a definite position?
I'm a moral anti-realist.
Okay, so let's say that I'm on the fence. What argument would you give to convince me of moral anti-realism?
Well, that's...
But it's not even...
What is the objective standard? Is it God? What God says, or is it...
Well, listen, here's the problem. If I ask you to convince me of something, you don't get to look. You believe this, right? For certain reasons, you have.
Yeah, but what are you? Are you a theist? Am I talking to a theist or what?
Well, pretend you're talking to someone you don't even know. I don't have to be shameless. I'm just a guy asking an honest inquiry that you need to answer. Don't try to shift the burden and say, "But what about God? What is the standard?" No, Godless. You have a position, and you should have valid reasons and justification.
Why are you attacking me?
I'm not attacking you. This is my one question. This is my one fucking question. You want to stop?
While she thinks about that, Seamus, you realize when I say I'm agnostic, I'm not agnostic about the Christian God. I just want to make that clear.
What, say that again, buddy?
I'm not about being on the fence. I'm not on the fence about the Christian God. Like, I feel like I have enough a good enough argument to show that it doesn't exist. But
okay, so you're an atheist with regards to the Christian God. You're agnostic in regards to the deist God.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. That's a common position. I'm with you on that. Or at least I understand people that... I've talked to many people that hold a very similar position. Mainly because I think they've heard people say that a million times, and they just think that that's some kind of a cool position. But I would like to hear your justification. I definitely will get into that. Godless, did you want to answer? Or do you want to just cut it short and maybe think about it?
You're asking what's my argument for moral anti-realism?
Yeah, like why do you? It didn't even have to be an art. Well, I mean, it would be an argument. Argument is just a series of statements that lead to a conclusion. Yeah, I mean, I need to know why you hold that belief. You don't have to give me an argument, convince me, but anything that could convince you, if rational, could convince another rational person. So just
right. So I don't think a God could be I don't think that a God could be the objective moral standard. So then it can't. Besides God, what else could be an objective standard? Because then it would have to be true whether or not any minds existed. And what would it be, like an immaterial bubble floating by that just contained true and false moral statements?
Well, I may tend to sympathize with you on that, but that's still going outside of the bounds of the. Let me explain to you something. For example, there are atheists or
Like, do you have a solution to the Euthyphro dilemma?
Do I have a solution to the Euthyphro dilemma?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
because I don't see what the alternative is besides.
Hold on. Listen, I'm not even. I'm not here to answer for the Euthyphro dilemma. I'm still haven't got an answer to my question yet. Listen, all I'm trying to ask you is, so I just want the reasons to believe that isn't true. And if you say, well, you're basically saying is this is what the argument that you've given so far. It seems that if the only way there could be an objective moral standard is if there was a God. So since I believe there is no God, there is no moral standard. That's called an argument from modus tollens, right? You're just saying if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay? It's a valid argument. It's perfectly valid. But I just want to talk about the actual truth and the soundness of the premises, right? So basically, you would be excluding a whole host of people, PhD philosophers that actually hold to this. The majority of philosophers are moral realists. I'm not appealing like, oh, moral realism is true because all the philosophers believe it. But what I'm saying is there seems to be a host of very educated, rational people that would disagree with you there. So what I'm saying is your argument in and of itself saying, well, it seems as if the only way it could be is if there's a God. So you're saying objective moral values imply a God. There is no God, therefore there is no objective moral values. You're rendering a modus tollens argument. But you're not addressing any of the people who would make that claim that there is an objective moral standard without a God, that there can be objective moral standard without a God. For example, you could hold to something like contractarianism, which like people like Shelley Kagan hold to. And there's many different views. So what I'm saying is, yeah, ultimately what you're asking is like, well, I don't think there's a God, but I don't think that's necessarily an argument. You would have to see. I may be sympathetic as theist Shamos to that position, but you need to provide an inference to that position. Like I would just probably grant you that because I have similar sentiments, and I might be able to justify that a little bit better. But you got to give me the inference for why only a God can justify objective moral value. So you would have to say, you would have to render an argument that under no God, there can be no objective moral values, that there's no thing of that. And it seems as if you started down that road. It seems as if you said, well, there needs to be a mind, and you kind of were slumping through it. Can you can you connect the dots on that for me? Because if you can
Shamos, I can't. You've defeated me. Are you happy now?
Not really.
I don't believe you.
All right, that was just one question, but I have like.
I'll debate James.
Sure.
James, why do you believe in God? Are you stupid or something?
Classic.
Classic.
He unmuted. James, your mic, you're not coming through. He unmuted and we didn't hear you. Your mic's jacked up, dude. Refresh or something. Something's happened.
He's saying okay.
Yeah, he unmuted twice and no one heard him. So I have a feeling either his mic's turned off or his cable's come unplugged or something's happened in the last 10 minutes.
Well, I think he knows. He's trying to fix that.
Shamos, stop picking on me.
I'm not picking on you. You gave me one question. I asked one question.
And then you responded to it.
All right. So you really don't have any rational justification to hold to morally integral.
See?
Okay, that's still just the conclusion of the one question. I asked the question, and it seems as if of that view, you seem to have that kind of unjustified.
I don't think it's a problem with my position. I think it's that you're a better debater.
No, I think you just probably need to go listen to Jack and CK a little longer. And they'll skip you on the right track or something. You can regurgitate some of their shit or something.
Aren't you as scared of them?
You have to
Aren't you
believe
scared
a
of them,
position.
Stamos?
If you believe a position is true, then that's going to give you the
Iron, shut up.
incentive to actually pursue the facts that will actually bolster your argument.
No, I'm not. Listen,
Shamos,
I'm not
aren't you
scared.
of them?
No, God, no. I'm not
I
scared of
admit
anybody.
when I'm scared of somebody. Why can't you admit when you're scared of somebody?
Because I'm not. I mean, I've never been scared of anybody like that.
Jack's
No,
a good
listen,
debater. Jack's a good debater, but CK's not a good debater.
there's certain people who. No, I'm not saying that I think they're strong debate. They're not strong debaters. I think a host of them are fairly strong debaters. I think CK is one of the weaker. I think Justin is probably the weakest. I think Philip doesn't talk enough for me to really assess. I think Hal is very strong. I think Yaniv is exceedingly strong. I think Jack is very strong. But
Scared of them.
I'm not scared of them. In fact, I engage Jack pretty much nightly because
Shamos is lying.
I actually engage Jack nightly because I find Jack to be pretty approachable. Me and him are on decent terms, and I'm willing to go through it or whatever. So strong debaters don't necessarily scare me, and especially when I've been familiarized with a large percentage of their arguments, and they all hold to a similar argument. I mean, they derive from the literature. If I really wanted to fucking be serious up about it, I have a lot of reading I need to do on early Christianity, but if I had the time to just soak in philosophy, I would just go to all the arguments that they're using. I mean, they're regurgitating arguments from the literature. That's what everyone does. I would just go look at the critical responses, which they can't answer to because they don't look at the critical responses. And when they do, they just say, "Oh, that's not convincing to me," and then they don't remember it and they can't articulate it very well. So yeah, I'd go look at the critical responses, I'd check out the literature, and then I'd come back with all the heavy-hitting objections in the same way that they're doing. So it's not very hard to do. It's called reading and doing your due diligence. It's very, very easy to do. In fact, if I spend a week...
Shamos.
Yeah.
Do you want to attack weak atheists together?
Sure. You want to know some easy marks?
Yes.
Well, I think Kylo might be in that category, but I haven't spoken to him very much. I think Dio could possibly be in that category, but he's an atheist, so we're going to give him a
Okay,
pass.
let me try to start it off. Kylo, do you think that it's more probable that God doesn't exist?
Yes. Probable, but...
And what's your evidence for that?
We haven't seen a God that can be proven so far.
Evidence of absence isn't, or yeah, absence isn't evidence of what is it, Shamos? I can't think right now.
Evidence of absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Right, that's true. Yes, but sometimes it's not even absence of evidence. There are arguments that can prove that certain gods from other religions don't exist, and that is very loud. What is that? Okay. Yeah, there's some background noise, guys. All right. Yes, but while that is true, it doesn't prove that something doesn't exist. Until there is enough evidence to prove that a God does exist, we do not have to believe that a God exists. You see. So I can't say there's for sure that there is no God. But you asked me, is it probable? Now the thing with probability, it's very subjective. Like I think it's probable. I think it's not probable. It's like, do I think this person can walk across a rope between two buildings? I would say not probable, but someone else might say it is. But I haven't said like this person definitely cannot walk across a tightrope. You see?
Well, when we say probability, we're not referring to some subjective notion. You need to have an objective notion that some type of evidence constitutes more to the truth or falsity of a given proposition to constitute
when I say
evidence.
Probability,
so when I say evidence, I'm not meaning something subjective. I'm not meaning, oh, I think that this person could walk across the tightrope. No, what I think Godless is meaning is if you're saying that there's evidence that makes it probable that God
I
doesn't
never
exist,
said there was evidence. I was asked, do I think it's probable that a God exists? That's what I was asked.
probable
We're
that
not-
God doesn't exist, but probability is always based on evidence.
No, whoa, we're not
Do you
talking
have
about
evidence that
probability,
God
like
doesn't exist?
statistical. Okay, I'm not talking about like statistics probably. Like, do I believe that an event is probable is subjective. I'm not saying like, oh, there's definitely no God. No one's saying that. Well, okay, no one's saying that. But
Can you define evidence?
I am actually.
yes, Nadia? Okay.
Good. I say there's definitely no such thing as good.
There's no such thing as good.
There's God.
No such things as gods.
No such things as gods. Okay.
Well, you can Google gods. There's a whole bunch of them, actually.
Yeah, they exist as a concept, like an idea. Sure. Well, you're asking me for evidence that there is no God. That is not my responsibility as an atheist to prove. Just throwing that out there.
Well, then how can you say it's more probable?
Is your atheism propositional in nature or just a psychological state?
Oh, here we fucking go.
Perfect
Well,
timing.
why is that a problem when I ask him a question when he's
Word
talking?
fucking salad, Darwins!
Okay, you can scream all you want.
He could explain.
My question
Wait,
was a
hold on,
legitimate.
hold on, I got this. Darwin's, is your belief in God propositional state or just a psychological?
Yeah, I affirm the
Darwin's
existence of God, so it's propositional.
Right. But listen, look, if you think Darwin's is doing
So your propositional is not based on a psychological state at all?
No, the difference between being proposition and a psychological state, this is a problem that comes up all the time when people talk about atheism. Atheism as a proposition would be where one affirms that no God exists, such as what Nadia just did. Now, what I'm asking Kylo is his atheism, as he uses it or defines it, is it propositional in nature, like Nadia expressed, or is his atheism just a mental state where he does not affirm the existence of God due to insufficient reasons?
Hi, EF.
It would be the second one. I wouldn't call it
Hello,
a
gorgeous.
mind.
Let's attack weak atheists together.
No, I'm just trying to say I don't think you can make a propositional state without the psychological state. I think they're entangled.
No, you can have the atheists on the internet define atheism in two ways. One as being propositional, and the other one being not propositional. Okay?
Okay.
So which of those would describe your atheism, Colin?
Well, I'm only atheistic towards the Christian God. I'm not atheistic towards a God in general or gods in general.
Are you using a standard definition of atheism?
You just need to simply ask him, does he make the positive claim that a God does not exist?
Well, first of all, I mean, I know I have the Oxford Dictionary of Philosophy. Agnostic is more of a confessional word.
Oh, Oxford is the one that EF uses, isn't it, EF?
I would love not to be interrupted, but I'm just trying to say that whenever you're saying atheist, you're claiming that there is no God, where an agnostic is more confessional, meaning that you basically don't know in your heart of hearts.
Yeah,
I'm completely atheistic towards the Christian God.
Well, that's not that when you express it like that, and you're perfectly entitled to do so, it's problematic, is because most people in the Western English world will use the term atheism the historical way, meaning that there is no God. So defining atheism in that way would be atheism is disbelief in some gods. Okay, so is that the way you define atheism?
Yeah, I would define it that way. Some gods.
Okay.
Well, the gods I've been presented with so
I think Darwin's is correct. I think most people, when they say, especially in the Western world, when they call themselves atheism, they really don't even consider that there could be gods besides.
Yeah, we don't care. Darwin's, what's your belief?
Wow.
So Dion, when you say you're atheistic toward the Christian God, are you trying to convey the idea that atheism is the denial of all gods, or just the rejection of some?
I believe by the definition in the book, an Oxford philosophy of those definitions, it means that of all gods. But my personal is just I'm only atheistic towards the Christian God.
Well, the reason why that's problematic is because if you're using the term atheistic as simply a disbelief in some gods, then using the term in that manner would make theists atheists simultaneously. You see the problem?
What's your belief, Darwin's?
Okay, then what would be the more what would be the better way of using it then? If I didn't believe in the Christian God,
I mean, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just trying to respond to what you're saying. It would be better to say, I don't believe in the Christian God. That would be
I don't believe in the Christian God.
Okay, good. Okay, so but it's not a good idea to say I'm atheistic toward the Christian God, because that's conveying the idea that atheism is the disbelief in some gods. If that's how you're using it, then the problem you run into is then all theists by definition are atheists.
Are we going to talk about the definition of atheism for 2 hours?
I stand corrected. I do not believe in the Christian God.
Okay.
Can I ask Darwin's something?
I didn't. All I heard was my name, Nadia. What did you say?
I was hoping to ask you if, well, something that has a being that has a body. You know, if somebody proposed calling that a god, would you agree that that's in effect, well, not really that distinguishable from, I don't know, powers or some such, right?
I did not hear your last sentence.
Would you agree that something that has a being that has a body, someone's proposing to call a god, is really not much more than something like an alien with psychic powers? Go ahead.
Well, are we using the word God in its classical usage, where God would be defined as a non-contingent entity?
I am going a bit beyond classical. I'm covering,
okay, good. So you're using the God in a less common way to refer to an entity that is superior in a supernatural sense to human beings. So maybe so. But if you're not using it in the classical sense of a non-contingent eternal being that would account and explain for the initial conditions of the universe, then I would say no.
Well, I mean, that kind of idea of a non-contingent thing that accounts for the initial conditions of the universe.
But what I don't understand.
The trick is that, as I'm saying, there are no such things as gods. Far more generally, I'm covering, a lot more ground. So, for instance,
kudos to you. Kudos for you.
There's a dichotomy, right, of beings with and without a body you may care to call God, right?
Well, the problem in these conversations online is I really don't see anybody that I'm aware of who is advocating for the existence of a God that is a contingent being. And I don't understand why the skeptic community is constantly invoking that usage of the term. Everybody that I witness...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nadia.
There are rather transphobic Dianic Wiccans that whose gods I would rather happily demonstrate the falsehood of. Go ahead.
Well, you may find some isolated people who are affirming that there is some entity that possesses powers greater than human beings and are contingent being, and they're called gods. But in these type of debate environments, I don't see anybody like that. So I don't know why atheists are including that usage of the term. I think that everybody's well aware that people like Seamus and myself and other theists are talking about the existence of a God in the classical usage that God would be defined as a non-contingent entity that would account for the initial conditions of the universe.
It doesn't really matter too much. I mean, if you're going to say, counter-argue in some respects, for instance, I'm quote unquote not covering all cases, then when I say there are no such things as God, that is, then at that point the matters of this extreme generality become extremely relevant, and I believe you have in the past. Actually, go ahead.
Was there a question at the end of that?
Wasn't really a question. I was saying
right.
These matters of extreme generality, like
So
the one
Kylo,
or the issues that I'm proposing right now, are actually something that has come up. I think you actually brought them up. That you were trying to at least make the claim that I couldn't disprove all gods. Go ahead.
well, maybe somebody could. I'm still waiting for somebody to do that.
To do what? Disprove all gods? So I
Well,
walked away for a sec.
I'm just when people talk about like and that's what made me respond to you, Kylo, is when people advocate being an atheist, are they affirming that no gods exist, or are they merely telling me about their personal psychological state, where they which would consist of
an atheist? Okay, I think an atheist is a person who does not believe in a supreme being at the time, right? So while this could change, because usually skeptics, they listen to reason and evidence, that opinion, or not, sorry, that belief could change. At this point in time, that is the case. And what you said before about why Christians are atheists to other religions based on definition, that cannot be true because a theist believes in a supreme being. So
well, that's correct. That's why it's inappropriate for somebody to say I'm atheistic toward the Islamic God or whatever.
Oh, they could say I'm atheistic towards every god that has been presented to me so far.
Oh, could I?
That would be much better. I would agree. That would be much more clear and wouldn't run into the problems.
Right. So that I think that's what atheism is. Sorry, Nadia wants to talk.
Well, I would suggest that even in I don't know, polytheistic pantheons where there isn't this thing designated as quote unquote supreme, I would deny the and perhaps even try to present disproofs of the existence of such things. Go ahead.
What's your belief, Darwin's?
Well, I think I've made that. I think that made that very clear many times. I'll be glad to repeat it again. I'm a theist. I presuppose that the Christian God exists. I believe that the concept of a God is the best explanation of why anything exists and exists in the form that it does.
Darwin's, I think my God's stronger than your God.
Maybe so. Maybe we'll have to have a contest.
But could I suggest, examining the question of whether you deem these things worthy of being called gods, they're beings of some kind. You're seeing some respect to personal entities in a way, or.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble because of your mic and a little bit of lag, what you were saying. Could you repeat that, Nadia, if it's directed toward me?
Would you say that things worthy of being called gods are personal entities?
Yeah, I would. If I use a basic operational definition of God, God would be defined as a non-contingent entity that possesses the properties and attributes of consciousness and intelligence, and the power to initiate the initial conditions of the universe. So it would, by definition, it would be a personal being.
Well, I'm covering more cases like Tsukuyomi and Ahura Mazda.
Are you referring to contingent beings? Because I don't.
Ahura Mazda is actually held to be contingent. Go ahead.
Well, I don't. My belief does not refer to a contingent being.
Why do you have to presuppose
Well,
that God exists?
so much matter as that is whether, I'm covering the cases of all these things that you would deem proposed gods, things you would say that when they're proposed, they would be proposing something you would call a god. Good?
Was there a question there?
Yeah, that was a question.
It wasn't clear to me. I'm trying not to be rude. My connection's not very good between you and
Yes,
me.
I'd like to know if this is covering the cases of all those things that you propose that you would say are worthy of being called gods. Good?
I still don't understand the question.
Do I need to speak more? So would it be better if I typed it out?
Sure. Or if someone could repeat what the question was. Now, while Nadia is doing that, Amin, your last question to me was?
Why it's necessary to presuppose that God exists?
Is it necessary?
For you, not in general.
Is it necessary?
Why is it necessary for you to?
Well, it's not necessary. I don't have to do it.
I mean, in order to believe in God, why do you have to presuppose that?
Why is it necessary for me to presuppose the Christian God?
Why do you have to presuppose the Christian God, right?
Oh, okay, good. Because if I were to presuppose another God, how would it account for example, me knowing things or making reality intelligible?
What?
For example,
what I'm saying is, why instead of using, I don't know, some sort of evidence or some sort of evidence or observations to point you towards God, why must you presuppose?
I'm an evidentialist. I'm not exclusively a presuppositionalist. And even let's say one of the great champions of the presuppositional approach, Greg Bahnsen, was an evidentialist himself. But he didn't use evidentialism exclusively, nor do I. I don't think that evidentialism is mutually exclusive to presuppositionalism. I think they're mutually complementary. I just don't merely and solely presuppose the Christian God. Okay, I'm just saying that is my starting point. Like some people presuppose that there is no God. Now, I just don't say that the Christian God exists because I merely and only presuppose him. There's a whole series of historical reasons why I and people like Seamus and others believe that the God exists, happens to be the Christian God. And probably one of the first and foremost reasons would be the historical accounts of the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
It just seems to me with evidence that you wouldn't have to presuppose it.
No, the idea of presupposing the Christian God is that whenever any two people enter into a conversation or a dialogue or debate, there is no neutrality. Neutrality is an absolute myth. So the presuppositionalist, someone like myself, or although Seamus is not overtly a presuppositionalist, just is we're being transparent about what we already do presuppose. Usually our opponents on the other side usually don't come out saying what they presuppose. So we're just being transparent as what we do already presuppose.
Like I presuppose the laws of logic.
You could. You could presuppose the uniformity of nature, but from a skeptic's point of view, and I'm assuming from all of my dealings with you that you are a skeptic. You might presuppose that, but how could you ever claim anything beyond a mere belief that that was the case?
So you don't claim beyond belief that God.
I do. We do. The people who presuppose the Christian God, such as myself and others, we claim that since if the Christian God exists, there are some things that he has made us all to know, not merely a belief. Now, that does not definitely state that we might be able to articulate how we know it, but we would still nonetheless know it if the Christian God exists, because the Christian God is omnipotent.
Well,
And it is
hold on. So if you can't articulate how you know it, then why am I why would I even believe you?
Because how shall I put this? Because in the Christian worldview, the Christian God makes us to know things, and if that's denied, then you are left in a with the option of absolute uncertainty. You can't really claim to know something. I can prove it to you right now. You don't affirm the Christian God, right, Amin?
Right.
Okay, good. Now, could you tell me what your basis is to know something beyond merely using the word know as just a synonym of believe? Knowing would be, we could use the term justified true belief. Some people don't like that, but I think it's fine for the sake of discussion. Okay, on what basis as a skeptic would you know something? Like, for example, do you have any basis to know that there's a uniformity of nature? Do you have any basis to know that that the laws of logic are universal and invariant?
Well, I don't really have any reason to believe that there is a God.
Okay, good. So in your worldview, what would be your basis for knowledge?
My basis for knowledge?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Well, I just explained to you that
I don't
the
have any
idea.
reason to believe that God exists. That's it.
Okay, well that's not okay, but that's not what I'm discussing. That's not what I'm discussing right now. I'm not asking you if you have any reasons to believe God exists. I'm trying to. I'm citing you as an example. I'm not picking on you, but I'm citing you as an example because you're a skeptic. In the Christian worldview, if the Christian God exists, by definition, there's a basis by which we can know something because the omnipotent God carries that out. Now,
I'm not sure how
if you deny
wait, hold on. But how you see you're still not. If you can't explain how God makes you know something, then I'm not sure how can you just simply affirm that God is making you know something. You can't even explain how.
Because if that God exists, then by definition he is omnipotent.
You're just saying if he exists, then you're right. You're just saying basically all you're saying is if you're right, then you're right.
No. Okay. Well, here's what you're misunderstanding. If X is the case, then Y necessarily follows. Do you understand that? Now,
so is
I'm not saying to you.
So how do you know that X is the case?
Okay. Well, I'm giving you an illustration that when we presuppose the Christian God, what we are saying is, if X exists, then Y necessarily follows. The presuppositional position is not if X exists, therefore X necessarily exists. That's not the position. What we are saying is, in the Christian worldview, since those of us who presume the Christian God exists, as he is defined and described, if that is the case, then we do know some things by virtue that the Christian God is omnipotent and he has declared and made known by his revelation that he has made us to know certain things. Now you can say, I don't accept that, which is fine. Now, but it would be okay. All right, let me just simplify it. If the Christian God did exist, would we know some things?
What? What?
Do I need to repeat the question?
The question, Zorkin, is incoherent.
If the Christian God exists as he is defined and described in the Bible, would we as human beings know some things?
I'm not sure what him existing has to do with us knowing anything.
Okay, that's not what I'm bringing up here.
But you said that God makes you know things.
Okay, I said if the Christian God exists as he is defined and described in the Bible declares that he has made us to know some things.
What things?
Now, if that God, for example, that he exists, that the world around us is real as opposed to an illusion, that the world that we live in is an orderly creation as opposed to chaos that just simply mimics order. All right. Now, if the Christian God exists, as he's defined and described, would we know some things, Ammon?
You just said that that's the case.
Ammon, if the Christian God exists, would we know something?
You literally just said that.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, do you agree with that?
I don't fucking know.
Okay, well,
I'm not even Christian. What the fuck do I care?
The answer to the question is yes, because it would be true by definition. If bachelors are defined as unmarried males, and we come across somebody who is a bachelor, then by definition it is true that they are an unmarried male.
Great.
Okay. Okay, good.
Darwin, would you agree that inductive reasoning is superior to deductive?
Could you repeat that?
Would you agree that inductive reasoning is better than deductive?
Well, I'll answer you no, but I that's a very strange question.
Because I mean, all you're really doing is you're forming this semantic argument where of course it's going to lead to the answer that you want. Anybody can
what
do
I'm
that.
saying is we have from my point of view we have two options, right? Either you affirm the Christian God exists or you don't. In the case that the Christian God might exist, then we can know something. In the case that the Christian God does not exist, the challenge is, how does one demonstrate that you can know something?
And I can answer that question. I mean, for example, by repeating the experiment and being seeing it done over and over and over and over again.
Well,
I mean, it's not. I mean, I mean, you already know this, but I mean, according to science, it's only a science if it can be falsifiable. But as long as it's not falsifiable, then it's considered to be true.
Okay, now.
Well, the problem is Darwin hasn't even explained how he can know things in his worldview.
I already
he just says that God makes him know things.
That's right, through God's.
Well, how does he do that? By what mechanism?
Well, he hasn't revealed that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Well, then fucking prove it.
Okay, good. Now, the problem with the view that you just said, Dion, there are a number of problems. One, must the uniformity of nature be true in order for observation testing and repeatability to have any semblance of reliability?
I would think so. I would think so.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, like for example, like I used to teach chemistry. I know that if I mix sodium and chloride together with a little bit of heat, then I'm going to form sodium chloride. And I know if I do it over and over again, it'll happen.
Excellent. Okay, good. Do you know, Dion, that the future will be like the past?
Okay, hold on.
No, I do not know that the future.
Okay, good. So you don't know. You do not know what future events will be by observing the past.
I know probability.
Okay, probabilities are not knowledge.
But I think that's what makes science humble, is that we recognize that there's there's probability.
Okay, Dion, in all due respect, a probabilistic conclusion does not excuse me. A probabilistic conclusion does not constitute knowledge.
Okay.
Let me give you a quick illustration. Let me give you a quick illustration to prove my point, Dion. I have a shoebox and it is filled with 5,000 pennies. Right? Now, one of the pennies is marked black. I shake the entire box. I reach into the box and I pull one penny out and I have my hand clenched over it. And you said yes.
Who are you talking to? Why is Dionysus answering?
I don't know. I'm trying to fucking see. Darwin's just trying to skate around that he can't know things in his own view.
No, I haven't skated around anything. I've answered directly all of your questions, Aman.
But you haven't explained how you can know things in your view.
Okay, well, I already answered you that I cannot give you the actual specific mechanisms by which an omnipotent God constructs my mental faculties so that I know certain things.
Okay, so we're in the same boat then.
No, you're not. It's an entirely different situation.
Neither of us can know anything.
No, that's simply not the case, because you
Oh,
see,
wow.
in the case of the Christian God,
Until you can explain, how you know things, until you can explain how you know things, then we're in the same boat,
well,
right?
here's where you're making your mistake. You are confusing not knowing some things that I therefore cannot know others. For example, it could be the case that God, through his omnipotence, could implant the combination to a lock. Correct?
What?
Can a supernatural God implant the combination number to a lock in my mind?
You'd have to explain how you can do that.
Can a supernatural God bring about that result?
You'd have to explain how.
Why? Why do I have to explain how? Isn't that kind of silly when we're talking with an omnipotent God? If a God is omnipotent, then that God can do all that is logically possible. So there is nothing that would prohibit.
Even if he could, you would have to explain how that's the case, and
Why do
before
I
you make the assertion that it is.
Why would I have to tell you the mechanism?
Because then, otherwise, you're not justified in believing that that's the case.
No, I could be justified if we start from the premise that if there is an omnipotent God, he can effectuate all instances that are not logically impossible. Do you agree with that?
I don't fucking know what you just said.
Okay. Can an omnipotent God effectuate all possible situations that are not logically incoherent?
No, if he's omnipotent, that doesn't necessarily mean that he can do illogical things.
Okay, I'll repeat the question again. Can an omnipotent God do all things that are logically possible?
Yes.
Okay, good. If the Christian God exists and is omnipotent, then it is logically possible for him to make me know something, even though you or I may not know the mechanism by which he does so.
Well, if we don't know the mechanism, then we're not justified in believing that that's the case.
Well, on what basis do you say that? The justification is that an omnipotent God can do it. Your failure
Or just because it's true doesn't mean that it's a justification.
Okay, our inability to know the actual specs of how an omnipotent God would effectuate a certain role does not logically contradict that if the Christian God exists, that he didn't do it.
My point is that you're asserting that that's the case.
Yeah, it would be true by definition, Aman.
Well, no, you're asserting that God makes you know things. That's what I mean.
Okay, no, I'm not asserting, Aman, God made you and me know things. That's not what my statement is. I said if the Christian God exists, then it is true by definition, by virtue of the Christian God existing, and it's logically entailed that we will know certain things. It's inescapable. It's true by definition. Every much as true as a bachelor is true by definition as an unmarried male. Okay? So, okay, I'm not saying to you, Aman, the Christian God exists, boom, you got to accept it. I said, if the Christian God exists, then XYZ necessarily follows. Okay? Now, you can sit there and say, well, I don't accept that. And I say, okay, fine. Since you don't accept that the Christian God exists and would necessarily make us know things, tell me, Aman, in your worldview as a skeptic, what would be foundationally necessary in order for you to know something?
I was fucking half listening. Say it again.
In your worldview as a skeptic, what would necessarily have to be true in order for you to know something?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, do you have the capacity in your worldview as a skeptic to know something?
Well, I know things.
Okay,
yes.
good. Must there certain things be true in order for you to know something?
Well, Well, in order for us to know something, I imagine we would have to have a brain, and we have to have some synapses firing.
I mean, if
What
knowledge
else?
is justified true belief, if knowledge is justified true belief, then it would have to be true.
Carlo, and I don't mean to be rude, but I kind of want to get back to what Darwin's and I was speaking about how I believe that things are probability, and we don't know for sure anything. I mean,
Okay, sure.
can we please finish that conversation?
Okay, so Dion is taking the position that you really don't know anything. What you're just a probabilistic.
I'm taking David Hume's position.
Okay, good. And I think David Hume's position, as you expressed it, would be correct. That without the Christian God, there's no means by which you could demonstrate you know something
David Hume was an atheist, but go ahead.
Well, I said skeptic.
Okay.
Okay. So if the skeptics say, I know something, I want to say, well, must the uniformity of nature be true in order to know something? Because I think it was Kylo who brought up the issue that, he has a brain, and a brain would be a prerequisite to know things. You said that, right, Kylo?
Yeah, sorry, I happened to be in a Skype call at the same time. And I thought you were talking to Dionysus. How come you talked to Amon? This is weird.
Well, because I had several people going back and forth with me. I'm trying to show deference to everybody.
Yeah,
I
apologize
deference to non-trolls. That is.
Amon, what Darwin's has done is he's shifted the burden, right? Because he doesn't want to merely claim that you need a justification for knowledge, because you can just presuppose that you know things. That's not a problem. It's not a problem to presuppose that you can know things, right? And I don't see how that's any different from what he's doing when by presupposing the Christian God, he's saying if the Christian God exists, then I can know things. Well, why not just cut the fat and presuppose that you can know things, right? Presuppose that knowledge is possible. But that's not the claim he wants to make. He wants to make the claim that knowledge is impossible on other worldviews. But he hasn't substantiated that claim, nor does he have an argument for that claim. So Darwin's, why don't you produce the argument for how atheists can't know things?
Now, who did you guys want me to respond to? Was it Kylo, Dion, or Amon?
Respond to one of them. My attention is split for the moment.
Okay, so I think Dion was closer to my position, where he admitted, based upon a Humean tradition, that you really can't claim to know things, and I think that's a correct conclusion in a skeptic's worldview.
Okay, Darwin, I'm gonna answer what you said. You can't claim to know things. What a skeptic does is they claim to know things based on the evidence they currently have. That belief, knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, can change given new knowledge. You understand?
Okay, good. Must the uniformity of nature be true in order to know things from your worldview as a skeptic?
Notice how Darwin's is dodging the question that I proposed, because I asked if he had an argument to demonstrate.
Notice how you jumped into the middle of a conversation that was already taking place.
Intentionally. I did that intentionally.
Yeah,
Seamus.
so you can wait
I don't give a fuck what you think, Seamus.
So you can wait your turn like everybody else.
I don't give a fuck what you think, Seamus. Not in the slightest. So you can fuck off as soon as possible, please. Now, Darwin.
Or you can be a man
actually having a conversation with Darwin, so instead of shutting down the conversation like you Power Rangers always do, why don't you just let these guys talk? They're adults, they can figure shit out for themselves.
Because I'm not interested.
No, if you want to have a conversation, you can hang around and we can get to your.
I'm not interested in
If you want to have a conversation.
Shamos, shut the fuck up, Shamos, please!
I'm not interested in giving this douchebag a platform to pick on people.
Well, we're not interested in letting you wreck our conversation. So you've got about 5 seconds.
Hold on a second. Shamos, hold on a second. Kylo, am I picking on you?
I feel like you are talking down to people, but I won't consider that picking.
Kylo,
this is fine. It's fine.
Kylo, am I picking on you?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Dion, am I picking on you?
I think you're well behaved today.
Okay. Amin, was I picking on you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you not call me out and start to question me, Amin?
I was picking on you too.
Okay, so how was I picking on you and responding to your questions?
You were trying to.
So if I answer you in good faith, do you conclude that that's picking on you, Amin?
You don't answer anyone in good faith.
Okay, so far there's been an accusation that I'm picking on people.
I really don't have the patience.
And
oh my God, Darwin, fucking let me speak. I
Sure,
really
go
don't
ahead.
fucking have the patience for this right now.
Sure,
Okay,
go
I
ahead.
don't have any pot, and you're fucking really pissing me off.
What was that? You don't have any pot, and I'm ticking you off?
Yes, that's right.
Helps people relax sometimes, you know. It's,
Okay, so I'm here having a conversation with three people, and now we have a power troll coming into the room, shrieking that I'm picking on people.
You single out who you perceive to be weak atheists, right? And then you want to pounce on them because all you care about is winning.
he's having a conversation with 3 people out of the 10 in the room. What do you? Is it just fucked up that you're calling people in the room weak atheists? Hey, look, guys, Josh thinks you're all philosophically retarded, and Darwin's is trying to debate every single one of you. Don't care who it is, and by virtue of you being you, it pisses Josh off.
This is really shameless.
I said that he perceives them as weak atheists, right?
He's talking to the only atheist in the room. He's engaging all of them. He didn't go pick out weak atheists. He's talking to the ones in the room.
See how insulted they are?
Listen, I think we can all agree that Darwin's is suffocating us with his monopoly money and that we desperately need Power Rangers to come and save us.
You know what's funny, Iron? The more that this goes on, the power trolls, I like to call them the power trolls instead of the Power Rangers, they are embarrassing themselves even in the atheist community.
Yeah, this is bad. If there were 5 atheists in the room and Darwin's was singling out the most retarded person, you might have a point. But if there's 3 or 4 atheists in the room and Darwin's is engaging every single one of them, you have a moot point. You're just being like, you just make yourself look fool.
Did you notice, Seamus, when you were going toe-to-toe with Godless Girl, nobody came in the room and accused you of picking on Godless Girl?
You've decided to shift this to personal attacks, but I came in here, right, to show that Darwin's doesn't have an account for his worldview, and in fact can't have an account for his worldview. So I'm happy that you decided to shift this to personal attacks. But
where did I personally attack you, Josh?
Well,
I'm trying to tell you that your reasoning is flawed. I'm not personally attacking you by saying you have flawed reasoning.
Seamus, you're really driving the conversation off the road right now.
Your reasoning is flawed because you're saying that he's picking on
Seamus, you're really driving the conversation off the road right now. You're really driving. Seamus, you're really driving.
So your inference is that all of the atheists in the room are weak.
Seamus,
so
you're
is
really
it
fucking
Darwin's
driving
fault
the fucking
that they're weak
conversation off the
atheists?
fucking road right now.
Amen. Come on, bud.
I'm not saying that Darwin won't perceive all 3 of them to be weak atheists and he won't come in here and attack them all. I'm saying he has the intention of attacking who he believes to be weak atheists.
Isn't this amazing?
Well, listen.
I mean, it's really starting to turn into a psychiatric disorder.
Well, hold on. By virtue of them being weak atheists, look, they're here. They're in a religious debate community. And if they're here, they're on the table. They're free game. Okay? You don't need to come... You don't need to come to anybody's rescue.
I don't see why that standard shouldn't apply to him either. So I come in here, he's going to...
You're right. You're totally... No, Josh does have a point there. You're totally right. Your objection should be able to get answered. I think that at a certain point, perhaps now, since every other objection's been answered, circulate your objection. I'm not saying that you should be ignored, Josh. I'm just saying busting in here on a conversation and wanting your answer right then and there in the middle of a conversation is a dick move.
Yeah, I was waiting to ask the same question Josh was asking, though. So I didn't really see him as being interrupting so much, but I had the same question. So the question was for Darwin. Are you saying that...
James, if you're going to merely repeat what the power troll does, just to let you know that it is my policy that when somebody repeats or regurgitates this identical or nearly same questions from the power trolls, I don't answer them, because you see, I have made it a policy that because of their past bad trolling behavior, I'm not going to play their games. Now, if you, James, in all due respect to you, and I'll shut up in 10 seconds, if you have an original question for me, that is not parroting what the power
how
troll
convenient.
says, I'll humor you.
How fucking convenient.
How is that?
Yeah, for sure.
Won't engage questions from us?
It is the same. Well, let me shut up for a second. Then.
Just
Go
because
ahead,
it's the
Dio.
same question doesn't. There's no reason why you shouldn't answer the question just because it's coming from a different person.
Okay, so Dion, before we were so rudely interrupted, I think that you're closer to my position and Seamus's position than the skeptics one. That unless there is a means by which you can know something, the skeptics are in a position of just uncertainty. There's no real way to know something. I find it amusing, especially when they bring up the falsification criteria, because in order to falsify something, you have to know something is true and then demonstrate a contradiction. Do you agree with that, Dion?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part. What was the last part?
Yeah. The power trolls like to raise the issue of falsification. Other people think they think it's a good, sophisticated argument. In order to falsify something, you would have to know that something is true, not merely believe that something is true, and then show that there's a contradiction. But the falsification criteria is generally invoked in terms of empiricism.
I don't believe that I don't believe that you have to have absolute knowledge in order to still try to falsifiable. I mean, I don't believe. I don't believe that you have to have absolute knowledge. For example, that when you put sodium and chlorine together, that you can.
Okay. Well, here's the mistake. Here's the mistake, because then you're not actually. Then what you're saying is you're not saying something is true. You're saying it's more likely. Okay.
I said that from the very beginning.
Okay, good. Well, if you say something is more likely, then you can't demonstrate a contradiction. Okay. Only by comparing and contrasting two propositions, one that would be deemed true and the other one that would contradict it, can you falsify something. So just by saying that it's more likely to be true or not, that's not a falsification.
Okay, now Dionysus, let me explain why he's misrepresenting the view, because no one said anything about falsification and things having to be true in order to believe in falsification. What we said is that in order for there to be evidence for propositions, because Darwin's believes that there's evidence for the proposition that God exists, well, in order for there to be evidence for the proposition that God exists, it must be falsifiable, right? And if he wants to contest the proposition that it must be falsifiable in order to have evidence for it, then he's going to need to explain how there can be evidence for unfalsifiable propositions, but he hasn't done that.
All right, so can I just get up to speed on this, because I'm coming in late. So Darwin's wants to make the claim that knowledge is not possible on the atheistic worldview, right? Has he given an argument? Has he given an argument for that claim?
That's what I said, but he avoided that question and said he wouldn't talk to me, and then Seamus was derailing from that point.
Josh, he doesn't. Hold on, Jack. Josh, I told you to go ahead and circulate your objection. Now that this conversation seems to be at a pause, I said your objection should be raised and it should be answered. Don't bullshit me, man.
Okay, so he doesn't actually have an argument for the claim, is that right? He can't actually defend the claim that knowledge is not possible on the atheistic worldview? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And then he started talking.
So then, well, wait a minute. Before you go on there, all right. But so then, he doesn't actually actually defend it. He just has an assertion that it's not possible, right?
Well, ask him directly. Ask him directly. Ask Darwin directly.
Darwin's. Do you have an argument in support of the claim that knowledge is not possible on the atheistic worldview? Do you have an argument?
James, do you recall what I mentioned to you about my policy about the power trolls?
Oh, not to mention, James, by the way, I have a policy of asking Darwin's questions exclusively that he's unable to answer. right? That's my policy. My policy, James, is that I only ask Darwin's questions that I know he can't answer, right? And you know what his policy is? His policy is to construct a set of excuses for not answering the questions that he can't answer because he can't actually defend his positions. All right, Josh. So he doesn't have an argument.
Well,
so
wait. He hasn't.
To say
but Darwin.
Darwin's went on to say he doesn't
I think I
have
can
an
help
argument.
this.
We've
I
already
think I can help
established
this.
that. So
I think I
Josh,
can help
what were
this.
you going to say? What did Darwin's go on to say after that? After he failed to produce an argument?
Before we move on to that, Darwin. To be fair, when you say that only that if the Christian God you said if the Christian God exists, we would know certain things. So when you said that, I was thinking from an atheist perspective. Are you saying that only if the Christian God exists that we can know certain things? Is that what you're saying? That was my original question before any of this.
Well, you could have a situation where there was another God posited, and that God made you to know things, but that would have to be argued for.
Okay, so only in the case that there is another God would it be possible that we would know certain things?
Let me ask you this question, James. You're a Christian, right?
Well, what's the argument for the claim?
Okay, good. Okay, you presuppose that the Christian God exists and that He has made us to know things, right, James?
Not necessarily. But I just want to understand what you're saying.
James, does Romans 1 say that God has made us to know some things?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'm not.
But I only know
so
that
you
because
share
of the
that
Bible.
presupposition with me, right?
I guess
James?
I'm not seeing though what the reason is to believe that
Okay.
God has made. Excuse me, I was talking.
How would somebody in another worldview
I'm not seeing
be able
what
to
the
explain?
reason is.
Hold on.
Excuse me. Will somebody?
Darwin, I have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
Somebody with mod powers unbroadcast Darwin's while I'm talking, since he's talking over.
But Darwin,
so,
you're asking
my
the atheist from the Christian worldview.
I'm not
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Who was talking first? Was Jack talking first?
That
No,
God
he wasn't.
endows human
No, he
beings
wasn't.
with knowledge. Excuse me.
This is a pretty quick question, actually.
Go ahead, Iron.
I'm not seeing what actually justifies
Go ahead, Iron.
Excuse me, Darwin's is muting me. Can somebody with mod powers
Jack, this will be really quick. This is just a quick question.
All right,
go ahead, Iron.
So you said that you presuppose the Christian God and all that, and then you're asserting that different things can only be known if a certain God exists, right? So like you're open to alternative gods existing to be argued for, correct?
Well, if somebody wanted to argue for that, they could.
Right. So I guess my question is, if you're presupposing that your God exists and that gods have to exist for knowledge to be gained, doesn't that imply automatically that whether atheists believe there's a God or not, that they're representing some form of God?
I didn't understand the last question. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. So if you're saying that gods have to exist by default for people to know things, and atheists claim to know things, but they profess that they don't believe in a God.
Is there anybody arguing for any other deities?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Aren't they arguing for a deity just by default, whether they believe in it or not?
No, they're not. Because why would they? Because they're skeptics. Well, they've already ruled that out.
At no point.
They would have to be arguing contrary to their own viewpoint.
Look,
right, but the Christian perspective typically is that atheists are doing the work of an entity like Satan, whether they're aware of it or not, right? So an atheist could...
Oh, no. It's not that inclusive. All non-believers who are not born again are doing the work of the devil.
Well, I want to know
not just atheists.
For the claim,
I don't see how you can say
for the claim that there must be a God in order for knowledge to be possible. What's the justification?
He doesn't have a justification.
So does that answer your question?
Excuse me, I was talking.
No, it just seems as though you're just enforcing a certain God for them, right? So like you're forcing Satan to be their God.
Well, generally, Iron, this debate on knowledge is usually a debate between those who presuppose the Christian God versus those who hold a skeptic worldview. I'm not really aware that there's anybody here in the community that is actually genuinely holding to the position that there's another deity that has made them to know things. So
well, wait a minute.
The issue centers around. Excuse me, I'm talking. The issue really centers around the presupposition that Christian God exists versus those whose worldview stems from skepticism, Iron.
Well, wait a minute. A debate consists of arguments. So has Darwin presented any argument whatsoever, Iron? Or can somebody else tell me? Has he presented any argument?
Yeah, he said if another God existed, that would be, a way for knowledge to come about. So
yeah, I think I understand what you guys are saying.
What is his argument? Sorry, James. What is Darwin's argument for the claim that knowledge is not possible on the atheistic worldview? And what is his argument for the claim that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview? Has he given an argument for either of those?
Well, let's see. So Darwin, what I would want to understand from you, from the way you're explaining things, without a God existing, can knowledge exist?
I'm not aware that it could.
So you don't have an argument against it not being possible.
James, since you asked me that question, in your understanding, you seem to be a pretty smart guy. Are you aware of any argument or good reasoning that has been articulated by skeptics or atheists about how actual knowledge is possible in a worldview that's held by a skeptic, James?
How is knowledge possible on a Christian
worldview?
I'm
sorry, James, I can't hear you. Someone's talking over you,
How is knowledge possible
Go ahead,
on a
James.
Christian worldview?
I'm sorry, James.
Excuse
James,
me?
I can't hear you, James. Go ahead, James.
How is knowledge possible?
Do we have? Is there
Christian
a
worldview?
moderator here? I can't hear James.
Can you stop over talking me,
Go
Darwin?
ahead, James. Go ahead.
Jack, right after this, Jack, right after this. Let me just respond to him.
Thank you, James. That's good. Now I can hear you, James.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with that argument, right? But Darwin, you just said you're not aware of how knowledge could exist in a universe or a world where a God didn't exist. And what is why do you say that? Why do you say that knowledge couldn't exist without a God?
Wait, it's my turn to speak. Excuse me, it's my turn to speak. You said after you, right, James? It's my turn to speak.
Yeah, I asked him the question you wanted to ask him.
Well, he'll get a chance to answer the question. He'll get a chance to answer the question after. He'll get a chance to answer the question after I finish speaking. So Darwin said, "Are you aware of any argument given by an atheist for how knowledge is possible on an atheistic worldview?" Right? Now, what I'm not understanding is does Darwin's have an argument for how knowledge is possible on a Christian worldview? Because so far I haven't seen any arguments from Darwin.
Jack, what do you mean by argument? What do you mean by argument?
I mean a set of premises that are linked together by an invalid inference rule, right, that results in a conclusion, right? Does he have any arguments? He clearly doesn't have an argument for the claim that knowledge is not possible on the atheistic world.
He was about to explain that.
So
he was about to explain that.
So instead, in a second. So then he said, "Are you aware of any argument by an atheist for how knowledge is possible on an atheistic worldview?" But see, what's interesting about that question is it implies that Darwin has an argument for how knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview. Now, let me just ask this question. Has Darwin given an argument for how knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview? Has he given an argument for that?
No.
He hasn't.
He thinks he has.
Oh, really? And what was the argument that he thought he gave?
Well, it's an invalid inference, but he thinks that in virtue of God's omnipotence, God can make you know things.
Oh, but that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow from the fact that God can do all logically possible things, that it's therefore logically possible for God to give you knowledge. So an invalid argument is not going to work, is it, Darwin?
So, James, you presupposed a Christian God, right? Right, James?
No, I know properties of God through the Bible, characteristics of God through the Bible. So
okay, good. So you don't hold that the Christian God exists, James?
I do. I know that only
Okay,
because
so then you right now you presuppose the Christian God exists, correct?
No, I know that because he revealed himself to us.
Okay, but right now God has revealed to you, but that is your starting presupposition in conversations like this.
Sure.
Now, okay, good. Now, so I think it's fair to say that yes, God has revealed it to you, but you also presuppose what you know in a conversation. Now, having said that, do you agree with me in your worldview that everything that exists that is external to God is contingent upon God? Do you agree with that, James?
Sure. Yes. Yes. Of
Okay,
course.
good. Now, in your worldview, is it possible for anything to exist without God?
Of course not. But we're talking
good,
about
good. So I'm talking about your worldview. I'm not talking about a skeptic's worldview. You're asking me a question. Your question necessarily comes from your worldview. Okay. Now in your worldview, everything that does exist or might possibly exist would absolutely and unequivocally be contingent upon that God, right?
Yes, but the question is
Okay,
the God that I believe
good.
in.
Therefore, nothing outside of God can exist without that God that you presuppose. Have you not just acknowledged that?
Of course, but
Okay,
the question is
good.
a hypothetical question.
Then James, based upon your worldview, case closed.
Well,
No,
so you
we're
still
trying to
haven't.
approach the
So you
question from
still
an
haven't
atheist.
answered.
But wait, we're trying to approach the question from an atheistic perspective, right? And say if
I
God doesn't
can't
exist,
do
if God,
Well, no, not even from an atheistic perspective.
I can't do that, James. I
Not
don't
even
presuppose atheism.
Not even from an atheistic perspective, James, right? Saying that you presuppose knowledge is possible isn't an argument to show that knowledge is possible. So the question is, does Darwin's have a justification for his belief that knowledge is possible? Because remember, Darwin's view is that beliefs that don't have a justification are pure fantasy, right? So in order for him to not have a belief that knowledge is possible, which is pure fantasy, he's going to have a justification for that belief. Now, justifications come in forms, right? Forms. There can be an a priori argument to show that his belief that knowledge is possible is true. So he could give an argument, an a priori argument, that his belief that knowledge is possible is true. Then it would be a justified belief. Or he could provide evidence that he has knowledge, right? He could cite some evidence that he has knowledge, right? So he'd have to show that the belief that he has, the proposition that he has knowledge, generates certain predictive expectations which are confirmed by observation. So Darwin's, is your belief that knowledge is possible on your worldview a justified belief, or is it pure fantasy? And if your answer is that it's a justified belief, we'd like to hear how you justify it by either giving an argument, an a priori argument, in support of your claim that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview, or you can present some evidence that confirms your belief that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview. So I can't wait. I can't wait to hear you justify your belief and show us that it's not pure fantasy. Go ahead, Dodger.
Okay, so James, you were talking about like from a skeptic's worldview. Do you think that skeptics hold to the position that knowledge is based upon probability? Do you think that that's their view, James?
Well, I'd rather hear from them, like how.
Well,
how
James,
do you justify knowledge?
Questioning me. You
An atheist. Let's ask an atheist.
James, there are certain power trolls that I don't dialogue with the room. There are other atheists that are non-trolls that I do dialogue with. But you started questioning me, so out of courtesy, I'm responding to you. I'm attempting to dialogue with you since you posed questions to me. Now I'm asking.
I'd like to address that.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, what I'm
James.
Okay,
Can
I'd
I
like
get
to address
my
that.
question now, James.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, James. Do you think that the skeptics are claiming that they have knowledge, that it is just based upon probability, or is it something more in your view, James?
I don't know.
Okay, good. Well, then there's no point in discussing any further about what the skeptics' view are vis-a-vis my conversation with you.
It doesn't seem like even if one presupposes. I'm sorry,
I can't hear you, James. Go ahead.
We can
Go
ask
ahead,
the atheist.
James. I can't hear you. There's somebody talking over you. Go ahead, James.
It doesn't seem
James,
like
I'm sorry, I
Darwin's
can't
can
hear you.
even.
Someone's
It
talking
doesn't
over
seem
you.
like even that
Go ahead,
Darwin's
James.
can.
What I'm
It
saying is there
doesn't
are
seem
atheists in
like
the room.
Darwin's
We can
can.
ask.
I can't hear you, James.
Doesn't
Go
seem
ahead.
like Darwin's can
I
provide.
can't hear you, James. There's somebody talking over you.
Excuse me.
Go
It
ahead,
doesn't
James.
seem like Darwin's can provide a justification.
James, are you there?
Can
I
somebody
can't
mute
hear you.
Darwin's?
James, are you there? Go ahead,
Please?
James.
Let Jack say what he's saying. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like Darwin's can justify it on a Christian worldview. He keeps saying, I'm not a skeptic, right? So therefore, I don't have to justify it to a skeptic, right? But the question is, how even on a Christian worldview can he justify his claim, right?
Okay,
and so he would have to resort to the same methods of justification that he would on a skeptic worldview, right? Because what it means to have a justified belief is that you have an a priori argument that it's true or that you have evidence that it's true. Now, James, let me ask you a question. Has Darwin's, even on a Christian worldview, presented any argument or evidence whatsoever for his belief that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview? And that, in fact, that he has knowledge. And if he has, please tell me what the argument or the evidence is.
Yes, he did, but
well,
we
James,
can't
I had
provide.
asked you a question. James, would you like me to repeat the question? Because I didn't hear an answer.
I want to know what the argument is.
So James,
what's the argument that James
the question
said?
that I
James
had
said
asked.
Okay,
James
yeah.
said that there was an argument.
I'll give you both. I'll give it to you both.
I want
I'm
to
being
know what the
interrupted here.
argument was.
Jack, I will.
James said there
Darwin.
was an argument.
Yes.
What's
I'll give
the
it.
argument that he gave? What's
The
the
question
argument that he gave?
James, I'll repeat the question that you
What's
didn't
the
weren't given an
argument
opportunity
that
to answer.
Darwin's gave?
James,
What's
I'll
the
repeat the
argument?
question that you weren't given an
Can somebody
opportunity to answer.
Can somebody mute Darwin's, please?
James,
What's
you want
the
me to
argument?
repeat my question to you?
Can somebody mute
James,
Darwin's,
James,
please?
would you like me to repeat the question?
Okay.
James.
Moderators, can you please mute
James,
Darwin's?
would you like
I
me to
want to
repeat
hear
the
what
question?
the
Darwin,
argument
stop.
is.
Please. Fuck's sake.
Well, I asked James
What's the
a question.
argument?
You need me to
What's
repeat
the
question,
argument?
James.
What's the argument that James says
Is
Darwin's
there
has
a
given?
moderator in the room? Can we have some moderation in here? Okay, so James, the question I had asked you.
What's the argument?
Is there a moderator in the room?
I can't respond for atheists.
What is the argument?
Okay,
that
well,
James
I
said?
know you can't respond because you keep on being interrupted. So, James, the question.
Okay, look, he said he can't respond for atheists. Okay? I'll go, Jack.
Now, what's the argument?
Okay,
what's
so
the argument,
James, do you
James?
need me to repeat the
What's
question?
the argument? Can you please keep Darwin muted until James
Jack,
answers the question?
I'll give it to you right after he asked me this. I'll give him the short, simple answer, and then I'll tell you right after, Jack.
Okay, James, do you need me to repeat the question?
Okay.
James, do you?
Go ahead, Darwin.
repeat
Yes.
Okay, good. Since you said that you don't know that atheists would base knowledge on a probabilistic claim, what other basis, other than maybe appealing to probability, could an atheist claim to know something? What would that be, James?
Well, that's a new question. The previous question, I can't respond for an atheist, and we have atheists in the room, so it'd be good to ask them how they justify knowledge
I have asked
and their worldview.
I have asked atheists that question, and I
James
really haven't
is
gotten
supposed
a
to be
really good
answering
answer to
my
that question.
question
Excuse
now.
me,
Yeah,
James,
and then so now
I've
let me
asked that
respond to Jack.
question.
So now,
James
I'm
said
gonna
he was
respond
going
to
to
Jack.
answer my question.
So what
I have to go anyway, James.
What Darwin
Oh,
said.
you have to go before giving any arguments. You have to go. Is that right? Is that right, coward? Is that right? That ass raping got to be a little bit too much for you, coward?
So Jack, what he used the Bible, obviously.
Would you like to leave us with a parting argument to go, coward? Would you like to leave us with a parting argument? You can't actually defend your claim, right? That knowledge is not possible on the Christian worldview, can you?
He presupposes God based on the Bible, but then he can't give a mechanism.
That's not an
all it is.
argument.
That's all it is. He can't give the mechanism.
That's not an argument.
As far as how God implants the knowledge. That's all. That's all he said. He can't give you the mechanism. We don't have access to that information.
I asked you if he gave an argument, and you said yes, he gave an argument. Saying he presupposes it is not an argument. I'm asking, what is the
Right,
argument
I think Jack's right
that
on that
justifies
one.
the presupposition? I'm asking, what is the argument
Well, that was his response anyway.
Okay, so he doesn't have an argument, is that right?
Yeah, you'd have to ask him.
I love these meltdowns.
Now, why don't you ask him?
It might help.
I love these meltdowns.
Why don't you ask him, James, what the argument is?
Yeah, Darwin, if you could repeat from the Christian worldview how we know things based on God existing.
You mean the actual specifications?
Just the response you gave earlier, as far as how we can know things.
Well, we know things due to God's omnipotence and His will. That He brings about the state of affairs, that we know certain things. This is openly and clearly declared in Scripture. All right. Now, James, since you said you don't know how an atheist would know something based upon mere probability, and you also said you don't know how an atheist could know something outside of or other than a probability, then I guess the atheists are really stymied about how they could know something.
It doesn't follow from the fact that God is omnipotent that knowledge is possible. So the question was, do you have an argument to show that it's possible, right? Because God's omnipotence doesn't entail that knowledge is possible, right? And your claim is that it's possible. So you can't appeal to a non sequitur, an invalid inference, to establish that, right? There's no inference from the fact that God is omnipotent to the fact that knowledge is possible. So do you have an argument in support of that claim? Would you like to leave us with that argument before you run away?
So James, by what means would a skeptic have the basis or foundation by which they can know something, James?
By what means would a
Jack's
Christian?
I'm sorry, I have to mute something. Go ahead, James.
Are you going to respond to Jack's question?
By what means? Excuse me. By what means would a Christian?
I've already explained that, James.
So you
stop muting me. So if you're going to ask the question,
I'm sorry. What was your response, James?
Excuse me.
You don't have to ask me any more questions.
Oh, okay. So we're done, James. Okay, we're done then. Thank you, James.
Yeah. So note, I'd just like everyone in the room to note that in fact, it doesn't follow from the fact that God is omnipotent that knowledge is possible. And in fact, Darwin's deity never gave an argument for the claim that knowledge is only possible on the Christian worldview. He said that God is omnipotent.
He never even gave an argument to show that it was possible on the Christian worldview at all, let alone only on the Christian worldview. So he doesn't have an argument for the claim that it's not possible on the atheistic worldview. He doesn't have an argument for the claim that it's possible on the Christian worldview, and he doesn't have an argument for the claim that it's only possible on the Christian worldview. Now notice that he asked a question, which was, how is knowledge possible for a skeptic? That was the question that he asked. But of course, he's only asking that question, right? That would only be an interesting question if it was the case that he can actually account for having knowledge on his worldview, right? He wants to say, well, if the skeptic can't provide a justification for this, then he's justified. But that isn't a justification, right? So we want to know, what is the justification for the belief that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview. And he has no justification whatsoever. So Amon, is Amon still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember what it was that I heard him ask you. Do you remember? He tried to box you into a corner.
Yeah.
And I wanted to comment on that.
I forget. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, he said, of course, that do you grant that God is omnipotent, right?
Right.
But of course, saying that it's logically possible, saying that God can do all logically possible things, doesn't show that knowledge is possible, right? And of course, even if it were possible, right, that doesn't actually show that God gives knowledge, right? He'd need a further argument for that. So he'd first need an argument to show that knowledge is possible on the Christian worldview. And then he'd need an argument to show that, in fact, what God has given him is knowledge. That would require a separate argument.
Yeah.
Now, you'll notice that Darwin said one interesting thing when he was talking to you, which is he said, I don't know by what mechanism, right, God actually affects my brain or my mind so that I have the beliefs that I have.
Yeah,
right?
I noticed. Yeah, I definitely noticed that.
But we can be prepared to grant that God has the capacity to alter the beliefs of human beings as he wishes, right? That
Right.
wouldn't be sufficient for establishing knowledge. In fact, it wouldn't be sufficient even if they were true beliefs, because knowledge is not merely true belief, it's at the very least justified true belief, right? So the fact that God can cause you to have true beliefs doesn't mean that those beliefs are justified. You'd need a further argument to show that the beliefs you have are in fact justified beliefs.
Yeah.
And of course, that's leaving aside the problem that justified true belief doesn't seem to be a sufficient criterion for knowledge because of the Gettier objections, which of course we know perfectly well that Darwin has no way to respond to, since he doesn't even understand the Gettier case.
Yeah.
So next time he tries that bullshit, you'll hopefully be in a stronger position to humiliate him.
With Jack, I mean, so basically, the most honest approach would be skepticism, though. Would you agree with that?
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, would you agree with that, though, or you don't think skepticism is the more honest?
I don't see why it's more honest. It might be for some people, but I don't see why it has to be.
I mean, wasn't that Hume's argument, though?
I think Hume made an argument about induction that said that we couldn't justify our inductive inferences. We just had to assume them. We had to assume that they were possible.
So what is your basis for knowledge, then?
I mean, I don't think that there's any problem presupposing that we have the ability to acquire facts about the world. And if you ask what is your justification for that presupposition, right, then you're just going to have to deal with the Munchausen trilemma, right? So either you're going to have an infinite regress of justifications, and that would be true on the Christian worldview as well.
But you're not a foundationalist, Jack, so you wouldn't be responding to the Munchausen trilemma through foundationalism. You would be taking the circularity argument from coherentism. So I find that as an inconsistency in your position, that you'd be referencing something that you don't even hold to. Like, you're not even a foundationalist yet. So what you would do is you have to come up with a story. Like, I don't presuppose reason and logic and knowledge and this shit. You'd come up with some crafty, coherentist story like, Well, I draw on my experiences, and I've never presupposed. I just the sum total of my experiences, and I experience the world in such a way. But so you don't presuppose these things, do you? Or do you? Because
well, if you have two worldviews that are coherent, right? That both explain the facts as known equally well. By what criterion would you appeal to one over the other rather than presupposition? Rather than saying that your prior probabilities favor one over the other, what could you appeal to?
Well, my critique wasn't an appeal. My critique is that I always was on the view that coherentists don't take a foundationalist view. For example, my understanding, and I could be wrong, in relation to the Munchausen trilemma, foundationalist takes the first option of an axiom. Coherentist takes the second option of circularity, and then whoever the idiot is takes the option of an infinite regress. So how are you claiming foundationalism as a coherentist? Wouldn't that be like an epistemological inconsistency because they contradict each other? And your theory of truth being that it's not what constitutes reality, you can't make a foundational claim.
If you have two coherent worldviews, right? By what criterion do you use between the two?
So what are you saying, that these two worldviews seem to be a different wording of the same account, therefore you're able to move in between coherentism and foundationalism while simultaneously rejecting and using two different theories of truth?
I'm saying that if you have two different sets of propositions that were eternally self-consistent and that both explained the facts that seem to hold, right, the facts that require explanation, the empirical facts, right, that if you were to say, I favor one of these over the other, right, you'd be appealing to prior probabilities, which is the same thing as presupposition.
Well, I mean, it seems as if the coherentist doesn't want to admit that the foundational claim and the coherentist claim are, God, I can't think of the word, where they're the same. God, you need to throw that word out like a million times a day.
The point is that even the coherentist has to grant that there could be two different sets of propositions that are internally self-consistent, that equally explain the same data, right? Can equally explain experience. And so in that case, there isn't some further criterion they can appeal to settle the dispute as to which one is correct, right? I mean, there might eventually down the line be one, right? There could eventually be some observation that would favor one or the other, for example. But if there isn't, right, if somebody's going to favor one over the other, all they're going to be able to do is appeal to presuppositions.
Yeah, but the coherentist doesn't want to say that they presuppose things. Like, the coherentist wants to say that I don't start from an axiom. I start from a position that's justified through a circular nature. So it wouldn't say, look, I have an axiom, this is an unjustifiable position, this is my starting point, I'm not going to try to justify this. From my understanding, the coherentist wants to respond to the Munchausen trilemma by evoking some reason, and then may give another reason or another reason or another reason, but eventually those reasons will circulate back. Okay?
No, that's not how I understand it. The metaphor that I understand it is it's like stones in the arch of a bridge, right, where all the stones are mutually supporting, and if you take out one of the stones, they all collapse.
No, I agree with you. That's a good analogy of coherentism, but I'm giving an analogy to the coherentist response to Munchausen. So the coherentist response to Munchausen is they're going to give an answer, and they may give the very next answer may be the very same as the answer, or eventually they're going to work back into a circular, reaffirming the same answer they originally gave. While the foundationalist will not do that. He'll say, this is a starting point. I'm not going to say and try to re-justify that point. It's unjustifiable. And then the third person just goes on an infinite regress, and he never ever recirculates the same justification. He just offers another and another and another and another infinitely. But you as a coherentist may offer 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30, but eventually they will circulate. They have to, because you're not a foundation.
No, the idea is that you offer the set of propositions all at once. It's not linear. You don't say, oh, this one is supported by this one, which is supported by this one, and then it comes back on a circle, right?
Well, one has to come before the other. Like, if we were going to ask, because when we're talking about foundational beliefs, we're talking about what is the very first, what is the foundation, what is the core. So when I start probing, you can't just claim all these other things, because I'm asking you for the way to justify these things. So then when you say, so you respond to Munchausen, well, my justification is this. And then I say, okay,
it's not linear on the coherentist view. If it were linear, right, then you could eventually come around to the beginning proposition. But it's not. It's a total set of propositions which are given at once, and there are relations of reinforcement within that total set of propositions, where some propositions offer support for others, and other propositions, and those propositions offer support to other propositions, and so on. Now the problem is that somebody else could offer a different set of propositions that have the same kinds of relations as the set of propositions that are given by the first person, right? And so then the question is going to be, well, if we don't have any evidence that favors one set of propositions over the other, and they're both internally self-consistent, what can we appeal to, right, to allow us to favor one over the other? Seems to me that all you're going to be able to appeal to there is prior probabilities until certain evidence arises, right, that would settle the question between the two competing worldviews. So I don't think that's going to be anything particularly different from what the foundationalist is going to say. They're just going to say, well, you know, this is where my intuitions, this is where, you know, these are the intuitions upon which everything else is built.
No, they're not. I don't like the word intuition there, but the foundationalists will say basically that statement without the intuitions. They're saying, look, there's a foundational starting point that I have that I use these things to justify everything else. They can't go any lower because all these set of things are what I use to justify everything else. And these things cannot be justified without invoking them, right?
But they're going to have to bottom out in intuitions. You can't build. No,
they can bottom out in experience. They can bottom out in experience.
Well, experience is intuition.
Right? I think we mean something different.
What I mean by intuition.
When I experience a blowjob, I don't intuit a blowjob.
What I mean by intuition is pre-theoretical seeming, right?
What I mean by experience is getting a blowjob.
Well, fine. There can be a pre-theoretical seeming to a blowjob, right?
How do I intuit a blowjob? I'd love to.
There can't be a pre-theoretical seeming to a blowjob?
Tell me what you mean by pre-theoretical seeming. I'm not too hip to that lingo.
Before you develop a conceptual analysis, right, that makes sense of your experience. You have the experience itself, right, and then you can theorize the experience by engaging in a conceptual analysis that will allow you to make sense of the experience.
That's just some type of reasoning. I don't consider that reasoning as an intuition. I kind of consider.
No, I didn't say reasoning was the intuition. I said that
you seem to be giving an account of what I think is similar to what I would describe as reasoning. I don't mean to cut you off, Jack.
I said before you engage in the reasoning, you have the facts of experience before they are theorized. That's what I mean by an intuition.
Yeah, I think I might have a semantic dispute on what I would call an intuition based on that, but I don't, I'm not necessarily sure this is a very interesting conversation for everyone else, but I definitely would love to talk to you more at another time without bogging this down about the Munchausen triangle and how I think that
Jack, are you saying that that intuition comes before experience? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that experience I'm saying that what intuition is an experience, right? It's the way things seem to us before we theorize them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we can, we can have the belief that something can appear to us to be true, and we can make that the foundation of our worldview, right? We could say, well, these are the things that I take to be true as my initial starting point, and given these initial presuppositions, we can then try to build up on that further beliefs which rest on those. But if somebody were to ask you, well, do you have any justification for your belief that what you take as your foundational starting point is true? They're not going to be able to offer any justification. They're just going to say, well, no, that's my starting point. Those are the bedrock things that I take to be true.
They wouldn't offer a justification because they realize that in order to justify those things, you would be invoking those things, and that's not a justification. But so I'm not saying that we have a different agreement there, but I think one interesting thing about what you just said, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt me.
I think when you talk about intuitions in that respect, I agree an intuition is an experience, right? But I don't agree that all experiences or intuitions, or I agree that all intuitions are a form of experience. Now, I think what we're getting into is like the boundary of like the noumenal phenomenal distinction, and then you might want to make an argument for idealism to say that, because I would say like, well, when we talk about this intuition, we're talking about an epistemic, like phenomenological experience. But when we talk about other types of experience that aren't limited to just that intuition, we're invoking like the noumenal world. And so I think that that would get you into talking about idealism and stuff. But I think that ultimately I don't have that view. Do you understand what I'm trying to say there, Jack?
Well, maybe, but I mean, I don't think that what I'm saying right now has to invoke transcendental idealism, right? I'm just making the claim that.
Yeah, I misspoke there. I didn't say that what you're not invoking transcendental idealism, but what I'm saying is if I furthered into the thought that intuition is an experience, then and I think that, like I said, I agree that all intuitions are experiences, but there are experiences that are not intuitions, and I'd be appealing to some noumenological thing than a phenomenological. And I think as we start to probe out that distinction, your idealism is going to come forth in the debate, because you're going to want to say that those things aren't those things, right? You're going to say, well, these things that we're calling noumenological technically aren't really a representation. You would try to save yourself by just giving an argument for idealism, right? Because then you would just say, well, that objection doesn't hold. Idealism is the case. We're just dealing with a phenomenological subject. How is that relevant, right? So I think your idealism. I mean, am I being coherent? I feel like I'm maybe. Do you get what I'm trying to...
you're probably right that as the conversation unfolds about epistemology, sooner or later, there's going to be a question that arises about what it means for what kind of facts there really are that experience can deliver. And I think in answering that question, there could be, if one isn't already a transcendental idealist, a dispute with a transcendental idealist will arise. So I mean, I think it's certainly quite possible, maybe likely, that's where the conversation is going to end up.
I don't think it's particular to this discussion. I think that would be relevant to all discussions, especially when you're disputing such things that are material, right? I mean, it's not specific to just this discussion, I don't think.
Yeah, I thought that what I was saying was more general than, that you could give the argument that I'm giving without having any commitments one way or the other with respect to.
Right. Maybe I did jump into a little bit.
You can talk about materialism.
you can talk. I'm sorry if I interrupted. You can talk, like you can believe that the world, be a hard materialist, right? But in your heart of hearts, be, an idealist. So for the sake of the discussion, we can just put like transcendental idealism to the side.
Well, look, perhaps I led the shot a little bit too far ahead. So how about this? Let me rewind. Let's crash that and let me just carry it forward and see if it goes there. Let me not be so presumptuous. Jack, when you say that an intuition is a type of experience, we're on the same page there. But do you agree that that all experiences are intuitions, or are you saying that there's a subset of experiences that are intuitive and another subset of experiences which are not? Or are you going to invoke idealism to say that they are all intuitive?
Well, I think what I'm saying is that all beliefs are going to have to bottom out in are going to have to bottom out in intuitions, which I take it are things that we experience as true before we analyze them. Because we can come to reject our intuitions, right? We could say this appears to be true, but maybe I have good reasons to reject what seems intuitively to be true, right? But sooner or later, there's going to be some beliefs that you have, which it seems like there isn't going to really be any further you can go.
If just to like sum it all up, would you say in a condensed form, it's just your intuitions form the bedrock for your presuppositions?
Yeah, I would say that what presuppositions are basically intuitions.
So to understand you, you're basically saying, well, Seamus, I'm not saying that all intuitions are experiences, but I am saying that this particular thing that we're talking about here do fall into intuition. Would that be an accurate characterization?
Well, see, there are some things that we don't justify on the basis of experience, right? Those are going to be things that we take to be truths which can't be denied without entailing a contradiction, right? So that's going to be things like laws of logic, right? So I wouldn't want to say that we have an intuition that laws of logic hold. I mean, we might have an intuition, but I wouldn't want to say that it's due to some intuition that we hold to laws of logic, because I take it that laws of logic are going to be constitutive of how we make sense of anything.
So
right?
You make a justification of those, and so
I don't think they can be justified.
No, but I think you make something. Do you appeal to them outside of intuition? Like, so you're saying like, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off, but it seemed like you were making.
Well, I'm just saying is
that
the claim that I would make there is that there's going to be certain things which are going to be common to all worldviews, right? And one of those things is going to be
the laws of logic.
Laws of logic.
I mean, do you just? I mean, I'm not. Obviously, I agree with you that the laws of logic are necessary, but just as an interesting side note that I hope this doesn't go longer than a sentence or two, do you offer argument for that, or do you just hope that rational people will conclude that?
No, I don't have an argument for it because I don't see how you could argue for it.
Then how is that not intuitive? Do you see the problem there? That would seem to be intuitive. You just claimed it's not.
Well, I don't think that it's something that we hold to on the basis of some experience that it seems to be true, right? It's a fact in virtue of which the laws of logic are constitutive of our being able to make sense of anything on any worldview. Right.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. So I would definitely agree. But what I'm saying is,
but see, I think that gives them a different status from any other type of belief.
Yeah. Look, even if let's say I grant you that it gives it another status, you're not drawing on it from experience or intuitions, but you have no way to justify them, and that your way of justifying them is just kind of like like, look, I don't have an argument. I'm just appealing to rationality that, look, on all possible worlds, this must be the one thing that holds. But, so what you seem to be saying is, look, I don't necessarily have a valid, or I don't necessarily have a sound argument, but you seem to be appealing to an intuition. Like, if you want to call it something else, like, I'm okay to use your term, but, like, on my view, it seems...
The way that Kant understands it is, Kant says, look, we have experiences and we have a capacity to reason from those experiences, right? And so then he asks the question, what would have to be the case for it to be possible for there to be experience at all, right? And he gives an argument to show that there would have to be logical categories built into our cognitive faculties for us to be able to have experiences at all.
It seems to be invoking a truism, you know, that seems to just be stating the state of affairs. Like, how is that an argument? You're saying it's logical. We must have a capability to assess logic. Like, how is that anything more than just a statement of the status quo? Like, did I hear you wrong, or am I misunderstanding it? Because I don't claim to be like perfectly on the ball every single time or something. But
I'm just saying that there's certain facts that have to be the case for experience to be possible. One of the things that's going to have to be the case for experience to be possible is for there to be logical categories that are built into one's cognitive faculties.
And what? I mean, I'm saying I do agree with you. So I'm not like, I don't want to I didn't even want to really go down this road, but I see that as the assertion. What would be the argument? Like, it would have to be built into our. Is there something? It had to be built into our cognitive capabilities because X, Y, and Z reason. Because I've heard this. I've heard the assertion, but I haven't heard the justification yet. I'm not trying to be rude. Perhaps you have tried it, or perhaps you have justified, and I'm not listening very well.
Well, the only justification is, as I say, that we can't make sense of the alternative. Right? So it's like when Darwin's deity asks, how do you know that the laws of logic are absolute and universal in all times and all places? Right? So the question that he's asking there is, how do you know that the law of identity might not fail to hold in some times and places, right? But then we would have to ask the question, what would it mean for the law of identity to fail to hold in any instance? What would it mean for something to be both itself and not itself at the same time? And we can't make sense of that. So it's not a meaningful question to ask, how do you know that the laws of logic hold at all times and all places? Because the laws of logic are constitutive of us even being able to ask that question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think we can even convince
I don't
imagine something that defies the laws of logic.
I can think of many.
I'm sorry,
things
say that
easily.
again, Iron?
How about a square circle?
I don't think that we can convincingly conceptualize something like the square circle example. Like, we can put those two words together, but I don't think anyone can convincingly describe a square circle.
I agree with you there. Yeah, we fundamentally agree. You can't conceptualize it because it's unable to be conceptualized. Now, we can marry two terms together that both can't be the case, but you're absolutely right that it can't be conceptualized because contradictory things cannot exist, not even in conception.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And speaking of contradictions, I'm interested the other night how, when you were saying that, just let Shamos talk, and he'll just, he'll contradict himself or whatever. But when you said, like,
well, that's not specific to you. That's not.
No. Hold on. I shouldn't have led with that, because what I'm really trying to ask is, you basically said that, like, what I wanted to ask you the other night is, it seems like most Orthodox Trinitarian Christians, which are like the bulk of Christianity, are going to want to affirm, what I affirm on the triune Godhead. So it's like, I wonder how is it an interesting position to say. It seems like the claim is not Shamos is incoherent. It seems like the claim is Shamos is an Orthodox Christian. Like, how is it an interesting critique of my epistemology to say that I'm an Orthodox Christian? Because like you could make the same statement for William Lane Craig or Alvin Plantinga, or you could go down the list and everything like that. So is it just it's not? It seems not to be a critique of Shamos. It seems to be a critique of Orthodox Christianity. So I was like, do you
Well,
understand?
my assumption is that people like Craig and Plantinga, if you ask them, right, does the Trinity entail a contradiction? They would say no. Right?
Yeah,
and I don't
and I
know
would
what
say no as
solution.
well.
Yeah, but then if the answer is no, that still leaves the problem that there's an argument to show that it does entail a contradiction, right? So unless one can sort of show that there's something wrong with that argument,
I can.
it seems okay.
Would you like me to present that?
Sure, if you want. It's up to you.
Sure. Okay, so this is going to take. I'm going to ask you to be a little bit semantically generous between categories here, because category distinctions are going to be difficult to. But I think that if you follow me through, you will get the analogy. You will be able to transpose the analogy in a meaningful way. All right, you ready? Given that preface. Okay, let's think of. So I'm going to start I'm going to start the thought experiment with a contingent being, but I don't want you to focus on the fact that these are contingent.
All right.
Okay, so we have 3 cows, right? But these aren't cows like we know cows. I'm just using just a base referent, okay? These are 3 cows, right? And they're the only 3 cows that exist, right? And these cows don't exist as people exist. People, my thoughts are my thoughts, your thoughts are your thoughts, right? We're not linked in this way, right? But we're still human, okay? You're Jack, I'm Shamos, okay? So there's cow A, cow B, cow C. We'll call them the son, father, and the ghost cow, okay? We have these 3 cows, and they're distinct beings, right? And so much in the way that me and you are distinct, but let's say that they're linked in a way that all of their experiences are shared, okay? And as when we think of this entity, we don't think of 3 cows. We think of because of their what word could I use? Because of their synchronicity, right? In their I won't use the word nature, but I'm just saying due to that synchronicity, we could say that. Well, in reality, when we say Jack and Shamos, I'm making a semantic appeal here. When we say Jack and Shamos, we're distinguishing a meaningful distinction between your experience, my experience, who I am, who you are. But that distinction, that semantic distinction, does not hold on these cows, right? So now transpose the analogy. So what I'm saying is, would it be fair to say that the God cow and the sun cow are not the same cow? I mean, I'm not the same person, but they're the same being. So what I'm saying is they're all cow, okay? They're all cow, but one's sun cow, one's father cow, one's ghost cow or whatever. But when we speak of these things, they're distinct in a way, but they're also have a. So you understand? I don't want to keep going, but I feel like there's a meaningful distinction between what we call a being and what we know as experience. And I could show you that I don't think you would say that there's any contradiction entailed with the cows, do you? What I'm saying is, what does it mean to say when we say cows or cow? What does it mean to say when we say the father cow, sun cow, and ghost cow, as if because even though they're shared in experiences, they still have a different they still have a, even though they might have the same experiences, they still have a way of separation in a sense, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Is this at all helpful? Because I'd say that we're not affirming a contradiction at that point.
Shamos, can I make a suggestion? And you might find this helpful, you might not.
Sure.
I would say with your cow example, maybe you could pursue the idea of 3 drawings of cows in a set. Like, you seem to be saying there's a set of these 3 things which we make distinctions for our benefit as being different, but they actually, when we refer to them, we're actually talking about the set, right? Is that accurate or inaccurate?
No, what I'm really trying to do is, the last thing I was going to appeal to was the law of identity, and I was in the where these things are in the law of non-contradiction, which is they're appealing to say it's a contradiction. Is these things need to be themselves and not themselves in the same time, in the same way. But these cows have a shared experience, but they're not in the same way when we're talking about their personages. Now, they're all cow, right? Like, me and Jack are human, but he's still Jack and I'm still Shamos. Now, I mean, if we and Jack were linked up, right, he would still have his extension. He would still be Jack, but we wouldn't no longer be, so he would have a distinct being in that sense. But do you see what I'm trying to say here, Jack? Because I'm
not sure I understand that, but I mean, I can try to lay out the structure of the basic objection. You can tell me how you think.
Oh no, I know the structure of the basic objection. Basically, what it does is it just uses the law of syllogism, which supposes 2 material implications, that A implies B, A implies B, B implies C. Therefore, we can conclude that A implies C, right? That's just using the law of applying the rule of transitivity to identity. So I understand the argument. I'm not fucking retarded. It's a pretty simple argument. Is that the argument?
Yeah, the argument is that there's one God. Jesus is not the Father. Jesus is not the Holy Ghost. The Father is not the Holy Ghost. But all 3 of them are God, and by the transitivity of identity, therefore Jesus would have to be the Father, and so would the Holy Ghost.
We're not talking about the same time in the same way. This is going to take us away from the analogy, which is where I wanted to focus the objections. But when we're talking about a problem with the law of identity and contradiction, we're talking about being the same in the same time and in the same way. But we're making a valid distinction. We're saying only things that this can of Mountain Dew that's empty, it's the same time in the same way. It can't be this can and not this can. Okay, but I'm making a valid distinction between these persons as a being. So when you ask them from a being standpoint, we're not violating the law of contradiction or law of identity, because they're not in the same way. It's not the Father and not the Father. So I think what you're doing is, you're not applying it in a whole. I think what you're doing is, it's a really rudimentary argument that's more focused on form and not actual substance. I think and we've already diverged from the most helpful thing that I can offer is that analogy. So if I could, let's say that my analogy was perfectly cogent. You could still circulate the same objection you did. So I'm not saying that you're being disingenuous, but I'm saying I'm not hanging my hat on the fact that you're going to have to agree. I feel like my objection is potent whether you agree or not. So if you want to disavow that, I never even planned on you accepting it in the first place. It would have been nice to. But so I don't really, do you see what I'm saying? I mean, if you don't want to circulate back to that, I don't know if I want to keep going necessarily, because that's where I wanted to hang my hat on. But if you thinking that I didn't understand the argument, I understand the transitivity of identity, I understand the law of syllogism, I understand what you're trying to invoke here, but I think you're missing the mark because they're not in the same time in the same way. I can point out the valid distinction. But since you're not going to address
I wasn't presuming that you didn't understand the argument, because from what I was told, in the conversation that you had with CK and Ander was that you granted the argument, and you said what they told me you would prefer to have than to have a heretical view.
Yeah, I said that, but I never said the word contradictory. I used the word paradoxical. But regardless of what I said that night, and it's true that I did say that, and I'd rather my beliefs and where I'm at for my epistemology. I'm starting from the point that it's not that I'm really going to go around and invoke all these contradictions, because I just gave what I think is a way around that and a valid distinction. So, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to hang my hat on, and if there's some type of paradoxical, or I have an understanding that's not fully holistic, and I think there may be a problem, I'm going to try to hash that out for a very long time before I start giving these things up that I find to be very, very true to my experience. I'm not going to jettison these things, and I think so I don't really care I will admit what I said that night, but I don't really care. You know, if you want to address the objections I've raised tonight, or if you want to talk about the analogy more specifically, I'd be interested in that. If you don't want to address the analogy, or if it doesn't fit, then I'm willing to just move on with the conversation. Because
well, just so you know, I wouldn't suggest that you give up a basic belief of yours just on the basis of an argument, because I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody to have strong commitments to a position that seems to entail a contradiction, and when that contradiction is brought into view, that there's going to be pressure to revise the view. But sometimes we find that on further inspection, the contradiction is more apparent than real, right? So I don't think it's unreasonable necessarily for people to say, I don't know how to respond to this objection, but that is not sufficient reason for me at this time to jettison what I firmly believe.
Well, yeah, that would be my response to Siki and Anders about 3 months ago. But tonight, I have brought up a way to rationalize it, explain it. I'm not biting a bullet on a contradiction or anything like that. Now, we can talk about the substance of my analogy, or if you think it's unsubstantive, we can move on. Because, like I said,
well, it's just that I'm not seeing what part of the argument you're rejecting. Because I mean, it seems like you would agree to every premise of the argument, right?
Can I ask a question?
No. I agree. Go ahead.
So I'm just curious about this whole exchange. So I want to know if I'm up to speed with what's going on. So is the objection that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are supposed to be identical, so they can't be separate from each other? Like they can't have individual characteristics?
The Christian claim is they're identical in nature, not in being. And so Jack starts off with saying, look, you're affirming that they are all the same in nature, but then you disavow they're different in being, right? And so he's saying, well, if these are the same thing due to the transitivity of identity, right, a valid rule of replacement, then it would seemingly entail a contradiction. That's what he's trying to articulate. Do you understand that, Iron, or do you?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to put that into layman's terms because I'm not
okay.
up on all the
Jack
terminology.
is probably better at doing that.
Which is it accurate to say that basically the objection is if they have the same qualities, then they have to be identical, and differences make them not identical? Like, is that kind of the objection?
Well, the Orthodox position is to say that they have the same substance, but they're three different persons. But, you know, then that raises the issue of what is meant by substance and what is meant by a person, and how it would be possible for three different persons to share one substance. But the objection is simply, I think the objection can simply be put without actually bringing in the notion of three persons and one substance, by just going through
the form.
a basic set of propositions that presumably the Orthodox Christian will affirm, right? One proposition is there is only one God. Another proposition is that God the Father is not identical to Jesus the Son, and Jesus the Son
in personage.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, they're not the same person, right?
But they
So,
are the same.
Right, and so Shamos seems to be trying to get around that by saying that when you refer to God, traditionally what you mean is the set, that is the three, right?
I don't know. I don't
So by
understand
sharing the nature,
Seamus's position.
so by sharing in nature, the three belong to the same set, even though there's differences between them.
I can't tell you because I'm not sure I understand what Seamus is arguing.
If there's, I'm arguing, kind of like an epiphenomenal semantic objection. If you understand what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say that, like, if we, when we say something, when we mean a distinction between persons like me and Jack, we're making a distinction, a semantic distinction based on our experience, right? And we say, well, look, me and Jack are distinct people because we have distinct experiences, right? But this is a largely semantical category of what we mean when we say distinct persons as people. So what I'm using is like an epiphenomenal inquiry into that, and I'm basically just saying that if that's what we mean when we say that this doesn't apply to something that doesn't embody these characteristics, because the reason why me and Jack make this semantic distinction is because we don't have the same experiences. We're divided. But if you had a being, i.e. the cow, who had shared experiences, then we no longer have this semantic phenomenological distinction, right? Where there is no distinction. So what we're really saying is, look, there are three cows in the field, three cow, right? But and they have three distinct personages, but they're all, because of their experience, are one being. They're cow. Okay, so when you look at the three cow in the field or cow, you don't say that can't be. That can't be. That's a contradiction. Where's the contradiction in the cows? There's not. So I'm making a epiphenomenal semantic objection that I think is being lost in like the entire fucking room.
Well, I can't say that I follow it, but I mean, it just seems to me that you would agree that Jesus is God, that's a claim of identity.
I know, but Jack, anyone can say, I appreciate what you just said, but I don't follow that, and now I'm going to recirculate my initial objection. Like, that's fucking gay.
But don't you think that Jesus is God, and isn't that a claim of identity?
Yeah, but I just told you how I'm getting around it. Now, like, if you just want to say, well, I don't get it, let me recirculate my initial objection.
Are you basically replacing God with cow and then having Holy Spirit, Yahweh, and Jesus? Is that kind of the idea?
You are very quick.
But Seamus, would you have a problem with people referring to the cows as cows?
It doesn't matter. I was calling them cow, but if I'm making a semantic appeal, it's not important to me what you call. If you want to call them cows or cow, right? Because we're working off a semantic distinction of what we mean when we say this based on whatever we've experienced that we consider in the set.
Well, because if we say gods, you'd have a problem with us saying three gods, right?
Yeah, that's why if you heard me, I kept saying cow. I did slip up a few times, but I said I tried to say singular with that as much as I could. You know, sometimes I have a Freudian slip within the language, but yeah, I want to say because of they have no distinction between their experience. It's cow. There's three, but they're cow because they all have the same experience. So you can't say there's a contradiction. There is no contradiction between three distinct beings having the same experience. There's no contradiction, okay? There can't be. Three cows in a field, they all have the same thoughts, they all have the same experience. Contradiction where? Don't think so. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think anyone's understanding the objection. I think, and and I don't think it's by virtue of me not explaining it. I think Jack's pretty. I don't mean to pick on you here, Jack, but I think you can see the weakness of Jack's position when he goes, "Well, I don't see how that's or I don't get that," and then he just recirculates.
But I'm not seeing.
Hold on. I didn't quite finish. I wasn't quite finished. I just want to say this last thing, because anyone can do that, right? Anyone can say, "Well, it's nice what you just said. I don't get it," and let me just recirculate my initial objection. What if I said to Jack, "Let Jack go on," and then I say to Jack the same thing? Oh, okay. I don't get that. I didn't understand that. But hey, let me go back to my cow analogy. Where do we go? If Jack kept doing that and I kept doing that.
You're just using a bunch of buzzwords, Seamus. You say like semantic and epiphenomenal. What is an epiphenomenal? What is epiphenomenal about your account?
Yeah. So epiphenomenalism, semantic epiphenomenalism would have to do with basically like our experiences. Let me see if I can put this into a way that might be best for you to understand. Give me a second to formulate my thoughts, because I don't think it's interesting, because regardless, I'm not hanging my hat on the fact that it's epiphenomenal, even though I'm kind of regurgitating something from the literature. So precisely what you guys are doing. So unless this guy's wrong, then perhaps so. But I'm not necessarily. I don't need to hang my hat on that distinction. But I don't think you saying, Seamus, you're just circulating a lot of buzzwords, bro.
What does epiphenomenal mean in your fucking account then, Seamus? If you're not hung up on the word, why the fuck did you?
Can I ask a question here of Jack?
Fucking idiot.
Jack, are you there, or did you drop?
I think what I mean by epiphenomenalism is the fact that
I thought I had my mic muted. Sorry.
Like what we consider,
go ahead, Seamus.
It has to do with the experience of these cows and what we consider like the actual like experience. So like when we talk about things, we're talking about like is it necessarily the world that we generate these things like semantically? Because I'm making a semantic epiphenomenal objection. So what I'm saying is when we look at the actual world, do we think that the world is what influences like it's some external thing that influences our mental events, or is it the other way? And when I'm appealing to the semantic distinction, because I'm appealing to the mental events of these three entities. So what I'm saying is, if you transpose the analogy, because the cows, there's nothing epiphenomenal about fucking cows in a field, but if you transpose the analogy, I'm making the claim that the mental linkage, right, between God and the semantic distinction between those is different from what we know about the world to what is. So I don't know if that's helpful, because I don't think that what is epiphenomenal is really interesting to the thing. Let's say that like I don't think that's like oh, my whole fucking argument fell apart because my argument was based on analogy, not what epiphenomenal means. Like if you think I'm just throwing around buzzwords, you can cut that out of there and just address my analogy. I could care less. But your objection that Seamus, you're just throwing around buzzwords, dude, is not. Anyone could say shit like that. You could put together a really coherent argument, and then someone could go, well, dude, you're just throwing around buzzwords, fucking incoherent. Anyone could say that.
I explained why no one knows what the fuck you're talking about, and then I asked you to explain what the fuck epiphenomenal is doing.
Let's jettison it. Let's jettison it. Let's jettison it. How about this? Let's jettison it. Well, let's talk about the analogy.
So, Seamus, are you using
talk about the analogy.
Are you using the experiences of God to be the primary attribute that links the three things together? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Right. So, like, say if we had 3 rubies cut into 3 different shapes, you're saying that the experiences that they share is kind of the same as being a ruby, right? Like the main thing that links the 3 together over top of their minor differences, right?
I'm sorry, I lagged. I heard minor differences, right?
Oh, I said, so if we had 3 rubies that were cut into different shapes, are you trying to say that the experience is roughly equivalent to being a ruby? So like that's the overarching thing that links them together.
I'm having a hard time following that analogy. I was just trying to say that we make a semantic distinction between personages in the world as people because Jax is a different has a different experience to me, and they're distinct, right? And that's one of the things that we consider like this actual distinction between us. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about these beings that don't share an experience, that share an experience, then this distinction that we mean between like beings is not the same that we're invoking. Like Jack is still a different person, but we would be the same being insofar as that we have the same experience and stuff like that. So
Sure, but biblically, aren't the three separate? Like, don't they have different qualities in terms of appearance and attitude and stuff like that?
Sure. So you can have three cows, right? Cow A, cow B, cow C, and they could have some different attributes and then share the same experience, right? So then when we say that, look, they're the same in nature, we're saying they're the same in their experience, but they're different in person. So they do have differing attributes and different functions, but they are the same as one. They are cow because they all have same experience. So when you say,
and that's what I meant by rubies. That's what I meant by three rubies cut in different shapes. Like they have different shapes, but they have the same nature, so to speak.
Their objection should be raising a contradiction. But when you look at three cows in a field who have distinct attributes, whoever are linked in being through a semantic distinction between experience, where's the contradiction? There can't be three cows. There can't be three cows with a linked experience. Now you're just disputing what we mean when we say that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost have the same nature. You're only disputing what we mean when we say that. So, if you want to rebut the argument, go ahead. But if I haven't heard any cogent responses to it, anyone can say that doesn't make sense. You're just throwing around buzzwords.
Well, to be fair to Jack, that's what he started to ask before. I guess he got cut off by his connection or whatever, but he was asking where that leaves you in terms of sorting out orthodoxy with your proposed solution and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So the only problem would be is if I invoke modalism, right? If I were to basically say that the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost aren't distinct beings. They're just the same being. They're the same. Aren't distinct personages. They're the same person, and he just manifests himself into three different beings. But I haven't done that. There's no manifestation. There's one and there's three and they're all connected. So I would not be making a heretical appeal here. I would not be appealing to modalism. So if any of you have a cogent response, I'd be loving to hear it. But
well, the response is this, right? That what I take an argument to be, right, when an argument is given, the way that you criticize it is by either denying a premise or by showing that there's an inference rule that's being violated, right? That it's formally invalid. And I'm not understanding from anything that you've said which premise you deny in the argument or which inference you think is formally invalid. That's the objection.
Yeah, so here's let me articulate that for you. So I already have articulated this, but perhaps I did poorly. So when we talk about a problem between the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity, what we're saying is something can't be what it is and what it's not in the same time in the same way. So things can be what they are and what they aren't, just not in the same time and in the same way. Okay. Now, if I provide a valid distinction that these things are not at the same time in the same way, and when I'm saying I'm not violating that principle. So what I'm saying is, when we're talking about having the same nature, I'm semantically equivocating that to a shared experience, right? Because and then I'm equivocating the personages to to their function and different attributes within the frame of what we call that embodiment of the cow, right? But on their shared experience, it's a disembodiment. There's that. So that would be cow, God, and then there would be Son, Father, and Holy Ghost, or cow A, B, C, right? So I'm trying to show you that this is what I mean when I say this. I'm not appealing to modalism. I'm saying that there is no contradiction between three things having the same nature, experience, and being three distinct beings. Now, if you would like to point out to me how that is a contradiction, given my semantic understanding and the transposition of my analogy, I'd love to have a discussion.
I asked you whether you were denying a premise, or whether you were saying that there was some place where the inference was invalid. I don't know what your answer to that question was. Do you deny one of the premises of the argument, or do you accept all the premises and think that there's an invalid inference that's in the argument? Which is it?
I didn't say it explicitly, but I was implying that there's an invalid inference.
Okay, so let's go through the argument step by step, and you show me where the invalid inference is. Okay, so we agree that there's one God, right?
Mm-hmm.
We agree that Jesus is not the Father, right?
Mm-hmm. Not
Jesus
the Father
not
in
identical
person.
to the Father.
In
is
person.
not identical to the Father.
In person.
Right? We agree that is Jesus identical to the Father or not?
Not in person, but in being.
So he's not identical to the Father.
Well, when we talk about identical in law of non-contradiction, we mean
When
exactly the same way.
When I say identity, I mean every property.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So is Jesus identical to the Father?
Not in every property in that sense.
Okay,
person,
so Jesus is not identical to the Father.
In
okay,
person.
So we agree on that.
Not in
we
person.
Agree then,
if you understand my distinction.
I'm asking you, I don't care about that. I'm asking you whether Jesus shares every property with the Father or not.
Distinctions are meaningful to my position, and I feel that if you're kind of hand-waving them and want to, lead me down.
I'm only asking you the question, does Jesus share every property with the Father or not?
He shares every property in being, but not personage.
Okay. So he doesn't share every property with the Father, or he does?
Yeah, I already answered that, Jack.
It sounds like you're just saying that he doesn't share.
It sounds like the answer is he doesn't.
Okay, so he doesn't. All right. So Jesus is not identical to the Father.
You can understand the distinction I made, or you can't. It's one or the other.
Does Jesus have a set of properties that constitute Jesus? There's a total set of properties that Jesus has that constitute him?
Sure. You could say that being.
Now, let's itemize that list of properties, right? Okay, that constitute Jesus. And then I take it that there's a set of properties that constitute God as well, right? Like God the Father, that is, right? Yahweh. There's a set of properties that constitute God the Father. Okay? Now what I want to ask you is it the case that every single property that on that list, in God the Father's list, is it the case that every one of those properties is found on the Jesus list? And is it the case that every property that's on the Jesus list is found on the God's list? Or do they diverge in some respects?
I think that's a semantical. We have to understand what we mean by if they share experiences. Some may answer semantically yes, and some may mean no. But we have to understand what we mean when we have a shared experience. So we could say that, look, see that's a hard thing to answer. I think we need to probe the semantic understanding of actually.
Stamos, can you just say that, like even with the biblical account, at one point God was in heaven and Jesus was on earth, right? So clearly there's a difference between them in the space
I do agree there. I do agree there. But listen, what we have to understand is when we're talking about this experience, if they experience everything wholly in the same way that God experienced, everything is that Jesus experienced, but wasn't necessarily him, but they all share the same being, right?
No, I understand they can have the same experience, but they're not occupying the same space, right?
No. But when you share the same experience, you seemingly. What do you mean by not having the same space? You experienced everything else. You were there.
Right, but they have the same experience. Like, they both fully understand each other's experience of the situation, but they aren't both in the same place. So like Jesus is in one
What does
place
it
and
mean
God's in
to
a different, right?
say? What does it mean to say in the same place? What does it? What does it even mean to say that? When we're
Well,
talking?
for our purposes, for our human understanding. So with your 3 cows example, even if all the cows shared their experiences fully, if one cow was in the field and one cow was in our yard, we would still make the distinction about where the 2 cows were at that time, right?
Right, and because I told you that I had to start my analogy with contingent beings, and there's going to be some transposition because I'm talking about cows, which are assuming we already have these presuppositions of materiality and all this shit. So there has to be, in order for me to convey the understanding, you got to be a little bit generous because I'm otherwise I can't make an analogy. I'd just be describing God. I have to. If I was not describing a contingent being and not describing something material, I would just be describing a necessary being that's not material. I'd be fucking describing God. I wouldn't have an analogy. So
I understand that. I'm just saying, even by the biblical account, it seems as though there is a difference between Jesus and God, in that one was on earth and one was not, right?
Right, on that prima facie view, but what I'm saying is if we probe deeper into what does that mean to say that they're different when they have the same experiences, the question becomes less easy to answer. And I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I've probably got about 10 minutes left. I'm not running from a conversation. We'll pick this up any other time you want.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to be the first to admit that I don't know if this is leading towards some sort of loaded question or something. So if that's what your aversion is, then I understand that. But I don't know what it is. So carry on. I'll just listen.
I mean, I've got a few more minutes and stuff. I appreciate the discussion. It's 12:30. I got to work tomorrow, but man, if I had all night, I would sit here and hash this out with you guys because I have a firm understanding of what I mean when I say these things, and I know for a fact I could argue this position. So, do you want to pick it up tomorrow night, Jack?
Oh, sorry, I dropped out. If you need to go, that's fine.
Yeah, I kind of do, but I'll spend some time thinking about it tomorrow. I feel I've got a valid conceptual objection, and I'll try to compartmentalize some of the things you've said, even though I feel like you're kind of just saying I don't understand your analogy, and then you just recirculate the objection. But I appreciate it, Jack, and we'll talk tomorrow. And I want to apologize if I seemed on my edge or a little hostile, or if it got a little heated. You know I'm not trying to be like that.
Take it easy, Seamus.
All right, fellas.
Night.
So long.
Fuck off.
See, that's not nice. He wasn't mean to you.
Yeah, but he's being a piece of shit, clearly.
God, I hate it so much.
Jack, were you leading him into some sort of trap or something that I don't know about?
No, he was just babbling incoherent nonsense. He kept saying shit like,
no.
Oh, they don't have all the same properties, but they have all the same fucking properties. No, shut up, Jack. No, this is bullshit.
Look,
don't be a shameless apologist.
I'm not disagreeing that I couldn't make any more sense of it. I couldn't make any more sense of it than you could, but the thing is, it's a little bit different because look at what a fucking asshole somebody like Darwin's Dean is, right? Shameless wasn't being an asshole. He was just saying stuff that we couldn't understand.
Oh my God! Yes, he was.
I'm just curious.
Even if he was, it wasn't on the same scale.
No, man, he was saying shit like, "Oh, anybody can just say I don't understand."
He didn't call us trolls. He didn't try to.
I don't care if he didn't call us trolls.
He didn't try
I didn't care if he didn't call us trolls. He was being an asshole.
He didn't do anything even remotely
I'm trying to figure out why he didn't want to admit that God and Jesus are the same.
And he was evading, and he was dodging just like.
But he wasn't being that obnoxious.
Well, Jack, what you're doing? It's like saying you're like comparing him to like a complete douchebag and an asshole and saying that somehow excuses his douchebaggery, right? It's like if I said, well, EF isn't Hitler, so I mean, why do we go out of our way to refute everything he says? Like, it doesn't matter that he's not as bad as Hitler, right? It's just that he's an asshole.
Well, EF is pro blowjobs. compared to some Christians who are very anti-blowjob. So I mean, he's a reasonable man to some degree.
Let me put it to. Would you yell at Tyler?
Probably.
Would you say fuck off, Tyler?
Depends.
No, you wouldn't. Come on, you wouldn't say fuck off,
Tyler.
Tyler.
Don't tell me. I have recordings of you yelling at Tyler.
You have recordings of me getting very frustrated with Tyler and my voice raising. I didn't call him an asshole. I didn't say fuck off.
Okay.
So I don't think you would do that either, right? But my question to you is,
Not that
what
Tyler,
did
maybe not.
what did Seamus do in that discussion, right, that was worse than anything Tyler would do? He gave an unsatisfactory response over and over again. But that's just the same thing that Tyler does, right?
He's the type of asshole that goes ahead and calls me an obscurantist, right? When he gives bullshit answers. And
I'm not saying that he isn't an asshole on other occasions. I'm just saying tonight he wasn't really being obnoxious, was he?
You could say the same thing about EF. There are nights when he's not obnoxious.
No, EF is always obnoxious. In fact, when he isn't obnoxious, it's only a prelude, right? Like he tries to act chummy at the outset, and then, then that's just sort of a prelude to the real obnoxiousness, right?
I mean, I could probably agree to that, but I don't see why I wouldn't think the same thing about Seamus.
Well, you think Seamus is just basically a kind of like mean-spirited person who's trying to humiliate people the way that Darwin's is?
No, his problem isn't that he's a mean-spirited person. Seamus isn't a mean-spirited person. Seamus is afflicted with a relatively common fucking disease, and that's that he believes he's smarter than 99% of the people out there, but that he is still yet burdened by their presence, okay? And he thinks that when he gets into a debate with somebody, he thinks that the debate would be just fucking lovely. It would be just a great debate, if only for that fucking opponent over there, who doesn't understand that he's so much smarter than they are. And if only that they would understand that he's so much smarter than they are. If only he would just get
that. Why are
that
you talking about me being so much smarter than everybody else?
through their head. Whose name have I accidentally said when I met somebody else? Whose name have I accidentally said when I met somebody else? Or are you guys just interrupting because it's become fun to see how fast you can wind me up? Whose name have I said?
I came back into the room and you were saying that I'm the smartest person in the room, so I was just wondering why I listed as that.
Who's talking right now? Iron.
That was Iron.
Yeah, can't you tell us the smartest person here?
Yeah, okay. That's great. And Iron, that's great. Fantastic. Now, where the fuck was I? This is an affliction that Seamus has, and unfortunately it leads to certain outbursts, okay? And every now and then, Seamus just gets terribly frustrated because can't you just fucking see that he's smarter than you? God damn it all!
Can't
you see that? Don't you understand that I'm smarter than you?
But I don't think Seamus had bursts just now. He sometimes maybe does. But I don't think he had one just now.
Hey, Jack, let's explore that thinking for a minute, okay? Let's say that I'm a man who repeatedly slaps you in the testicles, okay? Every time I see you, I slap you in the nuts. Every time, except for a couple of times, I slap you in the nuts. Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, Jack, what's the capital of Thailand? I don't know, Gus. Bangkok! Right, there we fucking go, okay? But today, I haven't slapped you in the testicles, so I guess I'm not that bad a fellow, except you've got two aching plums that say otherwise. Right? Like, let's have some fucking long-term memory here, shall we, Jack? I mean, you're...
Okay, I can grant...
Gus, I think the question is, though, how could you
Iron,
how do you know you have swollen plums if you don't presuppose that God exists?
Iron, it would work better if you were actually funny.
Hey, I'm hilarious.
No, only in the mirror, sweetheart. Only in the mirror.
The other thing
you
that
almost
you
got
said...
that one, Gus. You almost had it.
How you doing, Gus?
Who is that now? That sounds like OG.
Gus, the easier way to get that one is to say looks aren't everything.
No, there's no way on earth you're going to
the other thing,
school
Gus,
me on
is
humor.
that, don't you think that
What, Jack? What did you say, Jack?
Oh, I was saying that isn't it the case that Shamos is often willing to admit that he doesn't know a lot about a subject?
Okay. Let me amend the fucking analogy. You know, Jack, I'm not particularly bright, and I don't really know when you have problems in life, I don't know how to listen to everything you say. So I'm not the best friend out there. Oh, and also, what's the capital of Thailand? Bangkok.
So what you're saying is that what Josh and Philip are really angry about is not Shamos's behavior tonight, but his behavior on many other occasions. Is that
Well,
the
there have been
idea?
a couple of occasions to like his comment where part of his disease is to sort of react snidely to things, right? And I don't know if you sort of living in New York, wandering out in circles in the public and speaking breathlessly, I don't know if you are able to absorb that snideness sometimes. But Realistic and I, for instance, can see it coming a mile away when he says things like, "Well, if you're just going to make the same objection over and over again, with the unsaid, unspoken fucking refrain of, well, then obviously you're just not as smart as me, and if you would just acquiesce to my point, because all you're just going to do is say you don't get it." When, frankly, the rest of us in the world would accept that basically if I explain something to you and you go, "I don't get it," that's a valid response to any assertion in the fucking world.
Well, I guess I can grant that. I guess I made an effort to rise above my own irritation at that kind of response.
Oh, listen, and you're a fucking prince for doing it. But don't deny the criteria for irritation in the first place. Don't say that just because you don't mind getting repeatedly pummeled in the fucking nats, that fucking Seamus does not indeed pummel people in the nats.
That's a fair objection.
Hear, hear.
Well,
but you see, you have to understand that I'm in a truce with Shamos, so I can't really.
I have no idea why you would enter into such a thing, except to say that despite your exterior of being tremendously perverted, you really are a gentle-hearted fellow, and congratulations to you for it.
Maybe also some kind of diabolical plot to turn Shamos against Darwin.
But the other thing too is that one of the criterion of a truce is that there be a universal peace. So if you come up to me and say, "Gus, let's have a truce," there would be some, for Christ's sakes, Jack, don't die. If you come up to me and say, "Gus, there should be a truce," there is at least a tacit expectation that I indeed stop punching you in the testicle. I mean, maybe it's me. I don't know. Realistic, is it me?
No.
I'd perfectly be willing to be told it's me.
No.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Shamos, we were very, well, I was part of the general obnoxiousness towards Shamos when we first came on to G+. We treated him no differently from Darwin's deity, or Matt Bell, but he sort of made an effort to talk to me in a respectful way at one point, and so it seemed to me like ungracious and uncharitable, to not meet him halfway there.
Well, one of the further complications of Seamus's character is that every now and then he gets an attack of niceness.
Yeah, so I think that sort of complicates it,
But the problem is, it's like, now let's go back to my ball punching analogy, right? So here I am, fucking speed bagging your testicles, but in between long bouts of bashing your plums, I go, "Say, you look like you're a little peaked there, Jack. How's about you and I go for a gelato, my treat?" And you say, "Oh my gosh, that sounds fantastic. Let's go get a gelato." And we have a gelato, and I put my hand on your shoulder and I say, Jack, you're a swell fellow. Swelling up now more as we speak.
No pun intended.
You're a swell fellow. And we have our gelato. And, maybe we walk away from each other for a while. But then the very next time I see you, it's like, hey, Jack, what's the capital of Thailand? You know?
But, I think actually the best part of that was the gelato. Like, of all the things that you chose, that was really the most inspired,
Well, you live in New York, right? So you don't do ice
Yeah.
cream, right? So it's all gelato over there. And highfalutin stuff.
Right.
So I thought perhaps I might, I mean, honestly,
Well,
I have no
was-
idea. Yeah. So I'm just
He's
trying to
into,
reach somebody.
Pinkberry.
I'm just.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
we have
trying-
Pinkberry.
I'm just trying to reach you, buddy, because it's important that you and I connect on this.
Yeah, well, I do feel like the Shamos strains my patience, but I make an effort to
And you're a
stay
saint for doing.
friendly.
You're a saint for doing so. But don't in the creation of that effort sort of pretend that no, Seamus never punched anybody's balls.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting. Matt Bell, Philip and Josh got Matt Bell to retract a claim the
Good
other
for
day.
Matt Bell. I mean,
And
Matt.
he was being a real asshole about it, but Philip and Josh were obviously right, and they were fairly polite actually. They weren't being assholes to him, interestingly, but they knew that they could prove that they were correct, and they showed him the proof, and he withdrew his claim. And I had to come out and praise him on air, for doing that.
Listen, you fellas
Matt
are new
Bell
around
deserves
here.
points.
You fellas are new around here, but I've watched battalions of people over the last year or so, and even years before that, try to gently lead Matt towards perfectly fucking decent. But and Matt, who doesn't just punch you in the balls, he grabs you by the taint and chews them off, right? And then says, "What are you going to do about it?" with a mouthful of gonad. And
What are you gonna do about it?
Chewing off your
Gus,
gonad. What are
did
you
you hear
going to
that
do?
announcement that Matt made?
I'm sorry?
What? He made an announcement?
Yeah, I asked if you had heard about that announcement that he made, apparently.
Which announcement
What was the
are you
announcement?
talking about?
The announcement is that he no longer labels himself as a Christian or wants to be labeled as a Christian.
Matt Bell?
Oh, I see. So that's just him fucking retreating to the god of the philosophers again, which is what he usually does in an argument when
He's
you're,
not
when you
calling
present
himself
him,
a Christian?
when you
Yeah,
present
that's
him
what
with even,
Shamos was saying earlier. There's some sort of article he posted about it.
I keep
Oh,
forgetting. that
can
you
somebody
sometimes forget.
find that?
Yes, please.
Philip, Josh, because that sounds like very big news to me. But what I was gonna say is,
I love talking to Jack sometimes and his sense of sheer incredulity at mundane things, right? It's like, there's a table there. There's a table? Really? A table? Why would there be a table there? I don't understand the table.
Basically, he's pulling a godless here, where he's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm not anti-Muslim anymore."
I want to.
Like when did I say there was godless would
I'm
be
still
like,
gonna shit talk Muslims, but you're just not allowed to accuse me
no,
of being a
godless
shit
would be
talker
like, no, I'm
anymore.
not sitting at a table. Tell me, where was I sitting at a table? Tell me when I was sitting at a table. Why won't you tell me when I was sitting at a table? What question did you ask me about the table? Gus, why don't you ask my question about the table?
Jack, you don't have the side chat, but I linked it there. I don't know how somebody
Oh,
might be able
I'll
to
ask. Well, are Philip and Josh still here?
I got you.
You got it. All right.
Philip's still here, and Josh, are you realistic? Because I can't keep anybody's name straight anymore.
Yeah.
I barely know my own fucking name. It wasn't in my
So
wallet.
they'll grab.
What I'm supposed to do? What I'm supposed to do? Skype you that link?
That would be good. Yeah, Skype is good.
Skype him all the links. Skype him
But
everything.
I am gonna give Matt Bell the benefit of the doubt, since he showed that he was
You don't like your balls at all, do you? You just don't like them. You just looked at them one day and went,
Well,
you know what?
Jack's into the cuck porn, isn't he? So like he kind of likes his balls getting smashed.
You know, you looked at them and you went, you know what? I can do better.
Took a page out of Nadia's book.
The thing is that Darwin's deity doesn't do any of those things.
Oh, sure. I mean, and you know, Darwin's deity will find the weak people in an argument, and instead of messing around with their balls, they'll just be like Jaws in the first movie, where he'll like eat you from the waist down and then drag you into the sea. But that doesn't change. It's kind of like, okay, well, you know, I mean, gosh, Darwin, you know, Seamus isn't as bad as Darwin's deity. No, and you know. That's true, but it's a statement that I mean, it has no relevance to the conduct of Seamus himself. I mean, I could compare Seamus to Pol Pot, and compared to Pol Pot, Seamus would be a fucking saint. But that's neither here nor there, right? I don't know if you're laughing. I don't know if you're laughing with me or at me. I don't even know anymore.
Jack, I don't understand why you guys take Darwin's deity's arguments. So I don't know if you take it seriously, but why you so upset about it?
Oh,
I mean, it sounds pretty silly. It sounds pretty silly whenever he's making the argument that because he can know things because God exists versus someone who may be more skeptical about the world and their knowledge.
Look out, boys! The brain trust speaks.
I don't understand why you guys get so upset about that.
I mean, I don't think it's a
his
good
arguments aren't the problem, Dionysius. Darwin's arguments aren't the problem. The problem is that how he goes about prosecuting those arguments. That's the problem. Is that Darwin's not the first pre-supper we've ever seen, you know, but his particular tactics of cutting a weak member out of the herd, working on them with, you know, picking single questions that they might not be able to answer to his satisfaction, and then hammering and hammering and hammering. It's like, hey, do you have an umbrella? I sometimes have an umbrella, but sometimes I don't. Okay, let me ask you again. Do you have an umbrella? No, you haven't answered my question. Do you have an umbrella? After a while, you want to take the umbrella and open it up his ass. Right.
Would it be more expedient if somebody would just write out the line of question that's going to happen to give every new atheist on here they're basically the correct answers, or at least how it's
because what he's look at even if you could even if we all had the perfect answer to every precept, Darwin is the kind of guy who would go looking for questions that we couldn't answer and then to aha. Darwin has a big fat spurting orgasm every time he encounters someone who can't answer any of his questions. If he asked you if you had a napkin and you couldn't answer him, he'd paint the ceiling with fucking sperm. This is what he loves.
Gus, I think it's been empirically proven that he deposits that sperm in his dog's mouth.
I don't, you know.
You shouldn't go mischaracterizing Darwin.
Yeah, because I'm liable for libel or something. Jack, who's now slowly wrapping himself up in tinfoil, I think.
Sorry about that. I'm at the grocery store.
No, it would be slander. It wouldn't be libel.
Jack just puts a barcode on himself and just lays on the checkout thing and just gets fucking driven through, so the ladies will touch him with the scanner. He's like, bag me, miss, bag me.
Oh my god, I just have this image now.
Actually, Jack is blown with this some frequency.
I'd be able to hear you, but Jack is crinkling every plastic bag in the grocery store.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to mute me?
Oh. You see, I do, but I don't.
Somebody want to mute me? Because my hands are not free right this minute.
Well, I'll help you out. I'm your Huckleberry. There you go. Ah, it's amazing. So realistic? Is that like, have I presented your argument vis-a-vis Seamus in a way that's constructive for you, buddy?
Oh yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Always ready to be the interlocutor.
I really liked when you pointed out what I said in the chat. That was really great. God, he's such a fucking moron. I just heard all those buzzwords and I was kind of like, what does he think he's saying? Oh my god. A semantic epiphenomenal account.
Fucking
Oh,
asshole.
well, I have a semantic epiphenomenal, counterfactual, phenomenological, emergentist, moral error theorist type of view. Like, fuck off.
That was unintelligible word salad, but underneath that, I saw that he was formulating a coherent idea.
Put the cookies on the bottom shelf or don't waste my fucking time. If I have to learn a whole new language to figure out that you're smarter than me, there's something wrong in the world.
I mean, he couldn't even answer the question. Oh, sorry. He couldn't even answer the question, right? Do they have all the same properties or not? Why was that so hard?
Most theists, honestly, don't truly understand the tripartite nature of their God. Like, most of them don't, or most Christian theists, excuse me, don't get it. You ask them to explain it, and you get the dance of the green shoes, which, considering it's St. Patrick's Day today, you know, or it was a few.
I was under the impression, or at least I got the impression, that he was trying to avoid some kind of trap, and so he was hesitant to answer with what would be like the plain and obvious answer, I think.
Well, the one thing I'll say is that it does.
I hear some more Seamus apologetics right now.
The one thing I'll say is that it does actually confirm what I said yesterday, which is that you don't actually need to say anything, right? Just all you do is say, "Can you explain your view to me?"
Yeah, well, but see, he picks up on that, and then he calls you dirty names because you dare to ask questions, and you know, like, unless you create a question that's crafted like something Socrates would belch out at a fucking bacchanal somewhere, he's suddenly upset because all you're doing is just saying, "I don't get it," or "I don't believe you," which is a perfectly valid response. If you walk up to me and say, you know, fucking, you know, whatever, like, it's perfectly valid for me to go, "What are you talking about?" That's perfectly valid. Even if you walk up to me and say, "Look, here's a table." If I've never heard of a table, maybe I don't sit at tables. Maybe I don't use tables for what you use them for. So it's perfectly valid to turn around and say, "I don't understand." But as far as he's concerned, it's like, well, if you're just going to say, "I don't understand," or "I don't believe you" over and over again, then you're obviously a fucking Quasimodo. And then people, and then he wonders why people fucking get mad at him. It's that you know, it's that arrogance that he has, that you're not fit to share his atmosphere.
But the thing that I was saying yesterday was that you don't actually have to bother to refute their views, right? You could just say to them, "Explain to me how your view works," right? And then when they try to answer the question, it's just a mess, right? It just doesn't make any sense at all. That's why it was so fun to watch Matt Bell and Darwin's Deity and Dutch David and Jimmy Stevens, you know, all go at it about the laws of logic, you know, in their room, in Darwin's room, because there was nobody there to criticize them, right? So they could just, you know, they could just hash it out among themselves.
It is like watching a series of successively maimed people trying to jerk off, right? Like, there's Darwin, he's got no hands. There's Matt, he's got no dick. Dutch David doesn't know what jerking off
can I
is.
ask you guys a question about what I had asked Darwin to?
Well, there goes my joke. Sorry. I guess you got to make him fast around here, boy.
So if Darwin presupposes that all knowledge is dependent on a god, doesn't that necessitate that atheists have a God even if they don't recognize it or whatever?
Well, obviously, but that doesn't make it true.
Right, but that's what I mentioned to him, and he said that wasn't the case.
He was probably a little rattled at that moment.
What would be the definition of knowledge that they are using, though?
Probably justified true
He
belief.
claims to use justified true belief.
It's usually justified true belief with them because it's the one that leaves them most secure.
And that's not intuition? That would be different?
Justified true belief? No, it's got nothing to do with intuition.
I mean, I know there's a philosophical justified from Plato. I know. I mean, I'm familiar with that, but I mean, how would that be separated from intuition? Can somebody explain to me those two differences?
Yes, please, quickly, while I reach for some Tylenol.
Well, basically, if you read a book that's been translated like 5 times from 2,000 years ago, then that is the only way to determine truth and knowledge.
Iron's in a mood today, boy.
Actually, I'm just drinking, so like, I don't know.
Right.
Well, I will say this. That's one argument in favor of Nadia's claim that just keep them talking, and they'll find enough rope to hang themselves, you know?
To which my only response is, I ain't getting any younger.
I don't think his answer was convincing, though, when he just said that because the atheists don't recognize their God, they don't have a God, right? So, I mean, he's establishing that all knowledge is dependent on a God, but it's ridiculous to say that atheists don't have knowledge, but he has knowledge. It's more reasonable to say that atheists have a God they just don't recognize as existing.
The theists don't say that we don't have knowledge. What they say that is that we have knowledge because of God.
No, but he makes the claim that atheists can't claim to have knowledge because they don't claim to have a God. So he's saying that all knowledge that atheists hold is based off probability, which isn't real knowledge.
Well, okay.
Oh yeah, I remember he said probability isn't real knowledge.
Well, if it ain't
right, but it doesn't stand to
real
reason
knowledge,
that just,
if it ain't real knowledge, it does a pretty good fucking imitation.
right, but it just doesn't stand to reason that just because atheists don't recognize their God, that their God doesn't exist, right?
What?
Just because atheists don't recognize that a God exists doesn't mean that their God doesn't exist.
No, but that's not what we hang it on, though.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying from his own worldview, it stands to reason it's more likely that atheists have a God they don't recognize than it is that they don't have one.
Philip, did you listen?
The only other option is to say that because I believe in the Christian God, I'm right, and anybody who doesn't believe in it is wrong. And that obviously is just a stupid position to hold.
What
Okay.
up, slut?
So I was just looking up the Gettier problem. So does that discount justified true belief? Was that the point of it? I'm asking for help here, so if anybody wants to enlighten me.
Dionysus, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard you say.
What's that?
What you just said, you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, it says right here on the Wikipedia page that... One second.
Jesus Christ, you're a chemist teacher and you're using Wikipedia as a source, really?
Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. We're on fucking Google Hangouts, alright? You could use Wikipedia on Google Hangouts.
The Wrath of Joe.
I fucking hate that.
I fucking missed you, Joe.
I'm not taking advice from a fucking frog.
I've missed you, Joe.
A frog in a shirt.
Performance. I was telling everyone that, I'm like, I don't think I should go in because it will just turn into a giggle fest between me and Gus.
I could use a good giggle fest.
And I know that Josh doesn't like it at least, but I could leave if Jack was supposed to come back.
No, fucking goddamn it! Like you're here, man. Like you're here.
What's the deal with this Eric guy? I haven't heard anything from him yet.
You came here, like you got in. It's not like you fucking snuck in the back. You're here, fuck.
Snuck in the back. What is it? Did you? I was so bummed I missed the other day when Darwin came in to go. Why don't you just say asked and answered, Gus? Jack was just like, "Oh, are you concerned that someone is dodging questions?"
Giant fucking misjudgment on his part. Like, oh, you read the fucking room. You didn't read the room before you opened your fucking gob, and now look, you've got a face full of Jack Hangstrike. How do you like them apples?
Oh God! Then later, Josh. I think it was Josh came in and that's like, Jack, why aren't you going after Matt Bell the way you go after Darwin's deity? And Jack like really thought about it. He's like, I guess I don't want the responsibility.
Oh, fuck. It's hard, you know. It's a hard knock life.
Right?
Are you familiar with the Gettier problem?
Yeah,
Fuck
it's
the
a bummer.
Gettier problem.
It's a bummer that Jack left because I don't know if I ever actually sent him the message, but I wanted to ask him like, what are the responses to it, especially from a person like a presupposition, like a presup.
Yeah, well, the presup's response to Gettier has usually been nuh-uh.
Are you nuh-uh. Are you familiar with the Dionysus?
Nuh-uh.
No, I'm trying to figure that out, but Iron said that was the stupidest fucking question he's ever heard someone answer, and I don't.
It was literally the most retarded thing I've ever fucking heard in my life, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Because Iron's in the fucking sack. Fuck, he's drunk. Leave him alone.
Okay, so that wasn't a retarded question.
Why? I'm just fucking with you, man. Holy cow.
Pretend.
You're a little bit salty tonight, Iron. Jesus.
I'm not salty at all. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, good.
Okay. I really believe this would be a productive conversation. I'm actually interested in this. So could we please talk about this problem?
No, shut up. Jeez. If anybody wants to bring the Gettier problem up that isn't fucking mentally damaged, go ahead. But honest to God.
All right, I forget the ultimate. This is the thing. Are you familiar with? You're familiar with it, right, Dionysus? The Gettier problem?
Yeah, briefly.
You're encouraging him.
All right, the whole thing is, knowledge, trust of you have knowledge if it's based off of justified true belief, right? Say if you want to say you have knowledge that there's, I don't know, someone put a flaming bag of shit at your door. You have knowledge of it if you believe it's there, if you are justified in that belief. So you open up your door and you see there's a flaming bag of shit at your door, and the fact that there actually is a flaming bag of shit there. Now the thing with that Gettier problems is that I think I hear an echo and I'm not sure who it's coming from, and therefore the Gettier problem. Questions? No.
That was fucking brilliant, Joe. That was brilliant.
Right?
No,
okay.
I thought the Gettier problem was about a goat.
I was joking. I can continue on with an example.
Yeah,
but There's a lot of God damn it.
I was trying to get to the part that was interesting.
Well, there's a lot of
Isn't it
different
supposed to be a
examples.
goat in a field?
You should do that in real life, Joe. You should start to talk to you like.
It's just like, all right. But Gettier was like, okay, I'm just gonna write. God damn it. Gettier's like, I'm just gonna write like a less than 3-page paper and give 2 examples of why justified true belief is not legit. And here's kind of a simple example. Say Dionysus is the captain of the good ship Belligerent, and Dionysus wants to claim that he has knowledge that he is going north. He believes
Sure,
he's
he
going
does.
north, and and it's justified because he has a compass that has the needle pointing north, and it's true that he is going north. You would say he has justified true belief, he has knowledge. Now, but what if it's actually the case that the night before Dionysus was a bit drunk and sat on his compass and broke it in such a way that the needle was stuck pointing north? So he would believe that he's going north, and it would be true that he's going north, but the way he justified it is actually based on something that's false. His compass is only pointing north because he broke it that way, not because it's actually working. Because of that, it seems intuitively obvious that he actually doesn't have knowledge, but it meets all this requirement for having knowledge, right?
Right, so this is like a broken clock is right twice a day kind of thing, right?
Exactly.
Well, that's a bit different.
That's also an example, isn't it?
Is it an example of Gettier? Because there's a lot of them, but for some reason, this one was the one I could say the easiest.
Listen, Sunseed, if you're gonna take up for the Gettier, man, know what you're talking about, all right? Just saying.
You like the cutout.
Okay, so the problem with the Gettier thing is it stands to reason that you should be able to compare your Gettier problem result with a variety of other like beliefs, right? So like you should be able to say this clock is broken, but it's correct this one time, but then it isn't right with these other things. Like you should be able to just compare your Gettier case to a variety of other cases.
I mean, it could be the case that what is it? It is like a clock. I mean, you're right. If you're only thinking about the 4 compass points, and if it's only broken once,
I'm right. You don't have to say that. That's just the status quo, right?
Yeah, keep dreaming, Powder Puff.
Go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think I just gave a general view of it. I don't know where else to go from there. That's a bummer because Jack, like.
Oh yeah,
right. But, okay, so if you have a Gettier case, wouldn't you just compare your Gettier case with a variety of other justified true beliefs?
I mean, the thing about it is it's showing that this criteria has it has problems, and they're Gettier problems. And you can meet the criteria to come to what would be called knowledge on the justified true belief I guess perspective, but you could do it with I guess with something that leading to a false justification.
Yeah, but would you say that pertains to one specific fact, or are you saying like the entire idea, like say the whole Bible is one Gettier case?
Well, I mean, what's the scenario for Bible being a Gettier case? I mean, the Bible, you believe the Bible. Some people think it's justified, but the other part of the criteria is that the Bible is true, right? The thing is, like, there's what's leading to the truth? Do you just think that it's just switching the part? Maybe isn't the focus of the Gettier case actually the justification? Whereas,
well,
I
what
mean,
what I'm saying is that I don't see that it's a particularly powerful objection, because you would immediately just compare it to your other justified true beliefs, right? To try and orientate whether or not it was accurate, or whether or not there's some kind of
well, it sounds like you're actually appealing to coherentism, which the coherentist perspective on knowledge is different from the justified true belief perspective on knowledge, right? Isn't it? Nah, I'm going to be overstepping my. I'm not going to be able to comment on it accurately.
Don't you dare overstep.
But I know. Yeah, I know that coherentism is another way to go about it. In fact, that's. What's up?
Huh?
What?
Oksana.
Well, okay, is it possible to have a justified true belief that turns out to be untrue? Is that possible?
A justified. Ah. I mean, I just told you as far as my specific knowledge extends.
Right, so like the Gettier problem is that you can have a justified true belief that it's accurate, but it's only accurate as a result of, say, luck, right?
Yeah, or deception.
Right, right, but you can't have a justified true belief that's untrue. Is that true?
You can't have a true belief that's untrue.
Right, so isn't the nature of the Gettier case kind of irrelevant if you can only have a justified true belief that is true?
Oh, a 2-page article in. God.
Gettier case is, as I understand it, is just pointing out a problem with a theory of knowledge.
Yeah.
And that theory of knowledge is called justified true belief. That's all it does. It just says that theory won't wash because it finds examples that are seemingly in line with that definition of knowledge, and yet that people intuitively object to calling knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, I mean, I think it becomes a special. Gus, you're echoing, bro.
How can I be echoing?
I don't know, but can.
All right, hang on. Hold on to your pants.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
No. Yeah, I just muted realistic to see if that would help.
All right, so well, crap. See, usually this is the kind of issue when you're trying to figure out, when you're testing which is what you're trying to control for the issue. You don't test two things at once. You test one thing, because if you test two things at once, you're actually not sure which of the two was the problem. So if we tell Gus or ask Gus to mute or do something, and then at the same time we mute someone else, we're not gonna.
No, but Gus is unmuted right now, right? So I think it was just realistic.
Or it was because he reloaded.
No, it was realistic.
All right, fine then. I don't give a shit.
I heard him yelling at his wife earlier, so.
I have justified true belief that I don't give a shit.
Thanks for asking me to reload. I lost my title.
Joe, how do you rank? Joe, how do you rank intuition? Because what I understand about intuition, it's actually ranked higher than.
Jesus fucking Christ, Dio, with the other retarded shit. Like, that's literally the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard you say in my entire life.
Well, Iron, I think we both Simon and I, we mentioned that intuitively it appears that you don't have knowledge if your justification is based off of something false. So I didn't really hear his full question.
Joe, can't you guess knowledge? Are you incapable of guessing knowledge? Is that a rule or something?
I mean, you can make a guess, and that can conform with something that you can find out through knowledge, right?
No, but
Well,
like you could formulate knowledge arbitrarily. Like you could just say, "I'm guessing," and I know that this is true just because I arbitrarily decided so, right?
Yeah, but
And
why
then
would
that
you
could
call
turn out
that
to be true.
knowledge?
it's not. Hold on a second. It's not arbitrarily. All right. Intuition comes from experiences, and all the philosophers, including modern day psychology, hold intuition at very high rank. Is a very
Schopenhauer does.
on the scale of very high rank compared to justified true belief.
Right. So
So
the idea would be that your senses could formulate knowledge before your brain could actually describe what that knowledge is in a way that you can communicate with other people, right?
Schopenhauer loaned me $5 once.
I'm not even talking about Schopenhauer, Jesus Christ. I'm talking about Plato. I'm talking
You're
about
talking about
Freud.
Jesus Christ?
No.
You sure? Because any other damn time you're on about
Right.
Schopenhauer.
So let's say you could form or you could have an instinct about a piece of knowledge without being able to describe it or communicate it to somebody else, and that knowledge, that instinct, could be correct, right?
Who are you asking? Because I'm not paying attention.
I'm just asking the whole room based off what Dio was mentioning.
Well, I think intuition just comes from so many experiences that basically your brain's able to make enough similarities in the next experience that you have to give you an answer to whatever problem presents itself.
That's not
And do you think you can have a genetic experience in the sense that you're endowed with certain instincts that have been developed over time?
I don't understand the question. The beginning of the question about the genetic part.
So your genetics determine basically how your body operates, right? So like
of course, yes.
Right. So you can develop instincts that have been developed over thousands of years to avoid certain stimulus, like the growl of an animal or the heat of a fire, something like that, right? Like just basic instincts that.
No, that's already been tested. The idea that you could, for example, like operating conditioning, they've done that with rats, and the operating condition did not transfer over to the offspring. So no, I think there's probably some hardwired stuff, like being scared of spiders and snakes, maybe that we're that we are. But I don't think it's the snake itself. I think it's just the patterns that they make that makes us afraid of them.
That's fair.
But I don't believe in this Lamarckian idea of evolution when it comes to like intuition. No.
Nobody believes in Lamarckianism.
Well,
Some
there is
people think that
aspects of Lamarckian that is true, though. I mean, there's not. I mean,
he's
it's
actually
not-
Gus. He probably won't explain it right, but he's actually kind of there are some things in biology that are actually better understood. I mean, it's very, very specialized, of course, but there are some things that are better understood actually through Lamarckianism. But I mean, I think that it's actually Cliff who can make that argument. That's as far as I can go. But I mean, this is the weird thing with Dionysus, though, is that Dionysus will say something that's actually kind of, it's kind of vetted out in the literature, but his conclusions that he reaches from these kinds of things they're not in sync with not only the conclusions that are made from these things vetted out in the literature, but also with like ethical concerns and other things that you need to take into account before you just reach these conclusions willy-nilly.
Well, that's the reason why I discussed this with you guys to do that.
Mm.
I mean, I don't go around on the street preaching.
Well, that actually is good. I'm glad for that.
So, Dionysus, what were you going to say before?
I just think intuition's
back on topic here. Come on.
I think intuition's a very fascinating subject to talk about. Like, why do I feel like that? There's certain situations that, like, sometimes I haven't obeyed my intuition, and there was dire consequences because I didn't obey my intuition. And I think sometimes our culture teaches us not to obey our intuition. And I'm not going to go into those.
Very nice. This is why I support you in your story where that black man was about to violently accost your girlfriend and you stepped in and you prevented that
Jesus
situation.
Christ. You're going to get him going on that.
Guys, just because you aren't in tune.
Oh, shut up. You get him fucking wound up, and then you just sit there giggling. At least
Not
be
giggling. This is a serious issue.
At least be original about it. You haven't been serious about anything all night, you. So what are you talking about?
I'm a naturalist. Originality is not my strong suit.
Yeah. Apparently neither is abstract thought.
But Iron is actually bringing up an interesting point. If we can stop, if we cannot be silly about it, and we can talk about it like adults here, then I would say that we could be putting each other in danger by trying to be too PC and not allowing people to behave based on their intuition. I think that there's a great danger in that. I've heard horror stories about people who didn't obey their intuition and they either got robbed, raped, or killed.
You know that
there's a book about there's a book, I think it's called Gift of Fear. That might not be the exact title, but it's all about the intuition of fear and how we have subtle cues designed by fear over time to basically warn us about certain scenarios. Like if you come home and your window is ajar when your window was closed when you left, and you kind of have this really low, subtle understanding of fear at that strange or peculiar circumstance, but you ignore it, and then you get like assaulted, right? Because somebody has crept into your window and broken into your house.
Well, the problem with obeying your intuition is that on any number of occasions, your intuitions can misfire. I mean, our intuitions were not built for modern life, and as a result, our intuitions can fail to go off or go off in the wrong time. So realistically, while our intuition may be incidentally helpful in preventing some mishaps, it's something that can't be relied on.
Right, your intuition is kind of like a car alarm, right? Like sometimes your car alarm can go off for no reason or for a superficial reason, and so you have to hear.
No, there's a bit more. There's
Joe,
there's kind of a more subtle.
So you have to
Fair enough.
You have to hear your alarm go off, and then you have to make an assessment about why it went off.
Yeah, Joe, fuck you. What are you doing opening your goddamn... I've had just about enough of your fucking yap today, boy.
Wrap it up, phony.
That's right, stalker.
Continue. Sorry, Iron Fister. Continue.
No, but like you hear the car alarm go off, and you have to assess why it went off. So it's the same with your intuition.
Okay, well, there was kind of a more subtle point that Gus was making in that what our intuitions are hardwired for are with respect to the whole timeline of Homo sapien evolutionary history. For the majority of our existence, we were, dicking around in hunter and gathering societies, and in that scenario, our intuitions were kind of more attuned to our surroundings versus our intuitions that are attuned to the surroundings of a modern era.
Well, would you say that includes dealing with other tribal members or opposing tribes?
No, because tribes are a different social organization compared to hunters and gatherers, significantly.
How so?
Well, for one thing, hunters and gatherers are egalitarian. I'm pretty sure it's not until you get to tribes that you can start having issues with social hierarchies. And by that time in the human evolutionary history, it's been over 100,000 years of Homo sapiens dicking around around the world.
No, but presumably, even in the hunter-gatherer times, human beings had the same kind of deficiencies of character, or they had the same kinds of mental differences. So you could have like a sociopath, or you could have a thief, or you could have a rapist in a hunter-gatherer situation, right? So it seems to me, at least, that you would still have the instincts designed to recognize those things in people.
Yeah, but
Think about it.
one second, Joe. On the offset, on the other side of that, you have to realize, as much as evolution has taught us to detect deception, it's also been like a race on the other side too, for a person to learn to be able to be deceitful. So it's a race between those two
Look,
types,
Joe.
right?
Look who's here, Joe. Look who's here, Joe.
So being able to deceive has become a good quality of evolution as well.
Go get him,
Go
Joe.
get him. I'm not going to attack him. I want him to explain something for me.
Go greet him. Daddy's home.
Hey,
Go greet him.
Jack, where you? There you go, boy. There you go, boy. Okay. Crap. Hey, Jack, did you hear me talk about Gettier problems earlier?
Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering if, like, what is probably the most coherent response that's a presuppositional apologist, or that someone who wants to deflate the impact of Gettier problems? Like, what do they have to say to them?
I think they try to adopt what's known as an externalist view.
You cut out. Sorry.
Please speak clearly into the gramophone.
Hold on, I know what's causing that.
There we go.
Is it working now?
Yes, much
better.
I think they try to adopt what's known as an externalist account of knowledge. You know what that is?
No. Well, is it externalist? Doesn't that just mean that they know it because God told them?
Well, on presuppositionalism, it amounts to that, but you don't have to have that view to be an externalist. It's just the idea.
Okay, so basically what it means is that your knowledge is confirmed and or reinforced by something external, and by external they mean also in a position to know everything and without bias and without whatever, right?
Well, yeah, basically the idea is that there's a process which is reliable, which delivers your beliefs to you. And so you don't have to know how you have the belief in order for it to be justified externally, right? So they would use the example of things that we know without being able to explain how we know them. So, for instance, there are these people who can work on these assembly lines, and they can tell the difference between a male and a female chicken through a lot of experience. But if you ask them how do they know it, they can't tell you. But yet, if you give them a set of male and female chickens, they can reliably separate them into males and females. But if you say to them, what was it that made you decide that this one was male and this one was female, they can't tell you how they do it. Another phenomenon they point to is the phenomenon of blind sight. So some people have this, there's these surgical separations of the right and left hemispheres. And so some people, you can say to them, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. Is there so that their right cortex might be there might be no way they can actually interpret visual signals that go to the left cortex.
Jack, are you talking about those people who don't believe that a certain side of their body exists, or are you talking about something else?
No, I'm talking about something else. There are people who literally have no experience that something is out there because they can't actually see it, right? But if you ask them, is it there, they will say yes, even though they can't see it. And the thing is, that because there's optical information that's entering their brain, but they have actual no visual experience of the phenomenon. So they don't actually see anything. But if you say to them, well, if you were to guess, is there something there or not, right? They can, above chance, tell you that there's something in their visual, some specific thing in their visual field, like a chair or something. If I say, you would ask them the question, is there a chair in front of you, right? They would be able to give you better than chance, sometimes very high degree of correct answers. But they don't have a mechanism they can appeal to that they know for how they come to believe that. So
they're processing it on some lower level than they can store and communicate, right?
Yeah. So what externalists want to say is that those are justified true beliefs. You don't actually need to be able to produce the mechanism by which you know something. As long as there is a reliable mechanism that's there, whether you know it or not, your beliefs, if they're true and they're given by that mechanism, will be justified true beliefs. And so will therefore be knowledge. And so presuppositionalists will then say, well, God is what is endowing us with knowledge, or he designs us to have reliable cognitive faculties. And so even though I can't necessarily provide you with the justification, I can assume that this reliable process is there, and so it's in virtue of that reliable process that I acquired these beliefs, and if these beliefs are true, they will count as knowledge. Does that make sense?
And so is that what you guys were touching on when you asked him to explain how God implanted information in his mind and he said he didn't know the mechanism? Is that kind of the same thing you're talking about now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so they want to say that we don't actually have to know the mechanism, which would be an internalist requirement. They want to say as long as there is as there is the process that reliably gives me true beliefs, then if I have those beliefs, they count as knowledge.
Right, and this kind of boils down to what you see oftentimes where what Gus calls the people of the school of charisma, I think he calls it, where people will preach on things they don't know for sure, but they can sound very convincing or compelling, whereas scientists might be less socially adept, but they have a foundation of knowledge and they expand incrementally based off what they can prove, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
yeah, people tend to follow good speakers and orators. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Right, so like Shamos and Darwin's can't explain that mechanism to you, but they can appear very confident in explaining God to you. Whereas a scientist, most scientists anyway, they can't appear as socially confident or compelling, but they have like a rigid and empirical system of proving what they say.
Yeah, they call that a Cassandra. It comes from the Greek where the woman knew the truth, but nobody would believe her because she couldn't articulate what she was trying to say.
Right, and that would explain why most of your most successful religious people are these people who are very confident and socially adept, right? Like these are the jocks of the social circles, whereas scientists are kind of like the nerds of the social circles. Like I don't think any of us would assume that the Pope or what's that guy, that fat guy that does the mega ministries online, like we wouldn't assume these people have good empirical arguments. but they have a strength of character or charisma that allows them to affect millions of people at a time.
I think this link will interest you, Iron.
Don't bring that Wikipedia bullshit in here, Dionysus. This is Google Hangouts.
Hey, Joe, have you ever heard of the story about Cassandra?
I'm
I'm
sure
gonna
I
look into this. This looks interesting.
I heard you so like you just get so fresh when you're drunk.
It's the only time I feel alive.
It's the only time.
Yeah, I completely agree with Iron. Like, I feel so smart, but like you guys think I'm so stupid because I can't articulate stuff.
I think you're inarticulate, Dionysus. I don't think I can ultimately. I think that, but I do think you're smart. I mean, chemistry is very difficult for me. The fact that you've learned it enough to actually be a teacher, to get like some degree in it in some sense, that's impressive to me. It's not that you're not smart. It's that the conclusions that you reach from the things that you learn.
Dionysus, you know what I think it is? I think it's that they're used to upholding ideas that are unintuitive, so they have to research them exhaustively, whereas you hold to ideas that are intuitive, so you haven't researched them because you haven't felt the need to, because you assume everyone will recognize them. And then they ask you for these fully articulated, verified citations on these things that are intuitive or self-evident, and then you're kind of at a loss because nobody's wasted their time exploring or citing things that are already commonly understood, right?
I suppose. I mean, Joe, did you say you think I'm inarticulate or you think I am articulate?
No, I think you're inarticulate. But I mean, to be fair, I don't think I'm articulate. So take that for what it's worth.
No, I mean all the stuff. I mean, I've only basically made 3 or 4 claims. When it comes to our discussions in here, it was a selfish gene, which everyone can go and read that book. That's everybody knows about that. I also referenced the Westermark theory and behaviorism. I mean, and all 3 of those things are well. These are not like new theories. These are well-established theories that most people in the academies recognize.
Hey, Dionysus, how often are you intoxicated when you come in here?
Most of the time, why?
Well, why not just use that as your excuse? Just say, oh, when I'm not intoxicated.
So that thing Jack was talking about is called blind sight.
Yeah.
It's where the people's V1 cortex is damaged, and like you said, they process optic information. Light is hitting their retina, and the brain is processing it all the way up to a point correctly. And then at that point, it diverges, and some people have the experience of seeing things, and some people don't. But they have everything else. So in these tests, they'll not only just ask them if there's an object in front of them, they'll ask them about properties of the object. Like, do you think it's triangular? Do you think it's large? Do you think it's small? And the fascinating part about it is that, again, above chance, they can describe the object's properties. So, I mean, this is really fascinating for philosophy because it seems like, I mean, he gave an example of how externalists used it, but a lot of people use it to talk about is experience necessary or separate from the actual process of seeing? Is the experience of seeing distinct? So people form ideas based off of blind sight. There's a couple cool things like this.
How cool, though?
Yeah.
Like super duper cool?
Like so cool.
So super cool?
Yeah. Like the best.
What happened to what's his dick? What happened to Gus?
I have a big Blackwell book called A Guide to Consciousness, and it outlines all these major neurological conditions that pose interesting philosophical problems, and there's quite a few of them. Why are you so quiet now, Joe?
Because what was I doing?
Well, they keep trying to say that quantum mechanics and consciousness is what gives us free will. I think that's like the thing that I hear the most.
Yeah, randomness doesn't get you free will.
It's exactly what I was said to that. It's funny how people need to stick to free will for some reason. Like people, it's almost as if they have this, like this fetish with it. I don't know why it's not so easily given up.
A lot of people think that if you give up free will, then it has a lot of implications for morality, I think.
I think they've been dealing with this for a couple thousand years, though, where they've recognized there's a certain lack of free will in people's nature, but that doesn't preclude making decisions or being judged on your decisions.
Well, the questions really started with Descartes when the soul was located in the pineal gland, and
It's
the rest
not.
of the body was
Whoa,
considered
whoa,
to
whoa.
be. What's that?
It's not pineal gland.
It wasn't the pineal gland.
I think it
Pineal.
predates. I think it predates that actually.
You know.
It's pineal. It doesn't have to do with the dick.
Dick.
I think the concept of different people having different natures predates that.
You guys are fucking boring on St. Patrick's Day. What did you guys do?
Well, I tried to have a hangout on the argument from divine indifference, but because Google Hangouts sucks like just ginormous bulls, I couldn't link to anyone to hangout, and so only 4 people managed to get in when a lot of people who I actually wanted, I mean, I like the people who got in, but a lot of people who I wanted to hear from couldn't get in. Like Lydia, Cliff, and I think even Helena might have wanted to get in. But because Google Hangouts is all like, what? This link that you usually take and paste into your info section so people can come in? No, that's not going to work. It's not going to work, and fuck you.
Joe, how does it feel that Matt Bell retired right after he smashed you in a debate, and now you can't challenge him again?
He retired, really?
Yeah, he's not a Christian anymore.
Wait, what?
I've heard about this all day. I've heard Shamos tell the story 4 times today.
Oh, well, if everyone's already heard it, then don't worry about it. I'll
He
figure it out.
renounced the title of a Christian because he feels like he doesn't act like a Christian, but he says it's still right.
Yeah, basically he still wants to shit talk faggots without being a Christian.
Shit talk faggots.
He's pulling a godless, basically. He wants to be able to shit talk Muslims without being a Muslim or an anti-Muslim.
I've decided that it's because of my debate. Yeah, no more informal until I get more confidence and be more assertive about things, and also I could only use it so far that I wasn't familiar with Kalam because I was hoping that my likelihood argument would make it so he had to use other arguments, but no, I should be more familiar in general. So there's that, getting more confidence running the arguments, and being assertive before, just because it's a bummer, because the same thing happened with Trey Jadlow. we focused on maybe like one or two arguments the whole goddamn time. And it sucks like preparing for several arguments and like not realizing that you're gonna get caught up on something that like a day later you're gonna go, that's what I should have fucking said. But whatever.
I think you're just too nice, Joe. That's probably what it is.
Yeah. You could be nice and still be assertive, though. Pronounce what? What did I pronounce wrong? I pronounce a lot of shit wrong because I just read it. Oh. Penule.
He said
pineal.
Like penal colony.
Mm.
Not a big deal.
I swear I thought I said pineal.
That's not even right.
Captain and pineal. Alright. Dictionary.
That's like the walnut-sized gland in the back of the brain, right?
Yeah. That's where he thought the mental realm interacted with the physical.
I hate when it fucking says that I have a message on Skype, but there's clearly no fucking message on Skype.
But the thing about it, what's interesting about that time period, though, that they were actually able to make these really sophisticated automata, and that's. And
Dionysus, that's literally the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard you say, to be honest with you.
Really, I'm top of myself. Good.
You think they had robots in like before
They
Christ?
did. No, during Descartes' time, that's where he got the idea from. Was that the body being mechanical? They actually had these very sophisticated automata where if you walked and you tripped on like a wire or whatever, these robots would like actually do this type of performance for you. And that's really
Dionysus, are you on crack?
I'll give you the links. Shit.
Are you one of those people that believe the Native Americans had this like futuristic colony where they could telepathically move rocks around before white people showed up?
You don't think
What
they
the
had
such a specific?
Okay.
Wait, are you gonna defend that, Clay? It's just like you don't think. Then you cut out. I thought it'd be funny. You don't think that it's possible to move rocks around with your minds if you're American Indian? It's just, oh, you two, both intoxicated with weird, hidden racist ideas.
Yeah, okay, they didn't have robots back then. They had ideas.
Robots, as usual.
No, they did. They were called automata. I'm telling you.
They did not have automatons in the sense that you're talking about. They had ideas, but they didn't have them realized.
Look, it was the first time they were coming out with basic mechanical systems. That's what he means. He's talking about automata.
Oh, autoerotica. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
But anyway, that's all he was saying.
I think it really pissed off Nadia once when she was talking. She was actually talking about base theorem too. I feel bad, but she's like, but she's like, well, that's confirmed by the Dutch book. I forget if it's postulate or something. The Dutch book arguments for base theorem, and I was like, I'm familiar with the Dutch oven arguments, and I think that just shut her up for the rest of the night.
Dog.
But wait, she's out of nowhere.
Dionysus, would you accept a watch as a automaton?
Craftwork.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. But what I'm trying to express here is that there were these things that were purposefully made, whereas guests, if they pass a certain point, maybe tripped on a wire, these things would come out of the bushes and they would do some type of pre-programmed performance. Maybe it was done through water, hydraulics. I'm not really sure. But I'm sure you can find it on the internet with a little effort in a search engine.
I think you two should work together to make a robot.
Anything on the internet.
What is Nadia talking about here?
I'm not sure.
The band Kraftwerk? Yeah, she is talking about the band. Weird.
But 1977 even is way after what Dionysus is talking about.
Oh my god, dude! I swear I am more right about this than I know than I'm right about the fact that the Earth revolves around the sun. Okay, so give me a second.
I think you're inaccurate, to be honest.
Oh shit.
Okay.
How you gonna act?
They did have toys in that era, specifically designed to like enchant people or be entertaining, but they didn't have these kind of setups that you're talking about.
You guys are hilarious.
Justin, did you catch that Godless versus Shamos interaction earlier?
No, I just asked Godless Girl about that. What happened?
Godless called him out on shit talking her in the live chat or whatever.
Good. Then what
And
happened?
then basically she came in and Shamos told her she was like a low tier debater, and so he's like, I'm gonna challenge you with one question, and so he confronted her with it, and she couldn't fucking fight her way out of a wet paper bag. So I guess it just proved his hypothesis correct.
So you're saying Godless lost?
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna have to watch this.
And so of course she diverted her attention to some random guy that was in the room. I don't even remember who the fuck it was.
So far, this doesn't sound like Godless, but maybe.
Okay, that's much. That's about how much energy I'm going to put into this right now.
Yeah, bro.
Dionysus, I have to admit that Blogspot is a pretty compelling resource.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, we're on Google fucking Hangouts. What if on that blogspot it had 50 peer-reviewed articles all there? It was an annotated bibliography that said, this is what this fucking peer-reviewed article says. This is what this fucking peer-reviewed article. Why don't you go and read them for yourselves? But because it said Blogspot.
Sometimes professors and scientists use Blogspot too.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying sometimes.
But it's like, ooh, just this, like, well, I don't use Wikipedia. Come on. We're on Google Hangouts, people. People who haven't done research, people who haven't had to, like, come up with who haven't had to do, like, some sort of, like, a literature review or annotated bibliography based on, like, the literature in a field are the people who are saying, no, don't use Wikipedia.
I got through college because of Wikipedia.
Okay, well, Joe, I was just bugging him, but you're an anthropology major, right? So is there any evidence in anthropology of people with advanced automatons?
People with advanced automatons?
Yeah, like featured
Like
in their society somehow?
I don't know. That's not really a part of. I'm sure there is. I mean, that's the thing with anthropology is like there's an anthropology of everything, and you can anything that like a human like sneezed on, you can try and do some sort of anthropological
Right,
research
but
on it.
do you guys not cover the basics?
No, I don't know. That's a short answer. Sorry. What's up?
You guys don't cover the basics of major things like stone tools, steel tools, and then you think automatons like.
Well, we don't think of it in that. Well, we don't talk about like stone tools with respect to automatons. Like you could think of. I mean, it's not until like when you talk about stone tools, you're thinking of prehistory, right? You're thinking of earlier events in human evolutionary history, right?
Right. I'm
But
just saying if
once
there
you get to automatons, I mean, there's like hints at like there's people have tried to say that yeah, the only things I remember are actually from the History Channel sketchy documentaries, right? And yeah, I mean, and regardless, that stuff doesn't arrive until like you know agricultural settlements and civilizations are like.
Here's a YouTube video, by the way.
You should just give progressively worse
the
and
presence
worse.
of automatons would, I think, be a significant enough occurrence that anthropologists would probably separate that somehow from the other periods.
What would they? There's no automaton period. I mean, I don't see why. Is there, like, what's the importance of automatons that you guys were talking about? Because I was talking about William Lane Craig in the side chat the whole time.
Well, Dionysus is citing this blog post that says this guy was accompanied by a very human-looking doll or whatever, or like he's saying automatons would come out and start dancing and stuff like that. So
Check out this last one, dude. Check out this last link I'm about to post right now. Check this shit out.
Is this literally going to be the fourth stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life that I've seen you post tonight?
And I'm telling you, that shit existed during Descartes' time.
You're really scrolling all up on that mouse, Justin.
Oh, you can hear that?
Yeah.
This mic is amazing.
I don't care if you guys explained it a bunch of times. Wait, oh wait, Justin, you don't know about this Shameless. Nah, I can go and watch it. Never mind.
Wait, I probably already know what they talked about, though. What's it about?
I don't even know because I tried to have my my own hangout, so I wasn't there.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea. Apparently, Godless Girl got owned about something.
She seems kind of off. I feel kind of bad.
She got destroyed, to be honest.
Why do you say she seems off, Joe?
It was brutal.
Like, I don't know. Maybe she has like her sleep pattern is off or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she doesn't seem as like fiery, I suppose.
I think she takes clonazepam like I do, and I think it makes your speech slurry and it makes you just tired in general.
Well, I didn't want to.
Three theories.
Go ahead. Fucking go ahead, Justin. Jesus.
No, Godless is the same. Like, she raged quite
This is
early.
what Iron has been doing all night.
Hey, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm speaking now. So she raged quit earlier today, and then she fucking started spouting off, and then she got put in her place, and then she redirected herself to the person she perceived as being the weakest in the room. And yeah, it's just typical Godless. She's the same as every other, right?
Yep.
Well then.
I think Shamos hit the nail on the head, though, when he basically pointed out to Godless that she doesn't have an ideological position of her own, so she doesn't pursue anything to its fullest, or she doesn't have like an authentic incentive to actually learn the arguments and stuff. Like, she kind of just wants to go with whatever's popular with the people that she looks up to. So she never really forms a solid base for herself to form good arguments and then, I don't know, like go against other people with it.
So you don't think she understands it? You think she's just like being like a peacock?
It's not that necessary. Well, I don't want to speak for you, Ken, but from what I took from that, I think it could be made that I think she does understand, like, some of the stuff, like not some,
He
like
does.
the stuff she says, but there's no attachment to it, and there's no like a deeper understanding that I think
Right.
is needed.
She can understand it, but she has no incentive to stick to it, right? Like there's nothing for her to lose by being pushed off a position because she's always just chasing whatever position people she likes has.
Well, you could make the argument that not being attached to her view makes her a better debater and understander of the view.
And that's the other thing. I mean,
That is potentially possible.
Are we talking about her in the context of being good at debating, or her in the context of having a, I guess a robust and consistent position, which she is good at defending? And
I think it's both because, as Shamos pointed out, because she doesn't delve into them deeply enough because she's spread across so many different philosophies and stuff like that. She has to basically memorize lines, and then when you pull her outside of those memorized lines, she kind of flounders because she hasn't actually invested her time in developing the full breadth of ideas and kind of innovating in that realm of philosophy, her own arguments. She's just regurgitating what other people have told her.
I think
this just sounds like a lot of Shamos rhetoric, psychoanalysis bullshit, though.
I think it's going a bit too far, but I think I have told her, I'm like, look, I think maybe if you do focus on something, like for example, I felt that she was very good at explaining the Pandora's box argument against skeptical theism. It
Also,
might be the case. What? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say it might be the case that she might be good at running the Evil God Challenge, or just running against skeptical theism, which is like that's used by all theists. Skeptical theism, even without knowing it.
Godless is like a Wikipedia of arguments at this point, right? So it's like you could throw at Godless, you could just throw in like a question, and she can answer with a predetermined article, essentially, what other people have told her.
I disagree with that.
Stuff like you think she does. She just does it. She doesn't even do it as much as other people in the group. She just comes in, likes to troll people, occasionally picks up part of an argument, and then goes off and does something else. Like, she's not exactly... I mean, it's almost like a passing interest, I think. But I still have a hard time believing Shamos dished it out to Godless Girl. I just don't see it happening. I have a rule that if Shamos talks for more than 10 minutes, he's going to contradict himself.
The general point that, I mean, this is just like one piece of is something to note. Like, I think putting too much interacting with us,
Joe, I don't know if it's just
right?
Oh, okay. I thought it was me.
No, I'm saying she has a gift. Like, she's memorized so many different arguments from different points of view. So that's kind of a gift. So she flipped from the atheist position to the theist position in like 10 seconds, right? So like that's fairly impressive in and of itself. But I'm just saying, by being a jack of all trades as she is right now, she doesn't develop the intensive understanding of a specific school of thought to be ultimately compelling or as competitive in that school of thought when she's pressed on it.
Yeah, but is that her goal? Does she ultimately care about that? And is it a bad thing that she wouldn't ultimately care about that?
Well, she likes to win.
I think that's the reason why. I think that's the reason why it wasn't recommended for anybody to study philosophy before the age of 30. I think Plato recommended that.
Well, Dionysus, I mean, I think we can both admit that women shouldn't pursue philosophy at all, right? Because men are obviously predetermined to enjoy philosophy and be better at it than women, right?
I just don't think they really care about it.
What are you talking about?
It's so funny how like two people who
Kristen
you think
Korsgaard's
would
a
actually get
professional.
along. What's
Sharon,
up, God?
Sharon Street, Christine Korsgaard, Patricia Churchland.
Oh, tell me more about Korsgaard, because I know she has a moral philosophy.
Yeah, she's a Kantian constructivist. She's also kind of hot.
I like how you can bring up like 3 women out of the tens of thousands of male philosophers throughout.
Yeah, I mean, you're using the fallacy the exception proves the rule, which is, but come on your day-to-day experience, why don't you try to go, even if a female like talks to you about philosophy and she knows a little bit here and there, you can look in her eyes and tell that she doesn't genuinely care about it.
You can look in her
You like wants to talk to you, or she's trying to be smart.
You
can see a great example where God pursues
That was
philosophy.
pretty funny,
So
actually.
her motivation is to like her. It's not actually understanding philosophy.
Just
Yeah,
look
but
in
she's
her eyes.
seeking approval of male philosophy.
And the lack of interest in philosophy in her eyes. This is the second argument that I think I heard Dionysus say. Just look at her eyes. You can tell what they're gonna do if you look in their eyes.
That's true.
You can't deny it though. As funny as that came out, seriously. The next time you with somebody, talk to her about philosophy and see what happens.
I think that at least at my university I went to, I think the bulk of the philosophy majors were female.
I think Dionysus is accurate though, in that most women don't understand the point.
You have to look in her eyes, and then you see. Sorry.
I think no.
Yeah,
I don't
most
think,
women just don't understand
don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying that they don't understand. I'm saying they don't give a shit. Like, they're more into like the material world because they have to have babies. They're more about the money.
They're material girls.
I mean, that's what it ultimately comes down to. That's why they're more materialistic and we're more otherworldly.
Well, okay, so here's a stereotypical example, but
what is happening?
A man could be watching a football game, right? And a woman cannot really understand the importance
They're
of
ripping off of each other, so.
Basically, what it boils down to is women don't understand competition in the same way that men do.
How does that do with philosophy?
No, but I think we really do. I think like if you want to call it your soul, I think like we really do care about the subjects. But like you guys just mentioned, you guys just mentioned that Gallus doesn't really care. Yeah. She's just trying to be the win inside.
Right. Like I think if you look at Gallus, you can see that she doesn't have a loyalty towards a specific school of thought. She wants to be seen as being good by certain people or peers or whatever in those schools of thought. It's more about the appreciation of those people than it is the actual idea.
It's like a type of finery or something, or like some type of jewel that she wears. It's not like it's not something that's got much depth in it, right?
Yeah, philosophy is a jewel that women wear.
No, it's something that they do, but they don't really care about it. They only care about it because we care about it.
They don't even know what to do with it.
Women would have never discovered philosophy. It went for men. Men discovered philosophy. You didn't see women you didn't see a woman Socrates sitting around because the women were worried about having babies and taking care of babies.
Socrates.
Or if you did, it was the exception to the rule. Like obviously, it's possible there's certain exceptions where one every 100,000 or 10,000 or whatever, a woman stands out in philosophy.
Set of things that has ever been said in a row.
It's just.
You guys are outrageously dumb.
This cannot be anywhere nearly as bad as the nigger talk from the other night.
That's fair, actually.
Yeah, let's not go down that road. Let's unpack this. Women, you can't tell that women are interested in performing philosophy.
Real quick though, I called that shit. I said on that hangout with all the nigger talk, I said there's going to be consequences for this shit. I knew that was going to happen.
Well, I don't know what happened, but people outside were also saying this is going to be flagged, and I actually didn't think so. I thought as long as it wasn't like visual.
There was a point with Jason where I kind of knew the video was going down based on what Jason said.
Fucking Jason. He's a very smart kid too.
Jason loves nigger dick, right? So like, I don't know, what can you really do about that?
God damn.
The heart wants what the heart wants, right?
Jason fucks black guys?
Hey, Jack, tell me about what happened with
Jason
Facebook today.
exclusively fucks black guys.
That's what he said? I didn't
He's
know
gonna
that.
have a date tonight, I think.
With a black guy?
Yeah, because he lives on the Pacific Northwest coast, right? Black guys are like this exotic thing that he loves more than anything else.
Jack, tell me about the Shamos interaction today.
Well, Shamos tried to explain how the Trinity was not self-contradictory, and no one could understand what he was saying.
What about this interaction he had with Godless Girl?
Oh, I didn't see that. Is Philip there?
I don't know. But Josh was apparently talking about it. Like, Josh must have seen it, I guess.
Josh, are you here?
Joshua?
Joshy Poo.
Philip?
Come here,
Philip.
Philip. Come here, Philip.
You can see it. This seriously, like, I think it might be the third argument that Dionysus has like ran the "you could see it in their eyes" angle, and one of them was about like I think domestic violence.
Well, Dionysus should get on cam and show us his eyes.
But you
I
know,
think why don't you do a study? Why don't you go to like walk to 100, no, greet 50 guys and ask them what is idealism? Then walk to 50 females and ask them the same question and see.
Listen, I think if you believe evolution is true, then you're kind of forced to believe that certain evolutionary traits are true, like an interest in philosophy or mechanics.
Okay, both of you motherfuckers, I explained what biocultural evolution is, and I explained what the relationship between that and culture is. Both of you.
Yeah, they really are a pair. They really are a pair. Like, they go together.
Listen, Joe, that doesn't explain why women don't like philosophy.
Listen, Joe.
Ren and Stimpy.
No, but look, if you think even Nietzsche made this argument.
You're saying that like Ren wasn't the best cartoon of like that era.
Nietzsche even made this argument. He even you know what he said? He even went so far in saying something like,
start talking at the same time.
He said women didn't have any depth to them.
Belligerent racism and belligerent misogyny.
He said that women didn't have any depth to them, and then he said that's the end of it.
Well, the traditional patriarchal view is that women are next to children, right? So it's like men, women.
No, that's the end of it. That's it.
Which has actually been supported as being evolutionary, the best tactic, right? So like preserving women and children is ideal in terms of ensuring procreation, reproduction, whatever.
Women are shallow. You can see it in their eyes. That's all you need.
No, but I think you can make the argument that if women were considered equal to men, and women were expected to be in the front lines to men, then that would reduce.
Front lines to men.
Right, but that would reduce the opportunities for reproduction and the propagation of the species, right?
No, not at all.
What do you mean, not at all?
Only in a total war context, and if you consider the fact that women were on the front lines in probably the most brutal front of World War II, the Eastern Front, for quite some time, and that was in a like total war scenario. I don't see. I mean, can you? What is the? That's a great thing to try and make your argument go forward. Have you seen what
No, but I
the?
think historically in the tribes, most hunters and gatherers were men, right? So,
Okay, this is pissing me off.
or warriors and
Most hunters and gatherers were men. Okay, women were the gatherers, men were the hunters.
Okay, Joe, let me ask you this question.
Hunters and warriors is what.
Joe, let me ask you this question.
Actually, Joe,
how come guys automatically
or other people? Men were primarily the front lines, right?
Can I just like take like what bits and pieces I've heard from each of you and make them into like one thing to respond to?
Yeah, well, hold on a second, Joe. I got a serious question. How come we know for a fact that boys, when they're born, they automatically want to take things apart? They do more specific behavior where females want to take care of their nurturing. Why? That's a fact. Why is that? Because of testosterone.
I think it stands to reason that if you believe in evolution, then you're going to believe in the evolutionary differences between the genders.
I didn't hear what you said because Jack was like, you.
No, like guys like taking things apart.
Listen, that's another one. Jack, turn your fucking vibrator off. But listen, nothing you were saying right now is true. Like Iron, you just said that if you believe in evolutionary theory, you have to believe in the psychology that it promotes, right? But evolutionary theory doesn't make any of these claims.
No, I said that if you believe in evolution, then it stands to reason that you believe in the evolutionary differences between men and women.
Right, and I'm saying that evolution doesn't promote any of these mental deficiencies that you're saying women have compared to men.
I'm not saying that they have deficiencies.
I didn't say deficiencies. I said
I didn't say deficiencies.
But would you agree? Hold on a second. Iron, give me a second. I got.
Okay, Justin.
Would you agree that testosterone?
Yo, shut the fuck up. You've already said like 5 of the stupidest things I've ever fucking heard in my life tonight. Okay, Justin, would you agree that with other animals, there's areas of specialization between the genders?
Areas of specialization
I would say,
between the biological sexes.
Right, I would say they play different roles.
Like you think
How
that
so?
the
What do you mean by
what do you mean by roles?
Well,
I mean, you guys are just like going in and out. I gotta remember you guys are drunk. Like I'm sober and like ready to throw down on these concepts, and I just forget that you guys.
Okay, Joe, we know for a fact that in the animal kingdom, male and females of a respective type act in different ways, right?
It depends on what. I mean, even that is actually. I mean, for certain animals, yeah, sure.
Right, and you would probably agree that those are the result of evolution, right?
I mean, yeah, evolution does. I mean, I don't continue.
Right. So why would that not be the case for human beings?
Because biocultural evolution. I mean, are fishes affected by the culture by fish culture?
What is fish culture?
Alright, hold on a second.
I understand you're laughing at that, right? But I would say
that if you have more
shut the fuck up, Dionysus. Seriously, you're saying the 6th stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life today. Joe, I would say that Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, Joe, I would say that human culture has arrived at what it is based off those same factors, right? So, like, the differences between male and female based human culture.
What is fish
Iron, no, hold on a second. Would you say that testosterone is more prominent in men or females? Men, right? Would you say that those chemicals affect our behavior differently? Yes or no? If you say yes, then you have to agree that sex is not a social construct.
What
is fish testosterone?
Gender. But no.
Okay,
still.
Joe.
Gender is not a social construct. It's based on the amount of testosterone. Men get 2 boosts of testosterone before they're born.
Jesus fucking Christ, Dionysus, shut the fuck up. Joe, okay, do you think culture arrives before or after evolution?
Of my life. Wait, what? Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think culture arrives before or after evolution?
It has to be after. Wait a
Right.
minute. No, wait. I think that's kind of. I have to think about that, but the whole point is that it's bioculture. There's the relationship is kind of what's important.
Right, but
The fact that you can't separate them.
Fact, right?
I'm sorry?
I said you agree it comes after the fact, right?
Culture? Okay,
Yeah,
okay, so
yeah,
this is
so
what you're saying. You're saying that we evolved, and then, or fish evolved, and then fish culture arose.
Right, okay, so if you wanted to draw parallels between humans and fish, you would say that the female fish lay the eggs and that the male fish, they impregnate the eggs, right? So you would say the females establish the nest and then the males come by and impregnate them, right? Like you could draw those kinds of parallels.
The fish nest.
Well, do you understand how fish work?
They nest, and then they flock to the
I don't know how for a Pacific Northwestern person, I'm relatively well versed on how salmon work. I don't know if you're familiar.
Nest.
Are you familiar with how fish work in your region?
In my region.
I don't know what's so funny. Where do you live, anyway?
You know it's fucking funny. I hear the smile in your voice. You know it's fucking hilarious.
I'm smiling because I've got you in the situation where you're forced to admit that I'm right. That's why I'm smiling.
About fish culture.
No, but fish have a rudimentary assignment of roles, right? Like I think we would agree that that's the case in the fish.
Assignment of roles, like fish.
Yeah.
No, not in the same way that we understand culture. The assignment of fish culture was a joke. Was it?
No, I understand that fish culture was a joke, but I'm saying that if you stripped everything bare, there would be a certain set of expectations in fish that females will do and that males will do, right? And so that could be the very bare foundation of a culture.
Look, are you saying that women aren't disposed to doing philosophy? Because earlier it sounded like you said women were less good at doing philosophy.
I think they're less interested in it.
Well, it's just statistically, like if statistically men are predisposed towards philosophy and women aren't, then it would stand to reason that overall more men would be involved in philosophy than women, and that they would develop a more robust understanding of it than women would, right?
Okay, can I get my response?
All you're saying is that more men study it, therefore more men know it.
Can I get my response?
Shut the fuck up, Dionysus. Since more men study it, shut the fuck up, Dionysus. Since more men study it and they share with each other more, since men are more inclined to share with men than they are with women, then they have a more robust understanding of philosophy than women.
I think women
What
are
does
more
that have to do with evolution?
I think women are more pragmatic and they only
It's
care about.
because men are evolved towards philosophy, whereas women are evolved towards.
What are you talking about? Evolved towards philosophy? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not.
Men are more evolved towards mechanics, and part of philosophy is sort of the mechanics of semantics, so to speak.
Did you understand the fish culture analogy? Come on.
Yeah, don't you understand fish culture, you fucking idiot?
Justin, can I tell you? Can I give my argument? I think it's more coherent.
Go for it.
All right. I think instinctively women care more about the material world because it makes more sense because they have to have babies, they care about raising children, so they're more pragmatic. Men, on the other hand, are more otherworldly, and I think that also comes because we have the excess of energy because we don't have to bear children. So I think that's the reason why we kind of wander off and look at the stars or think about these metaphysical issues.
That's literally the seventh stupidest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
But Dionysus, what if they were just naturalist philosophers, like people that care specifically about material philosophies? Then what would you say?
Wait, hold on a second. Do you understand, like, if a woman's bearing children, she has a lot less energy to be thinking about these things? Would you agree with that?
You mean for the 9 months out of her life that this process takes place? Sure.
Well, you think it ends at 9 months?
Does it not?
No, it doesn't. It's a lifelong.
Traditionally, it doesn't, because a woman, she'll become pregnant, but a woman traditionally, prior to birth control, she'd become pregnant like once every 2 years or so.
I mean, look though, all you're talking about is that she does something other than doing philosophy for a large portion of her life, right? But that's most people.
But I also think it has something to do with testosterone. And I think because we get a big extra boost of it during puberty, I think it makes us more competitive. It makes us, and philosophy is one of those things where the competition is
moving from theory to theory, right? Every time I say something that doesn't purport with what you're saying, you just switch to a new dumb
I'm sorry,
thing.
go ahead. What was the contradiction that you were bringing up?
Saying that women are more predisposed to material things with no basis for this, right? Because they have babies, doesn't give any arguments for why they would be, worse at philosophy than men.
I'm not saying that they're worse. I just think they have a less interest in it because I think they're more pragmatic.
You can't make claims about people's interest because they have babies, evolution occurs, and all these other things you're listing. So you're now.
Okay, there is medical evidence.
I'm making these claims based on my personal experiences, not on something I read.
Okay, there is medical evidence to suggest that men are more mechanically inclined than women are.
Right, but there's no basis for saying that.
What do you mean there's no basis for saying that?
There's no evolutionary basis for saying that.
How is there no evolutionary basis for saying that?
Your reasoning iron earlier was that more men do philosophy, so therefore more men know about a philosophy, right? That doesn't connect to...
Well, okay, I'm saying that since more men do philosophy than women, they have a larger community to share ideas, and so obviously if you have a larger team working on a project,
That's not evolutionary.
How is that not evolutionary?
People working together isn't evolution, you fucking idiot.
No, but the larger number of people working towards the same goal is evolutionary.
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's a context. What's the goal? Oh, we got some reason coming in here.
How is a large group of people...
Listen. So it's fairly self-evident and obvious that if you have 10 men working on a team to figure something out versus one woman working by herself, the 10 men have an advantage over the one woman, right?
What does this have to do with evolution? We're talking about your argument from an evolution
If men are evolved to have an interest
in... All right, well, there you just jumped the ship, though, right? How did men become evolved? You just skipped to the assertion.
What do you mean, how did men become evolved?
How did men become more evolved to philosophy, under your view? Simply doing things together.
I don't know how I'm expected to explain how evolution works and how it chooses the specific things it chooses.
You can't explain how philosophical knowledge is more prone to being in a man evolution.
No, I already said that men have been evolved to be more interested in mechanics, and philosophy is sort of the mechanics of semantics, right?
Why do you think
nothing to do with
evolved an interest? How did the interest in mechanics evolve? Explain the process to me.
If I had to guess, I would say it's because men were the...
Do you have to guess?
Pardon me?
Do you have to guess?
Yeah, I believe so.
So you have to guess the entire basis of your assertion. You have to guess how that works.
Well, I have to make an informed estimate because I don't have concrete facts from tens of thousands of years ago to determine what evolution chose, right?
So you have no basis for saying it's evolutionary.
You do have an anthropologist right here. I don't know if that...
I mean, I have a basis for saying so, but it might not meet your standards, is what I'm saying.
Well, tell Joe and see if it meets his.
Right. So, Joe, I would say that since sexual dimorphism is a thing, and men are larger than women, and men have a specific role compared to women in rudimentary cultures, they would develop different interests than women would.
You think that it's well, okay, so because of sexual dimorphism, that roles have arisen between the sexes. I don't even think that that's anything controversial, actually. I think that the issue is parlaying that into something especially meaningful in terms of something like which major they choose. I mean, you can
Okay,
rudimentally.
so the
You
next
can,
step
well,
is that.
hold on. You can derive it all the way back to some sort of biological difference between the sexes as to why there is, I guess, what is it? Unequal proportions of the sexes in certain disciplines, but to continue it all the way back to our biology isn't going to better understand the issue, I think. I think that when you're looking at those kinds of issues, when you're looking at social inequality, when you're looking at social differences between men and women, the biology is just kind of, you could just take that as a constant. And it's actually more lucrative to take it as a constant and to work from there to understand the implications of such inequality. So, like if you're like, take for example, we understand that there's sexual dimorphism between the female fish and the male fish, but fish culture has become so profound in the evolutionary history of fish that it's more beneficial in order just to take fish biology as a constant and to only look at fish culture. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is that because sexual
So
dimorphism.
no more biology. Stick with culture.
Okay. Can I finish what I was gonna say?
Well, if you don't mind telling me, no more biology. We're sticking with culture.
I would say culture arises from biology.
Well, I mean, you can't have culture without biology, because without biology, you can't have something to have culture. But as I've just explained, we can take biology as a constant and work from there. Especially when we're talking about whether or not women will go into philosophy versus what is it?
Right.
They'll go into a more materialistic.
That's
they'll become
fine,
material scientists.
Joe, that's fine. But Justin asked me how I came to the conclusion that men would be more interested in philosophy than women, right? So I'm just going to explain that from the basic standpoint that we start with the sexual dimorphism. If men are developing a specific set of skills, like spatial awareness, recognizing, distance, etc., like the more mechanical skills, then it stands to reason over time, if they're applying the mechanics to semantics, so you propose an idea and they dissect that idea mechanically, then it stands to reason that men would have more skill or ability in philosophy than women, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like you kind of started, then you like pulled semantics out of your ass in order to move it towards philosophy. When it sounded like the beginning of the argumentary, well, not even the beginning, take out sexual dimorphism, just the very concept that men are more spatially oriented or something. That's used to argue why men are going into the STEM fields, or why they're going into engineering
No,
and
but
stuff.
I think it stands to reason that.
But why is that? How do you think adding semantics to it makes it also the case that that can be extended to explaining why more men are going into philosophy?
Because I think that when men look at philosophy, they're looking at a semantic argument the same way that a man might look at an engine. So they're looking at the pieces that comprise the whole, and they're dissecting it, and they're pulling it apart, and they're saying, I see your whole argument that you made. I've pulled it apart into its component pieces, and now I'm telling you which parts of it are wrong or which parts of it are inefficient. And I'm building my own engine. I'm building my own set of component parts.
You have to be saying something like their brains are evolving more for philosophy than a woman's brain. Otherwise, you're just relying on culture. Right?
No, but it's already a fact, biologically and scientifically determined, that men are more mechanically orientated than women.
That's fine, but there's no fact of the matter. First of all, I don't think that's true. I think having an enlarged hypothalamus, where you have better senses of direction, or your brain is more predisposed to dealing with directions, is a different claim than saying men are more mechanically oriented, right? Mechanics.
You can look it up for yourself. It's already a determined fact.
Well, no, this is the issue. Well, Justin, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that saying someone's more mechanically oriented is a different claim than saying they have certain regions of the brain which are better at spatial navigation and stuff like that.
Yeah. What would you call
Mechanics
it?
is a broad field.
Yeah. Go
But
ahead.
more to the point, though, like I said, what you're going to have to say here is that men have some kind of evolutionary factor where their brains are more, conducive to philosophy. And there's no way in which you can say that.
I've already said that.
No, you just made an analogy that because you think they're better at mechanics because of enlarged hypothalamus, that therefore they could is the key word, also be better at philosophy for these same genetic reasons. But you haven't provided any argument as to why that's the case.
I've already said that that's how men break down philosophical arguments and then reconstruct them.
And enlarged hypothalamus doesn't help you with philosophy, as far as anybody knows right now. That's all the mechanical attribution is.
You can take words as component parts and put them together to form a whole, and you can deconstruct that whole with those component parts.
Right, but you don't have an argument that men's brains are more evolved to do that than women's. That's the point. Your analogy
I could Google it for you, but I'm sure there's evidence to support that idea.
I mean, that's just a useless thing to say.
It sounds like a correlation argument.
It sounds like a stupid argument.
Yeah, at the best, it could be a correlation argument. I don't even think there's support for a correlation there, though.
I mean, let's assume that for the sake of entertaining ourselves, let's assume that that the correlation exists. Fine, the correlation exists. You have people with large hypothalamus? I don't know. I hope that's the right word.
A hippopotamus, I think.
The large hippopotamuses. People with enlarged hippopotamuses happen to be better mechanics. Namely, men happen to be better mechanics than women generally. Now, is that because of that? Or is there another possible reason? And I think that in human
What is the other possible reason? Unicorns or something else?
I'm saying that
culture.
It's fish culture. Yeah, you have
No,
plenty
it's not
of cultural.
that. It's the way that
God fucking damn it! I've been quiet and listening to you guys for a while. Let me goddamn talk.
Sexist guys, be quiet. Crazy sexist guys, be quiet. Crazy sexist guys, be quiet.
With the objection.
Iron, Ken,
number one.
be quiet. Let Ocean speak. Go ahead, Ocean.
All right, I have muted Iron Nation. Damn it. All right, there's plenty of cultural reasons that are out there that could be provided as another reasonable explanation, rather than having possession of large hippopotamuses. It's just because the correlation is there doesn't mean, obviously, that doesn't mean that there's causation. You need to give some kind of evidence for the causation. So far, you haven't provided it, and I think that's mainly the main crux of the problem.
Would you agree that universally, throughout history, most philosophers have been men, and it's been a man-oriented field of study?
I also believe that...
Can I please add something with some substance?
God fucking damn it, he asked me a question, you
to.
I've had enough to hear with the way these hangouts go. Fucking A. Like, as somebody asked me a question directly, and then Fuckstick over here decides to say words. Like, come on. Okay. Anyway. Yes, I agree that throughout history, mainly men have been philosophers. But throughout history, mainly men have been everything but childbearers. It's just an aspect of human culture that men have been taking care of everything that hasn't been reproducing. Because women have been generally predisposed to reproducing.
What's up with this not letting people finish their point?
Right, I know. I'm like in the middle of making the point, and then
go ahead.
One of you decides to say,
I apologize.
"Hey, I have a better thing that I'm just going to pile up." No, I'm done. I'm pretty much done. But
okay, so
it's just
since
that
you're done, since you're done, in
pretty much done does not mean done. But if you want to go ahead and speak,
yeah, you said you're done. Okay,
no, I didn't.
You're done. In contemporary examples, why is it that there's more male philosophers than women philosophers?
I had already made that explanation.
I don't think you did.
Can I ask you a question now, please?
I can actually answer that question,
Let's
but then
let
like
them interrupt
drunk
each other.
belligerents kind of take
All right,
over.
I actually have something with some substance. All right, we know for a fact that men get exposed to testosterone first while they're still in the womb, and then hold on, let me finish, and then at puberty, and we know that this has drastic effects on the brain, and this could account for the behavior that they. I mean, Matt Ridley discussed this in the
that book is crap. We already explained that to you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the context. It doesn't matter.
Let him make his point.
What he's saying about this is actually well documented.
I think it's a point that he's already made 6 times, but I want to hear him make it.
I think the 6 times.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me testosterone doesn't directly affect the behavior and what
totally does. I think
what you may be interested in?
Yeah.
Oh, as far as it affecting interest, I don't know.
No, I think it does. I don't think sex is a social construct just because.
I think it makes it.
This is the second today that you mixed up with social construct.
I think it's fair to say since testosterone can affect muscle development, it could affect brain development as well.
I think it can affect brain development.
All right,
but I don't know if it affects.
Disagreeing with that.
I wish you guys would stop talking to me like I don't know what I've taken biochemistry. Right? Has anybody in this room taken biochemistry? I just want to know. No.
I invented biochemistry.
All right. But no.
Yeah, Dionysus, you're literally the stupidest person
Hey,
ever.
Dionysus, I'm actually trying to answer your questions, and you keep interrupting me.
sorry,
and
go
I don't
ahead.
answer your questions. So, which question are you on now?
The only point that I'm trying to make is that it's not as if because of some type of social constraints that women have been put have had these certain roles that we whatever made them have, and men have had these certain roles that we've made them have. No, I think testosterone. Because of puberty and before puberty has had it directly affects what we tend to do. We know that women will purposely go out and want to have dolls or something to take care of. Like this is not something that we're programming in them through culture. It's something that's affected because of their chemistry. All right, so stop saying that there's no difference.
1 second I was playing with dolls, and the next second I was hitting my brother with a stick.
No,
So,
but I think it's fair to say that if it was purely,
okay.
I think it's listen. I think it's fair to say that if it was purely random and not determined by the hormones, then you would expect to find other civilizations that had a large or equal number of female philosophers to male philosophers, right?
I don't know what you said. You interrupted me, so I didn't care.
What do you mean by other civilizations, though?
Well,
are you saying
in
there's
other
some hunter?
civilizations-
You're saying there's like some like
Are you saying that there might be some areas where there are matriarchal societies? Because there are.
No, I'm saying that if it was purely determined by like chance and not hormone development, then you would expect there to be an equal distribution of other civilizations that
Not
would have.
equal. You would just expect there to be exceptions.
Well, you'd expect there to be a larger percentage of female.
No one's saying
philosophers,
it's
right?
purely random. We're saying
No.
it's cultural.
We're saying and cultural, human culture is interconnected across the planet. But you do find pockets of matriarchal societies in areas that have been cut off from other cultures. Like
Right, but you also find that the vast majority of the vast majority of philosophers.
Yes.
In this
Okay.
nation-
Vast majority of philosophers are male. Fine. Those are all. A lot of the vast majority of philosophers come from cultures that have developed philosophy.
Okay.
A lot of them
So
are interconnected.
explain
Shut
how
the
they.
fuck up for 5 seconds. God
No,
fucking
explain
damn it.
how they arrived at
Shit
that
brick.
conclusion.
Oh my God! Why don't I have? I do have mods. I can eject you. Okay. Shut up for a second. Now, you've said that it should be completely. We should be seeing a larger representation. Fine. Philosophy is a fairly specific study that was developed in Europe, and also in China. So we have 2 areas where it sort of developed, possibly independently, possibly interconnectedly.
So can I interrupt for a second?
No. No, you cannot. I'm trying to make a goddamn point, and one fucking day I'm gonna be able to get to the fucking end of it.
Ocean, did you say philosophy developed in Europe? Because I think that.
Ocean. Don't you know that fish are in the ocean? Fish culture.
And philosophy didn't develop in Europe, all right?
Your mom developed in Europe.
You said Europe, but I think that the Greek philosophers were more important than the European philosophers.
Greece is not in Europe now?
This is part of the Mediterranean.
Like, do you have an understanding of geography? Do you know where Greece is?
You're mad. You should have good spatial. I don't.
Like, seriously, do you know where Greece? Do you know where the Aegean is?
He doesn't.
That
But
fucking peninsula is on the south end of goddamn Europe.
Iron, you made
Greece
a
is part of the European Union. You fuck.
Right, but the Greece was arbitrarily.
There's a continent called Europe, and it's got Greece on it.
So, Iron made a positive assertion that the difference between men and women in philosophy and the explanation for why men are better at philosophy was evolutionary. And he's been unable to show that with any kind of argument.
I wasn't saying that they were not better. I just thought that they were less interested. So I just want to make sure
that's also been
I didn't say better. I said more widely represented.
No, you didn't.
So are you saying they're equally interested in philosophy as men?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have no argument to show that their lack of interest or their lack of numbers in the philosophical departments has anything to do with evolution.
Right, you're trying to give it some sort of biological explanation, and you don't have the evidence for it.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. You guys literally don't have an argument.
Is overwhelming.
No, he's making the argument that we're just better at it. I don't believe that we're just better at it. I believe. I
understand that the two of you are making distinctly differently stupid arguments.
Right. Listen. I don't think men are.
Mine's not stupid.
Shut the fuck up, Dionysus. I'm trying to make my point. I
No,
don't think that.
Doesn't it suck when people interrupt you in the middle of you making a point?
Shut the fuck up, Ocean.
You shut the fuck up.
You just joined, so shut the fuck up.
I just joined and waited patiently while you guys said really dumb things over and over before I decided to say shit.
I just want to say one sentence, and I'll let you guys talk.
You go ahead and say your sentence, buddy.
Okay. I don't think that.
You know what? I have a thought. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, come on, Iron. Go ahead.
No, he's somebody unbroadcasted him, so just rebroadcast him. I was going to interrupt him all on my own, but then somebody unbroadcasted him in the middle of my interrupting him. So even my interruption was interrupted.
Ocean, can you tell me why mine is so stupid? Why that argument's so stupid?
Right now I'm dealing with Iron Fist.
Dionysus, shut the fuck up for a second.
Who's on broadcasting? Stop it.
Okay. I'm not saying that men are necessarily better than women at philosophy. I'm saying that a larger percentage of men are predisposed towards philosophy than women, and as a result, they have a larger community to bounce ideas off each other, which allows.
Are you saying that's because of biology, or something else?
I believe that is due to biology. Yes.
Okay. Can you support that?
I think that the fact that men are predisposed towards mechanics carries over into semantics.
So you're taking a cultural example and trying to associate it with biology.
What is the cultural example then?
That more men are mechanics. The way that you're saying
mechanics isn't cultural.
The reason why you're saying that men are more predisposed to mechanics is because more men are mechanics. Now, is the reason for that biological or cultural?
I'm not talking about mechanics.
The only thing you're doing is saying the same thing, but you're substituting philosophy with mechanics.
Ocean, I'm not talking about mechanics in the sense of like a automobile. I'm talking about mechanics in the sense of spatial awareness.
I don't care. It's the same shit. What you're doing is you're taking the word mechanical, or you're taking the word philosophy and you're replacing it with the word mechanical and going, see, that's why. And that doesn't make any sense.
Right, I'm saying that some of the ideas or some of the skills in mechanics carry over into philosophy.
Okay. You haven't provided the biological reason of why men are mechanically minded.
Well, that's already comprehensively studied by neuroscientists and such.
You haven't.
You can look it up for yourself.
Men are is different than biology is why. You can say, if you have studies and such, I will assume that you're correct in saying that men are generally more mechanically inclined. But is the reason for that biological or cultural? And you have not, It is
biological.
Right, you're saying it is biological, but you're just making a claim. You're not backing it up.
No, it's
Justin's issue with you, that's what Joe's issue with you, that's been my issue with you. Is you haven't actually
it's already been firmly determined that that's biological in the same sense that sexual dimorphism is biological.
How? You can say that, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you want me to cite you the exact studies that show that?
That would
Iron,
help, probably, to start the conversation.
What he's saying is
All right, and if I do show that to you, you'll concede that that is the case?
Maybe it depends on what you provide. If it has anything to do with what you're saying.
All right, I'll Google it
If you
for you.
provide me
I'll
a study
Google it
about how
for you.
snakes are more predisposed to eat or whatever.
Ocean, I will Google it for you, just because I'm an ex
Go
guy.
ahead.
This
And
still
don't say you're Googling it for me. You're Googling it for yourself. It's your job to provide your evidence, not mine.
Yeah, this still doesn't help.
No, because it's only been the last 30 or 40 years that people have assumed that there's some equality between.
Yeah, but it still doesn't help your argument, you know.
That people, which people, equality.
He's only saying that there's a
broadcasting.
biological basis for mechanical adeptness,
Like
right?
both of them should be broadcast.
No, it's not going to help this claim.
I mean, equality amongst women and men has been a thing for thousands of years. Like, or the
There's
idea.
been egalitarian societies.
No, not even that though. But like, just even in like, oh Jesus Christ Almighty. Just even in the history of ancient philosophy, the ancient thought, people have proposed the ideas about equality. Isn't like, I mean, we got the commie Marxist Power Ranger bros here. Isn't like equality for women a tenet of Marxism?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a bit too easy, but yeah.
Well, that's definitely before the last 40 years. But,
yeah.
you know, whatever.
It's just, so many things are wrong. Like, you can say that, like, men, for certain reasons, are more spatially, like, oriented. But that's used to explain that men would go into, like, like, sciencey stuff, that would go into engineering stuff, architecture, that kind of crap, be better at certain things. I don't understand how it can go, oh, and also philosophy too. Let's add that as well.
Because, Joe, you don't see how you can carry it over and just say that the component parts of an argument are roughly analogous to, or analogous.
Yeah, but what part of the being more spatially oriented is what leads to them men being more mechanically oriented?
Exactly.
And if that is that what can make it so? Does that go all the way through to semantics? I don't think it does in the way you were trying to.
I believe it does because semantics is just tool based, right? So like the language is a tool.
No,
the language is a tool, and the writing is a tool, right?
Wrong.
So you deconstruct a sentence.
Struggling in so many concepts.
Stop doing that. Seriously, whoever's doing this broadcasting bullshit needs to quit it.
Yeah, Joe, cut it out.
Sorry, guys.
Listen, okay, a sentence conforms to a certain set of rules the same way that a mechanical device conforms to a certain set of rules, correct?
No.
What do you mean by no? Can you point out how that's incorrect?
Well, like, no, as in, like, the mechanical device, like, what do you mean it conforms to a certain set? I mean, it can. No, that isn't what. Where did you get that is the part from the spatially oriented disposition of males? How does that parlay into mechanical things? Parlay into freaking semantics?
Look,
you
you
haven't
just-
explained that part. Before you can try and explain the connection between mechanics and semantics, you have to explain that part.
Look, there's an empirical study that shows
if you want
taxi cab drivers in London actually have an enlarged hypothalamus, right, from taxi cab driving. It's a noted experiment, right? So then Iron has committed himself to saying that taxi cab drivers are all the best philosophers and are so biologically, right? It's a ridiculous claim. And the fact that he's trying to make a correlation between
How is it a ridiculous
navigating mechanical things and somehow being philosophical, right?
Has anybody gotten a look at like Ayn Rand's
Even
hippopotamus
though
or whatever?
that philosophy is going to import, regions of the brain that are not even being discussed here, as does logic. Saying that logic is somehow devoted to a mechanical portion of the brain is ridiculous.
Okay, how much of philosophy and logic?
We all know that women.
Hold on, let him finish.
Do you think it's my claim? Because I think mine is.
So right now we're having fun with it, okay?
Okay, how much of philosophy and logic is roughly equivalent to mathematics?
That's a great question. Arguably none of it.
You think that when you draw out a logical equation, it's not roughly analogous to
I think this
mathematics?
is too ambiguous to correlate to a particular region of the brain that's enlarged, right? Logic, mathematics, philosophy, even mechanics, which I pointed out earlier, cover more areas than you're talking about. Having an enlarged hypothalamus may not be the best possible mechanic, right? Maybe there's
So,
other
so are
areas.
you saying that it's more reasonable and more likely that it's just a coincidence that men
I'm
are more
saying it's
inclined?
cultural, you fucking idiot, not a coincidence. And I would say there's much more support that it's cultural than it is evolutionary.
That's been
Okay,
pretty much that's been everybody's
why would
point.
it be almost universal culturally instead of just being a coincidence?
Because
Because of
newsflash,
culture.
human culture is interrelated across the fucking planet.
Okay, but Ocean, the problem with that hypothesis is that for a large time period, the different cultures didn't have interaction with one another, right?
Did or did not?
Did not. There was a time period where the
Right.
limitations
And
of
in times
technology
where
and
you have
transportation,
areas where they did not have interaction,
there was a large time period where they did not have extensive
who didn't have
transportation.
interaction with who?
The different civilizations and cultures.
Which ones? Where's the wall?
Any of them.
You're talking about what? Any of them? You're saying the Greeks didn't have, like the Spartans didn't have cultural influence over the Corinthians? What?
I'm saying there was an extensive time period where, say, the Chinese did not have cultural exchanges with North Americans, right?
The Chinese did not have cultural exchange with North Americans, yes, and as a result you have completely different cultures. And in North America you have a lot of matriarchal societies, as well as egalitarian societies. With
You
women
also
in
have a
leadership in
variety of
religion
male-dominated
and
societies,
in
correct?
North America, let's go with this. In North America, there's a lot of you had women in positions of power and women's in position of religious of religious importance and veneration, which would have been their version of philosophy.
Does that carry over for South America and for the Aztecs?
With the Aztecs, it's a little bit more male-dominated with the Aztecs, but if you go further south, you get more female-dominated societies.
Right, so if we take a sample of all the different civilizations across the world in a given time period, would you say that they're majorly male-dominated or female-dominated?
Mostly male-dominated.
Right, so would you say that's more
But
likely
also,
that
most of the world is connected.
Would
Like,
you
if
say-
we're
would
going to be
you
talking
say-
about the majority of civilizations, hold on. If we're going to be talking about the majority of civilizations, you're going to have, like in Europe, for as an example, you have egalitarian societies in Northern Europe up until Rome conquers pretty much fucking everything. Then, if you go into that area as well, the male-dominated portion of Europe, which was in Southern Europe, had cultural exchange going all the way over to China. So that area of the planet is connected almost completely as far as cultural exchange. Then you have Africa, which is another area that's separated, but still had cultural exchange.
Do you think it's so culturally or so well established that it would fundamentally change whether they're female or male dominated?
If you had cultural, if you had, let's say that Northern Europe became the Rome of its day and took over all of Europe, I think that you would have a completely different idea of male and female gender roles in our society and job descriptions and occupations associated with the sexes.
Okay, well I disagree
As you
based off
did
basic
in
sexual
those societies
dimorphism.
when they existed, because it just would have been a continuation of what those societies acted like.
Again, I disagree based off the fact that female-dominated societies are less competitive than male-dominated societies.
How so?
They just have
And
a
also,
different.
we're not as far as Northern Europe. We're not talking about male-dominated or female-dominated. We're talking about egalitarian. And then when you go into Native
Right.
America,
So I would say-
if you get into Native American societies, you have some that are matriarchies and some that are patriarchies.
Right, so I would say that patriarchies are more competitive than egalitarian societies.
How so?
Yeah, in what sense?
You're talking about the Celts, which had war games with one another,
in terms
and were
of
incredibly
organization, and ability to propagate a workforce and army, they're more significant and
To
capable.
talk about the concept
Tell that
of
to the
workforce,
Sumerians. The Sumerians were an egalitarian society, and they were the power of the day.
Well, where are the Sumerians now?
They lasted about 2,000 years and were the most powerful people in existence
Right, but
during
where
the
are
time that
they
they were
now?
there.
Where are they now, and who
Name
did
a
they get in
civilization that
battle?
hasn't fallen. It's going to be the only ones that haven't fallen are the ones that are around now. So, and the ones that are around now, you're not going to find one that's going to go back to around the age of Sumeria. So you're coming up with an age that is shit. You're coming up with a standard that's crap.
It's ultimately
Okay, well, you can say
Where's
it, but I
Rome
think
now?
we're getting
Oh, I
away
guess they
from.
must have sucked. You know.
I think we're getting away from the point, which is that across the world, most societies have been dominated by males, and so you
Right.
have a
Well,
few.
let's take your example and apply it differently. Where's Rome today? That shit fell. Patriarchies must suck.
Well, that isn't a critique of patriarchy as much as it is a
Yes.
critique of
Yeah. Oh, it is in
imperialism.
the same way that you critique Sumeria. You say, where is it now? Well, fuck. I mean,
No, that's a critique of imperialism.
What do you mean it's a critique of fuck off? You need to quit bouncing around like a goddamn Mexican jumping bean.
I'm not bouncing
I
around.
address
It's a
one of your concerns
well-established
and suddenly
fact.
you
It's a
hippity hoppity
well-established.
over to a different argument.
It's a well-established fact that what undermined Rome was imperialism is stretching themselves too thin.
Can't someone just say it's a well-known fact that what undermined Samaria was butt sex?
Okay.
I mean,
all right. What did undermine Samaria? They just got invaded at the wrong time.
Butt sex.
In any case, the majority of societies have been male-dominated, correct?
Yes.
You're wrong.
But
all
if I
right.
give
All
you,
right.
if I
So
give
what
you
do you think?
the first civilization.
Ocean, can I just ask you a quick question? What do you think is more likely, that that's biologically driven or culturally driven?
Culture.
What is?
So you think it's more likely that various cultures spread thousands of miles away from each other have impacted each other so severely that they've completely reorganized themselves than
I'd say
biology,
that patriarchies and
than
matriarchies
biology
existed
determined
independently throughout the planet
organization?
and throughout history, and the society that came up with writing was an egalitarian society.
Listen, if you're saying that you think cultural interaction has shifted organization severely, is more probable than biology dictating organization of society, I just think you're wrong. And I think that the evidence will point out that you are wrong.
Ocean, you're saying the Sumerians were egalitarian? I think that's where writing started from.
That's where what?
You said the invention of writing came from an egalitarian society?
Yes.
But wasn't that the Sumerians?
Yes.
I don't think they were egalitarian. Wasn't that extremely warlike?
They were warlike, but they were egalitarian. You had female rulers, male rulers, female merchants. Like
I don't know if that's
Are you
necessarily.
talking about between the sexes? Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, we're not talking about. Okay, if you want to talk about egalitarian from the point of view of all citizens are equal, no, they didn't have that, but that didn't start existing until really, really recently. I'm talking about the fact that one is a woman did not necessarily impede them. And
Yeah, that's
in Samaria, that was the case.
Egalitarianism is something that's seen in many of the hunter-gatherer societies, and it's strongly evident in the earlier social organization that humans were for thousands of years before agriculture and all that shit fucked us up. So egalitarianism was actually par for course, or it's surmised to be par for course in human societies. So I mean, I don't. It's what you guys are just saying. Really, not. Oh my God, they're drunk. Need to remember that.
All right, fair enough.
Yes.
But if we're going to talk about like men are more competitive and so on, like as culture developed, you started having situations in which you would have either men take over or women take over, or they would just continue with egalitarianism. And you have examples of all three across the planet. And the idea that the majority of them being patriarchal doesn't necessarily mean very much, because you have cultural exchange explanations for that being what took place. Because you had very powerful patriarchal empires that fell apart or broke up, and then that cultural effect remained.
The other issue is that there's more of a case for it being environmentally or ecologically determined, if it's a patriarchy or matriarchy, or if it's or if you have or which types of if you have polyandry or polygamy. It depends on which environmental situation it is. It isn't. I mean, you would think that if it is just purely because of the sexual dimorphism or if you think it was purely the differences between male and female sexes, then you wouldn't see societies where it is the case where women will marry multiple husbands, or it is the case in other societies that it's egalitarianism, when it's more likely the case that it's due to environmental interactions. It's more likely the case it's due to the ecological subsistence situation happening. So you
Can
can't.
I ask you guys a question?
What's up?
So if we're going to find cultural exchanges that are going to fundamentally change the roles of men and women, should we find evidence of those
Wait,
exchanges?
fundamentally change the rules of what?
Of men and women, sorry.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Right, so shouldn't we find evidence of those exchanges in terms of fashion and things like that?
If we're going to find which cultural exchanges that fundamentally change the what of men and women?
The roles. So presumably, if
you're not going to be able to pinpoint any one paradigm shift in that kind of, like, to that kind of.
God damn it.
I don't even.
No, not a paradigm shift, but in theory, if we assume that there's such extensive interaction between two cultures that it's going to change the roles of men and women, something that fundamental, there should be evidence of complete differences in terms of culture, of fashion, and dietary changes, et cetera, right?
Are you saying that if one culture has influenced another culture with respect to the male versus female dynamic, we should find evidence of that in terms of material culture?
Yeah, like it wouldn't make a lot of sense if you had a female-dominated culture and you encountered a male-dominated culture.
Yes.
That you would switch to a male-dominated culture.
It's conceivable that you could find material culture that would help you pinpoint the time period when the two cultural interactions led to a change from patriarchy to matriarchy, or vice versa.
I think we do find that.
Right. So in a cross-examination of these cultures, we should find evidence that European culture was heavily influenced by Chinese culture, and that Chinese culture was heavily influenced by European culture.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, we do find that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just really simple to explain.
I don't understand where you're going with this, because this is all uncontroversial so far.
Look, Iron, did you know that...
So far you've just stated what history has suggested.
Iron, did you know that...
Right, but I don't know of evidence of that until relatively late in the time periods.
Evolution does not mean biological determinism. Right?
Oh, we're going back.
This is... wait, we're on something. Justin, before you run away with the topic and take us to like a whole nother world on our magic carpet, I do want to address this thing about cultural exchange, because I think this is kind of where the problem is that he doesn't understand cultural exchange or what the evidence for it is.
Oh, I don't understand. I'm fucking dumb as rocks.
Exactly. That's kind of the point that I've been trying to make.
Give me the information.
Okay. Cultural exchange happens when one culture meets another culture, and then they exchange information and culture.
Right.
This is how sex was explained to me.
Okay. So, one culture puts their culture inside the other culture's vagina, and then they become a male-dominated culture. Now,
do you have evidence of this occurring?
As far as China influencing Europe and those cultures interacting with one another, we've got evidence of that happening through the Silk Road and through other cultures indirectly, going back millennia.
What is the time period for that?
Iron, you're right here, Iron, on this half of a point. There doesn't have to be cultural exchange.
Justin, I'm always right. That's a given.
No,
You don't even have to say
your
that.
whole point. Look, let's break it down. Your whole point is incorrect, but this part of it's correct. There does not have to be cultural exchange for societies to typically non-humate primates and human primates to be typically male-dominated. There are evolutionary explanations for that, but like I keep pointing out, evolution does not mean biological determinism. So, for instance, male coercion.
I still think he's wrong on this point.
Male coercion in societies has been observed in limited and isolated species, right? It just happens. Bonobos, chimpanzees, orangutans, in pockets of societies separate from other societies, will develop male-dominated societies. And they studied this, and this has gone on forever now. This is a huge debate. But the idea is that male coercion dominates these societies, and one way to coerce women better is with the support of other males, right? The more males you have working together and helping each other coerce women, the more likely you are to successfully reproduce, right? So when males figured that out, right, and when males figured out that coalitions of women were not good for sexual coercion, that it actually stopped them from, taking them off the woods, which is what they call in chimpanzees, they call it consortment, when they take them off in the woods to fuck them. So you've got two key things that always happen here. Males align, and males oppose female alignments. This happens all the time in pocketed, niches and things like that with no cultural exchange. But the reason you're wrong, Iron, is because this isn't a biological determinant, right? So this could perfectly explain why women aren't allowed in the institution of philosophy, because they don't want female coalitions and they want male alignment. It has nothing to do with biology, though. It's just evolution.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with biology?
It's not biologically determined. So your example about the people with the enlarged hypothalamus as being better mechanics is irrelevant. This is a better explanation.
No, but it's biologically determined that the men are larger and more adept and having more power, right? And solidifying their power?
We've totally gone backwards in this conversation.
Power doesn't mean larger.
No, but I'm saying it's biologically determined that the men are in a more adept position to negotiate what women can or can't do, correct?
Not always. No, if there was a female coalition that stopped men from aligning, then the women would have more power.
But has that ever happened?
It doesn't matter. It stops the basis for power.
No, well, it does matter, because if it's never happened, then you have to look at why it's never happened. And if the conclusion is that it's never happened because biologically men have the up and up on women.
You just assumed the conclusion.
No, I'm saying if that's the case. If.
Look, as long as it's logically possible, right, that it means you don't have a strict correlation between male genes and power. Which I think is pretty obvious, right? Power comes with a lot of different forces.
Right, but I'm saying for the sake of practical investigation, not what is
you can't
like
say,
a very remote chance.
You can't say I'm going to exclude all these other cases, therefore it's just this because we're being practical. You can't make a big assertion that you're saying is the only way it could potentially be explained and then say, I'm just doing that to be practical. That's just stupid.
Well, no, I'm asking you for what the explanation is if not biologically driven.
Look, I just gave you one.
No, but you didn't challenge the fact that men are biologically predetermined to be stronger than women to be able to enforce their will on women, right?
I'm not contesting that. I'm saying that doesn't always make them more powerful.
Obviously, women can undermine men, but you have to point to examples of that to prove that that's overall more advantageous than the physical strength that comes from biology and evolution.
You're missing the point. You've forgotten your original argument, right?
I forgot about biocultural evolution.
Right. Your original argument is that just like men have enlarged hypothalamuses and may be better at mechanics, maybe this applies to men in philosophy as well, right? So I'm giving you an example that we see every time in patriarchal societies, right, that's explained merely by coercion in culture and evolution, and I'm saying that better explains and comports with what we know about institutions like philosophy. And on top of the fact that you haven't provided an argument for the biological basis, you've just given some weird, ambiguous analogy. It just seems like this.
Okay, but
It's a weird ambiguous analogy that is.
No,
just
listen,
substituting
hold on.
words.
Let me talk to Justin for a second. So the natural question at that point is that why aren't these marginalized women forming female philosophy clubs or whatever? Like because
They are.
They are, such as what?
I mean, do you know what feminism is?
I'm aware of contemporary feminism.
It's
Okay.
basically female-dominated philosophy.
It's a coalition of women trying to fight male coercion by alignment. It's literally a proof of what I'm saying.
Wait, are we confused about what the definition of philosophy is?
Is it philosophically robust? Like, is it as robust
Yeah.
as male philosophy?
Look, and now if you're comparing philosophies, you're just totally missing the point, right? Number one, you can't rank philosophy
Female.
like that.
Female philosophy has bigger busts.
Why can't you rank philosophies?
Well, how would you begin ranking a philosophy?
Well, you could rank them by their accuracy or their robustness against counter.
Accuracy? What the fuck?
Exactly.
Penis size, bra size. That's how you do it.
Iron, first of all, you're hopping subjects again. Second of all, this is a ridiculous thing to ask, right? It's totally irrelevant to the point. Now you're trying to say that men have better philosophies, and that it's no longer the argument.
I'm saying it's potential. Like you could match them up against each other and see which ones are better, right?
Right, because you can do that with art too. We can objectively determine if women like better art than men.
No, but philosophy is a little bit different from art and poetry.
Not that much different.
Well, what standards would you use? Being serious for a second, if I can manage
Well,
it.
I would say when we're debating philosophy in these hangouts, we use an objective standard of which philosophies or which arguments are more accurate to the world that we observe.
But look, that's
part of the thing about these conversations is there aren't any objective standards.
Look, I mean, that's a whole debate right there about if things should be correspondent, if truth is correspondence to the world or just mere coherence, right? You're not going to be able to rate this subject because there can be no standard.
In philosophy, there'd be disagreements about that. Basically the philosophy that's presupposed in what you're saying is a more general way of putting what Justin says. So you're not going to resolve that.
Right.
I mean, that's so ridiculous. I mean, but I suppose one thing you could.
I'm going to concede.
Jesus Christ Almighty!
I'm going to concede off the bat.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain.
I was told that a few times in the Bible Thumping Wingnut show.
You would have to resolve philosophy for people to agree about who has better philosophy.
Resolve philosophy.
You would have to solve all philosophical problems.
Justin, could you name one serious artist or that's a female? One like when I say serious, like Michelangelo.
Remedios Varo.
Georgia O'Keeffe. Georgia O'Keeffe.
Yeah, I was going to say her, actually.
Is this a serious question, Dionysus? Christine Korsgaard.
No, I'm just serious. I mean, how come we've never had I mean, you can name like ones that are like okay, but can you really name one like a Mozart female, like a Mozart female or a Beethoven or a Wagner?
All right,
just okay.
Or a
we have come into
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Hold on
or
a second, Dionysus.
Or an Einstein or a Socrates or a Plato. Or anybody. Can you name one?
Dionysus just provided a living example of why we need Women's History Month.
Mary Curie is a good example.
She is considered just a genius,
dude. She was talented, but she's not a fucking genius.
Emmy no ether, bitches.
No, Dionysus.
Emmy no ether.
You think she was a genius? Mary Curie was a fucking genius.
Emmy no ether was a fucking genius.
Grace Hopper.
Who's the chick who helped come up with the structure?
You don't even know her name is the fucking point, dude. The point that you don't even know her name, it means that she's not one. But we all know who
Dionysus. Hold on.
Emmy no ether, bitches.
Hold on a second, Dionysus. No, the reason why we don't know her name is because she was shoved aside due to Watson and Crick, dick face.
It depends if depends on how you're going to be applying art, but I could also put in Jane Austen, Emily Bronte, Mary Shelley.
They're okay.
They're decent.
Mary Shelley just came up with the first
decent legendary writers.
The exception doesn't prove the rule.
Maybe the exception doesn't prove the rule. If you want to go into authorship, if you want to go into writers, there are women all over the all over literature history.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that the number of
Hey, a
I
woman
don't know.
Shakespeare. Yeah, right.
It's like
Yeah,
they
listen,
have the
let's
ability to.
let's say
No,
for
but the different
argument's
the
sake.
question is
Oh, fuck it.
the question is whether the rate of
New topic. You're not allowed to make points in here.
You just have like one drunk.
So the
One
question
drunk
is,
I'll just troll you
shut the
all.
fuck up.
I will troll you all.
Hey, a woman Dante, a woman Dante, a woman's Milton, the woman Bible.
It's like
Come on.
Dionysus
Can- can-
Bible.
Who's the male Mary Shelley?
Yeah. It's like
Okay, listen. Let's say you're right, Dionysus. Let's say if we count the number of, I don't know how you'd measure it, prominent, whatever you want to standard use it.
God damn it.
Right? So what does this prove? Throughout history have been male, whatever you like. Okay, let's concede that. For argument, what does that prove? Okay, now what? What follows?
I'm not proving anything. I'm just the only hypothesis that I'm trying to posit right now is that because women have to be concerned with childbearing and their resources are allocated towards that, they have less resources to allocate to other things. That's the
And
only thing.
therefore, men are just better in every single way. Even their farts smell better.
No, okay, listen. I think it stands to reason. Shut the fuck up, Dionysus.
Ocean, that's not fair. Because I do believe
Yes, it is. That's exactly what you're saying.
Ocean, behind every great man, I think there's a greater woman. I truly believe that. So society's going to make me a misogynist because I'm not. I believe that women are extremely important, and I think the reason why we have what we have is because of women. But I think when it comes to philosophical inquiry or when it comes to these deep truths or these deep understandings that we have, they do result because of men, but also because women have backed men up. That's what I believe.
Okay. Enough of that apologist bullshit.
But then what happens when women don't have resources allocated towards child rearing when they can do other than child rearing?
They don't do a good job.
I haven't fucking
topic.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm talking to Dionysus.
No.
What happens when?
God, stop on broadcasting.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, that's all me. But seriously, I've only heard that
No,
talk.
fucking seriously.
Go ahead, new topic.
What happens when they haven't allocated their resource? They don't need to. According to your hypothesis, Diane, he's fucking left or been muted or whatever. Then they should contribute equally, according to you. But apparently they haven't. So according to you, so how come? So that doesn't seem like a good hypothesis. I got you there.
Okay. Can I make a point that
the reason why is because I don't believe that the hormones that make them a woman contribute to a very good philosophy. We have people like Ayn Rand who's a fucking disaster.
Yeah, hormones.
Okay. Can I make a point that I don't think is too controversial? Just a quick point.
Women can't do philosophy on their periods. Go.
Iron Fist. Or Iron whatever.
Iron Fister.
Iron Fister.
Iron fisting.
New topic asked a question directly of Dionysus. Dionysus answered the question, and then you want to change the subject.
No, I'm not trying to
Stop
change
it.
the subject. I'm saying Dionysus is answering it like a retard. I just want to answer it appropriately.
Dionysus is being treated like a retard?
I said Dionysus answered it like a retard.
Well,
who thinks that answer
what he
was
does.
retarded?
Well, that's apparently Iron Fist does.
Do you think it was retarded, Ocean? I value your opinion.
Dionysus, you're literally the most retarded person I've ever heard speak in the entire hangout.
You guys are on the same team.
Well, but that's slightly different.
There can only be one.
I want to know. I value Ocean's opinion. I want to know if Ocean thinks my view is fucking retarded, or if it has legitimacy in it.
I don't think it's completely retarded.
It's fucking retarded.
What about what I just said?
5% retarded.
You both are on the same side, but you hate each other so much.
That's all right. So what about what I said, Dionysus? About you?
Like, okay. As far as like Dionysus, treat your opinion seriously. I think that what you're saying still has a cultural explanation rather than a biological explanation. If we're going to get right down to what the meat of the conversation was about, it's like your explanation sits on a cultural explanation.
I don't think that you can separate culture and biology, and I'll give you an example. In Africa, for example, Africa, sickle cell anemia. They actually hold a second. Hold a second, Joe. They eat yams, and that corrects the sickle cell. And they eat yams at the moment that the mosquitoes are not out to give them malaria. And did you know that this actually becomes a religious ritual that they practice? And they don't know why they do it,
Yes.
but it just
There are
proves that
biological
biology.
explanations for some aspects of culture.
It
But I
sounded like he
don't
said
know-
Skittles.
Skittle cell anemia.
Okay, can we get away from yams and focus on what the
No,
facts
he made a good point.
Yams.
No, but could I actually? I told him about biocultural evolution a long time ago, and then I explained about how now, when we're talking in the context we are in it now, you hold biology constant because culture is the issue, especially with the topic we're talking about. We're going in full circle. He miraculously independently came to the conclusion that biocultural evolution is legit, apparently without me helping him whatsoever. But at least now, look, you don't use biology anymore. You have it as a constant when you're talking about chicks and philosophy.
Here's the
Jesus
problem.
Christ.
Dionysus, would you say that in areas where there are matriarchal or egalitarian societies, that there is some kind of biological difference between those humans and humans that are in patriarchal societies?
I believe that no matter if you have a patriarchy or a matriarchy, no matter what, I think men are going to seek out certain things and women will seek out those things. It doesn't matter what.
We know through with an examination of history and anthropology that that's not the case. That in egalitarian societies, women have aptitudes for hunting and so on, or women have aptitudes for leadership in certain areas.
Do you have an
and
example?
then we have matriarchal societies in which women have aptitudes for leadership.
That may be true, Ocean, but in these situations, the question has to be asked: are they bearing children, and who's taking care of the children? I think that's an extremely
They do bear
important
children,
question.
and women do take care of the children in those same societies.
They have that much extra resources that they can take care of children, philosophize, hunt, and then also rule.
You've in matriarchal societies, you usually have groups of women taking care of children together, so that the responsibility of children is shared. That's how they solve that problem. And in those societies, you have women that have more opportunities to pursue other interests. When you have women that are separated from each other, and you have kind of the nuclear family, you result in a patriarchal society. Generally, it's not. There's exceptions, but that's generally the case.
Well, that's fair, and I grant you that. The only argument that I was making, I'm not arguing what Iron's saying. I'm just arguing from a sense of how much resources a person has to allocate to other endeavors. That's all I'm trying to argue.
And while yes, that's an effect, or that's a thing that happens. That's the part of your argument that has reasoning and weight to it. But there are ways around it, and women in societies that have found ways around that, women generally have aptitudes for more things than just child rearing or supporting their man. They get into other things. When I can pass off, if I'm a woman and I have a child and I'm a hunter, and I can pass my child off to my friend while I go hunting for 3 months, and she's happy to do it because she's a child rearer, then that's fine in those societies. You can pass off your child because there's women that are dedicated to caretaking.
Okay. Okay. I grant you all that, but can you? Honestly, like, do you believe that all the great achievements that men have created, we can count, we can go ad infinitum about?
Nothing.
You telling me it's just because of
Nothing proves
we've
true.
oppressed females, that we've oppressed them, that we've oppressed their arts?
That's a different leap. I'm not willing to necessarily make the jump that a matriarchal society is oppressive towards men, or that a patriarchal society is necessarily oppressive towards women. I think that you can have egalitarian principles.
Where does
either
the
one.
specialization of roles factor into this?
What do you mean?
So a core part of human development.
I feel like you're changing the subject first off, but what do you mean?
I'm not trying to change the subject. I'm saying that a core part of human development and success in society has been the specialization of roles, where basically different people have different roles that they specialize in, obviously, and that's
I've explained this already.
Which seems to happen, as far as I just explained it, that seems to happen more in matriarchal societies, in which there are more opportunities for people to specialize, because the women are not universally told that they need to be child rearers. You have women that are specifically child rearers, and women can have children and then still continue to pursue their interests.
No, I think that okay, fine, fuck it.
Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, well, I think that there's also just like the confusion. The issue is that this role specialization doesn't depend on patriarchy or matriarchy. It depends on just social organization.
Right.
Social organization becoming more complex, if you will, due to a change in subsistence pattern. Like agricultural evolution makes people more settled, allows people to take on specialized crafts. But women were craft specialists, just as men were artisan specialists. That's an issue that arises through subsistence pattern.
Right, but it stands to reason, to me at least, that if you have a specialization such as child rearing or the birthing process, that you would relegate that to women, and that you would relegate different roles to men, right? Like based off the. So you're
saying that there's.
I think that child rearing is a women-specific role, almost universally.
Yeah, if you're gonna say that only women can give birth.
No. What I'm saying is, as far as raising children, as well,
That's not
only
necessarily.
giving birth to them, but raising them, is almost universally a female role, as far as infancy to like 3 or 4 or something like that. That's almost universally a female role in societies that I'm aware of. I don't know if there's any society that exists in which that's a male role.
Right. So what I'm saying is that in a very, very basic society, egalitarianism might be the better solution. But then once you have the opportunity to specialize, then it makes more sense for men to pursue hunting and gathering, and women to stay at home and take care of the kids. Right?
Why does it make more sense to do that rather than manage child rearing communally and have women that are interested in other subjects be able to pursue those subjects?
I mean, they can to a certain extent, but I'm just saying that it makes less sense.
To a certain extent. Why not just do that?
It stands to reason to a certain extent.
What's the better versus not better here?
No, obviously we don't have limitless resources, right? Like that's just a given.
No. That doesn't. What? Who cares? That's not what I'm talking about. How does that have to do with anything?
Because we're talking about the amount of time that women can spend sitting around thinking and philosophizing versus cooking or weaving baskets or whatever. Right?
I just talked about how in matriarchal or egalitarian societies, they tended to have a communal aspect about child rearing, or a communal attitude towards child rearing.
Right.
So women could have children and pass them off to child-rearing women in the community so that they could pursue their interests. I think I've said that like 6 times.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying as we develop a specialization for roles, it makes more sense for women to stay at home and take care of kids.
Right, you're seeing specialization of roles as a separation of the sexes. I'm not. And I think that's part of the disagreement. Because you can have a specialization of roles and have women that are specialized towards child rearing, and other women who have a child can pass off to their children to child rearers and be able to pursue their specialization.
No, actually, we would be in agreement because I agree that would be the case, but I think that those women would form a minority compared to the men. That's my. So I'm not saying women can't be.
Because you would have women that are child rearers, and that specialization would exist. And if you're operating under the assumption that there are equal numbers of women and men in a society, which isn't always the case, but let's assume it is. If you have some of those women be child rearers, then obviously there'd be a minority of women that are interested in subjects that are not child rearing, given that none of the men would be in that role, presumably, because that's almost universally a female role.
Right, and that's why I'm saying you can have a minority percentage of women that are adept philosophers
but that
or adept
minority
mechanics.
percentage might be 60 to 70%.
No. I think it would be maybe 90-10.
Oh,
something
Jesus
like that.
Christ. Okay, this is not what we see.
Specialization. All right, you're seeing.
God damn it, Simon. All right, this is not what we see historically, especially in matriarchal societies.
Which matriarchal societies? I don't even know of any successful
Native
matriarchal
Americans
societies.
specifically. So there's a lot of Native American tribes that are matriarchies.
And how did those work out for them?
Are you really making that argument again? What's wrong with you? Stop it.
Making what argument?
How did
again?
Rome work out? Fucking patriarchy sucks, doesn't it?
Well,
fucking shit fell.
No, those
Like,
individuals.
if you're gonna blame any falling of any civilization on whether or not it was a matriarchy or a patriarchy and ignore the rest of the historical consequences of their existence, then you're being an idiot. Like, just a fucking idiot.
Ocean. I can distinguish the difference between imperialism and patriarchy. I can even connect those.
If you can distinguish that difference, great, fine. But if we're looking at a civilization or tribe that had a matriarchy and it was wiped out because suddenly the Spanish showed up and gave them smallpox, I don't think that being a matriarchy or a patriarchy would have stopped disease from coming in and destroying them.
No, but we can also point out that universally matriarchies have fallen to patriarchies, right?
Fallen to disease, because one of the major places that showed up was a spot where all of a sudden smallpox killed fucking everybody.
Universally, patriarchies have had larger armies and larger expansionary potential, and they've overcome matriarchies. That's just a fact.
Oh my god. All right.
Are you denying that is the case?
No. I'm gonna deny that's the case because there are matriarchs who have turned patriarchies into matriarchies and have expanded armies. Examples in China.
What is your example?
There's plenty of this happening in China where
well,
women would
if there's
expand.
if there's plenty of them, if there's plenty of them, you should be able to give me an example.
I don't know any of their names off the top of my fucking head, but one of them was in northwest China, and she was really nasty at it. And there's also been empresses that have expanded armies and expanded Chinese territory.
Right. So are those wives or those daughters that have inherited that?
Usually they've either taken or there was one that murdered the emperor. Can't remember who it was. But you get power hungry women. They exist. And they wind up turning.
Right. So I would agree that there are one-off examples of women, or not one-off necessarily, but there are rare
It's
examples.
mainly in China.
There are rare examples of women who display male traits that can run a country or take over large areas.
Great. And like what I'm saying, turn into a matriarchy. I mean, like suddenly women-favored policies come into existence and so on. But like I wouldn't necessarily consider if Hillary Clinton becomes the leader of America. I'm not going to say that we become a matriarchy immediately. It's a little bit different than that. But because these things function a little bit weirder. In Boudica is an example of not necessarily a matriarchy, but an egalitarian. that had a female leader. Oh, that worked out pretty well, except she got squished by Rome, but that has to do with a technology difference. Not necessarily. She had the larger army in that situation too. So
Where
if
do
you're
you
really talking
think
about like
where do you think
army
that
size,
technology difference came from?
being closer to the Silk Road.
And how is that relevant?
You get more technology from cultural exchange. When you're cut off like the Celts were, you didn't get that cultural exchange, so your technology suffered. It's the same with sub-Saharan Africa.
male-dominated societies or female-dominated societies?
Along the Silk Road is a combination. If you get into the Middle East, the first civilization would have been egalitarian. So, like,
I think we can assume that all
the
baseline
major advances of
societies are
technology,
egalitarian.
things like writing, and the building of the ziggurats and all that kind of stuff, the things that define what a civilization is, came from a society that was mainly egalitarian. So these advances in technology didn't come from a patriarchal idealism.
No,
It came
but
from
like
an
I said, I
egalitarian
think
society.
we can agree that baseline societies are going to be egalitarian just because it makes more sense, right? But then once you have the
What do you mean by baseline societies?
once you have the specialization of roles,
I asked
then
for a definition you didn't give me. What's the baseline society?
a baseline society is any society that you want to track back to a historically important development, I would say.
Rome is a patriarchy. They have a lot of hugely important historical developments. They're not egalitarian. Same with Greece, or a lot of the Greek civilizations.
All right. Do you have a better definition then?
I don't know. Like, I think you're introducing a meaningless term.
Right, but you just asked me off the top of my head to provide you with.
No,
a
you
definition.
used the word baseline civilization. I had no idea what you were doing.
Well, I'm saying baseline in the sense of if we assume human beings like primates thrown in the woods, and then they have to establish a civilization. What is the most basic idea that we can form, like a tribe or a village or whatever, right?
It could go any direction.
Right, but I would say that in that situation, 2 or 3 families come together, meet each other. I would say it makes the most sense that they would be egalitarian in the sense that everybody has to work to collect.
You might say that, but you might wind up with a patriarchy. You might wind up with an anarchy of some kind.
Well, I think a patriarchy.
Or an acrocomist. Anyway.
I think a patriarchy would arrive with the specialization of roles because of sexual dimorphism.
Shit, did I lose my internet again?
Cosmological Argument by William Lane Craig. Introduction.
Oh. Sorry guys, I don't know what's going on with my internet.
It's female.
It's all good.
It's being fucked by some bitches.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would say in a basic or a very basic human civilization, say a village where there's 2 or 3 families together, they would evenly distribute the tasks such as collecting food. Right?
Probably. But that's
right.
As far as, I mean, Samaria was obviously more complicated than 3 or 4 families living together. It was the first civilization. It was huge cities.
Okay, but I would say that given sexual dimorphism with the specialization of tasks, you would give certain tasks to males versus certain tasks to females. Would you say that's
that wasn't
true
the case in Samaria? Like, okay, this is the kind of the problem. Like, you're trying to build. It comes back to the same thing that pretty much everybody in here has been pointing out to you, is that you're trying to build the case for this off of some kind of biological magic number when there are cultural examples that go against what you're saying. Which is what I've been trying to hammer home with you through trying to keep up with your bouncing around through the historical subjects.
Well, okay. My question is, why would Samaria give manual labor tasks, for example, to women instead of men if men are objectively larger and more capable?
with Sumeria, manual labor tasks fell upon both sexes.
But why? Is it because they were just not intelligent enough to recognize the difference, or is it because of a moral reason, or what?
No, it was just this is how it worked. Humanity, like humans, whereas you have, if you look at wild creatures, chimpanzees tend to be male-dominated, bonobos tend to be female-dominated. Humans tend to be egalitarian until they get to a certain point in civilization. Because
which point is that?
Well, it'd be wherever beyond the Sumerians. Like the Sumerians figured out how to live in an egalitarian sort of civilization after sitting down and being like, fuck it, let's grow food.
Okay,
but other
you're
civilizations
picking,
didn't
okay, you're
necessarily
picking the
do that.
Sumerians. You're picking the Sumerians, right? But you also said there's matriarchal societies in the North American Indians, right? So I
They
mean,
exist, yes.
right. So could it be that the Sumerians were just a quirk?
No. Okay, because when you look at tribal civilizations, or no, that's a controversial way of putting that. But you look at tribal groups of peoples, you see mostly egalitarian societies in which there might be some tasks that are denoted to men and there might be some tasks that are denoted to women, but you can have women be hunters, you can have women be fishermen, you can have women be whatever.
Sorry, my internet cut out or something. I don't know what's going on.
Holy shit, I have no idea what the fuck is going on my internet.
Yeah, I think the room crashed or something.
Oh really? Did more people drop than me?
Yeah, I refreshed as well.
Okay. Oh, that's right, 4 o'clock just happened. Sometimes that Google just goes bloop and hiccups. Anyway, I can continue ranting if you want me to, but I've kind of
No,
like
I'm legitimately interested because like I'm willing to amend my position if I hear evidence to the contrary.
okay. But where was I when I cut out?
Oh geez, let me try and think specifically where you were.
Because I know I was talking about development towards matriarchal or patriarchal, as far as gender roles and how that works.
You were saying there's roughly an even distribution of female hunters to male hunters or something like that.
No. Okay, I was saying if in an egalitarian society you might have majority male hunters and majority female gatherers, but that it wasn't like a hard and fast rule, and that's the egalitarian That's what you would define as an egalitarian society, is that you don't have, men must be hunters, women must be this.
So are you saying de facto versus mandate?
More or less, yeah. It's when you get into a matriarchal or patriarchal society, when you start having a social mandate in that culture that suggests that this is what it means to be a man, this is what it means to be a woman, and you can't break that rule. That's when things start to change.
So would you say that modern society is roughly equivalent then, like equal distribution?
With the society that we're in now, it's technically a egalitarian society. But then you get into the conversation about with feminism as far as what the patriarchy is, and it's that's something different than what a patriarchal society or egalitarian society or a matriarchal society is. They're using feminist patriarchy theory is talking about something different than what a patriarchal society is from a historical perspective. So they're using the same word for a different thing.
I think that's where our key difference is, where I'm assuming that de facto segregation would result in a matriarchal or patriarchal society, whereas you're saying it would have to be mandated.
You would have to mandate it in order to create it. Because if you don't mandate it, you wind up with women that want to do something else, or men that want to do something else. Some men are just better at taking care of kids than they are at anything else, and some women are just a good shot. So, a smart tribe is going to say, she can throw a spear. She needs to hunt with the men. And a smart tribe will also say, he is a good forager. He must go out and do the foraging with this group that is typically female. Rather than force him to throw a spear.
I agree. I think the more intelligent or adept societies will make exceptions for an exception to the rule.
It's not necessarily the rule, is what I'm saying. You have what generally sort of happens, and there may be a biological explanation for that, but as far as we know, it's mainly cultural. Because, we have the cultural, what informs the cultural as far as men going out and doing the hunting is probably men have larger bodies that are stronger and can throw spears farther. So you get the guys that can chuck the spears the farthest, and you put spears in their hands, and they go hunting. And those are going to tend to be men because they're better at it from a biological perspective. There are, in some cases, going to be women who are the exception to the biological rule and can throw spears just as good as the guys can. Or at least better than any other women, and are just more willing to practice at it. And probably better than some of the men. That's the case with women today, is you'll have Olympian women who can't run faster than the fastest man, but damn can they beat the shit out of most men. So,
right.
It's okay. So if you have a tribe that's made up of mostly those kind of women, then your hunting force is going to be mostly women. And if there's a cultural exchange there, that if there's a cultural development in there in which the women become more interested in this because those women hunters have daughters and they teach them to hunt, that's what's going to happen. You're going to wind up having a bunch of women hunters. And occasionally, especially in North American societies, you had things like that exist. And in Northern Europe, you had things like that exist.
I don't think that's happened long term, though. I don't think that's survived the injection from male-dominated societies to males in those matriarchal societies. Like, hey, this is your full potential.
As far as egalitarian, the example goes, the Celts and the Norwegians, like the Norsemen, are other good examples of this, especially the Celts, because we have more evidence about this with the Celts, is that women would fight on the front lines with men in the same units. And you might have women exclusive units, but they would be archers. But on the front
What does that
lines,
mean?
archers, bowmen. They would
No,
carry bows.
I understand that archers are bowmen, but I mean, like, what is the significance of that?
Well, typically, in a lot of societies that we're familiar with, or civilizations that we're familiar with, women would not be fighting on the front lines with men. And that's conventional wisdom suggests that men are stronger, faster, generally. So you give them the swords and you put them on the front lines. But if you go back far enough, so to speak, you're going to start bumping into civilizations that are more egalitarian towards this approach and say, well, if you're able-bodied and you can swing a spear, or swing a sword, or raise a shield, then you need to be fighting for the chieftain. So there's Roman record of the legions going up against troops that are equally male and female, especially in Britannia.
Isn't that just a temporal effect, though? Like, in the Kurdish separatist armies, there's a bunch of women that are fighting right now to try to secure Kurdish interests. But that's not ideal. Like, ideally...
that's because they're desperate.
Right.
In the case of the Celts, it's not because they were desperate. It's just because that's how they were. And it says something just about kind of how we develop as humans in civilizations. And it's not because, only men are interested in fighting. It's because somewhere along the line, there's a cultural commandment somewhere that says men must do this and only men must do this.
Right, but would you say that the Celtic society, as you described it with egalitarianism, is less successful than a male warrior-dominated society?
That's not the part that matters. Whether or not it's successful doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't denote whether or not it's biological in cause, which is what I thought this whole conversation was about. I think whether or not it's more successful is a completely different conversation, and there's pros and cons to it.
Well, I would never suggest that women aren't predisposed towards fighting. Like, I recognize a mama bear kind of scenario as potentially just as dangerous as a male bear kind of scenario, right?
Right.
So I wouldn't say
Papa bear is honestly more dangerous than Papa bear on his own.
Right. So, I don't hold to the idea that women are completely incapable or all that bullshit, right? I'm just saying, over time, the specialization seems to indicate that specializing men towards disposability and the warrior role seems to be overall better than.
Did you just sneak in disposable male? Just whoop. I noticed that.
I think the disposable male is a natural conclusion of the.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's a conclusion that has to be made by a civilization that's decided that there are gender roles. Because in Britannian Celtic society, that was bumped into by the Romans. The idea of there's records mainly about Boudica and but the references to Boudica are about Celts in general. Is that these people are fucking weird. They let women do everything. There's no. They don't keep them quiet or anything. Women are expected to rule. There's women diplomats. These people are fucking strange, and that's because the idea of a gender role, that a woman can't do something because she's a woman, didn't occur to the Celts. It didn't make sense. It's like, oh, you're good at this, well, go do it.
Yeah, I would say
Ocean. One second. The Germans.
I just want to make one final point.
The Germans treated their women. The Germans treated their from Edward Gibbon's books. The Germans treated their women like slaves, but they were very very loyal to them. They when it came to fidelity, they never cheated on them.
So what? What does that mean?
I just thought I'd throw that in there. I thought that was very interesting. How terribly they treated their women, but they never cheated on them. We were just talking about different cultures. That's what I thought I mentioned.
Okay.
I thought I would
Iron,
mention
go
it.
ahead and respond to.
Okay, so I would say my final point, or my perspective, my philosophy is that I think male-dominated societies recognize the role of men instead of determining the role of men. Or they recognize the role of men and women instead of determining
Rather than
the men.
determining it?
Yeah.
I think that recognizing it is just another word for determining it. Like if you're, it's just a nicer way of putting it. Because I don't think that there is a role that is necessarily recognized. Men are individuals are completely different from one another, and that's something that the Celts figured out. Is that look, this person is a person. It's an
Right,
individual.
but I think every wise person recognizes the exception to the rule.
No. It's
Well-
not even that there's exceptions. It's each person is an individual that is geared towards whatever it is that they're geared towards. And it doesn't necessarily matter whether or not they're a male or female. If it's a woman that happens to be good at welding, then damn it, let her be a welder. Or if it's a woman who happens to be a diplomat who's very good at talking through issues through, then she should be the representative for the tribe.
I don't think that carries over, though, and that's the same kind of problem we have nowadays with maternity leave, right? So, like, a female welder, if she takes 2 or 3 years off, ideally children are going to be raised by their mother until they're 3 or 4 before they go to kindergarten or whatever.
This is, again, the Celts solved this issue through communal raising. And that's one of the things.
Is that the ideal method, though?
Depends on what you think the ideal method would be. If it depends on what you value. In our society, which is patriarchal in this sense, women should care for their own children, and they don't necessarily trust other women with their children. In a society that allows for more female mobility, like a Celtic society, you have communal raising so that there are women that are specialized toward taking care of children so that all children actually receive proper care. And there are some women in our society, and damn does our news media love to show it, that are just terrible at taking care of their kids. And if we had a system like this, somehow making it work in our society, then children would honestly not be for want for the most part, because we'd have a solution. There'd be people that specialize this in place.
But that was Plato's solution to the problem. I think was that
Plato did this too. Or Plato
What's that?
suggest that? Did Plato suggest this? I didn't know that.
No, in the Republic, he suggested that nobody would know who their children were, and that basically the community would take care of all the children as if it was their own, because nobody knew who their child was.
That's interesting.
This is roughly similar.
Kind of
to
ripping
the
off
idea
the
of, like,
Celts.
this is roughly similar to the idea of like a milkmaid, right? Like a woman who perpetually is in a state of lactation, that she can take care of any baby at any given time, right?
Right.
Yeah, I guess how I can see how that would be theoretically possible. Like, I am struggling to understand how that would work in our modern conception, but
I don't know how it would work in our. There's no society where this carried over.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it works right now. Is just because we're so competitive and capitalistic that I've talked to Nick, for example, the Catholic, and like, he wants his child to be his child, his genetics, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly.
And I think that's the reason why.
It's not necessarily the genetic passing down thing that matters. It's that your child has to be taken care of. Like, we're men here. Your child has to be taken care of by your wife, and not by somebody who specializes it in this culture. So that you can still visit your daughter or son, and they can live mainly in your house. But when you're doing child has somebody to look to that is their caretaker, that specializes in caretaking. And that was the case in Celtic societies, as far as we know for the most part, is that this afforded women mobility. So you would have female leaders, religious leaders, cultural leaders, or craftsmen of some kind.
What year?
Wouldn't this encourage violence between different cultures though? Like when men run out of things to do other than fighting and killing each other?
What do you mean run out of things to do?
Like if women start
Like,
thinking of,
women aren't taking all the jobs. Men do all these things too. That's the nature of an egalitarian society. So if you're male
no,
and you
I
want to be
understand that, but a certain
blacksmith or whatever, you do blacksmithing.
a certain number of people have to be dedicated towards what's ostensibly known as defense, right? And like part of defense is offense, right?
And that force is with the Celts. That force was men and women, and also, I mean, if I don't know if this confirms your point or not, but the Celtic tribes would constantly be at war with one another. They were very much warrior cultures.
Right.
This is another thing that's kind of weird about it, is that they had female mobility, but they were also very aggressive.
Right, but I think in our contemporary point of view, we're trying to reduce the amount that we go to war with one another, right?
No, that's another completely different conversation than whether or not gender roles are biological. Because now you're talking about idealism in social structure, as far in relation to war, which doesn't really have much to do with gender roles. You can have an egalitarian society that's peaceful. You can have an egalitarian society that's warlike, and there's examples of both. Now, with the Celts, most of them were warlike. Boudica, which is somebody who I've brought up a number of times, was a female leader of the tribe, the Iceni, or the Iceni, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And she was very much a warrior, to the point of leading an army of 200,000 against the Romans and burning down 3 of their cities, because she was pissed. She was flat out pissed and done with Roman rule. She eventually got defeated from... she destroyed a legion and then wound up getting destroyed by a legion. So, take that where you want it. But she outnumbered the legion that destroyed her, and she still got absolutely trashed. Because the Romans found good ground and they had superior firepower.
You can say that, but I'm sure it's just because she was on her period at the time.
Well, the rebellion took a couple years, I think. So I don't know.
That was just a joke.
It's been a long period. But yeah, as Boudica, the reason why I keep bringing her up is, one, she's a good example, and two, she's an example that was written about by the Romans as a point of frustration in dealing with Brittonic tribes, as an example of women in power that they kept running into and not understanding, because it would take a while to civilize these people because they think that women should be doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, like being diplomats and like being cultural leaders. It didn't make sense to them. There was a real argument being made for not incorporating the British into Roman society because of this issue.
Ocean, right here I'm reading from this book called the Red Queen, and it says it comes like testosterone. It says that men with less than usual testosterone in their blood as adults, for example eunuchs, are noted for their femininity of appearance and attitude. Men exposed to less than usual testosterone as in embryos, for example, the sons of diabetic women who took female hormones during pregnancy, are shy, unassertive, and effeminate. Men with too much testosterone are pugnacious. And so it goes on.
Testosterone increases aggression.
Yeah, but it goes on. It says,
okay,
girls who were born with an unusual condition. It just shows that like this it definitely plays a big part.
The effeminate men are still men. And the idea that...
Well, they sort of are men, right? Like, they're 50-50.
I mean, they're sort of men.
Men...
We're talking about men that have penises, have balls.
No, there's two meanings.
Masculine identities.
Okay, Ocean, you're a man. You know there's two meanings of men. One is, strictly speaking, you have testicles and penis, right? But the other is your role that you fulfill in society. So
which the second one is a social... Okay. The one that because you're talking about sex, and then you're talking about more or less you're talking about gender or understood gender, or the fulfillment of masculinity as a role, and what that means is kind of out there. It's developed by our culture, our cultural development. It's not developed by our biological development.
One more thing. It says among birds, it's usually only the male that sings. A zebra finch will not sing unless there's enough sufficient testosterone in its blood. With testosterone, the special song-producing part of the brain grows larger and the bird begins to sing. Even a female zebra finch will sing as long as she's been exposed to testosterone early in life and as an adult. In other words,
really
testosterone prompts young zebra finch brains to respond later in life to testosterone again, and so develops a tendency to sing. So basically, it's saying that our behavior is governed by this chemical called testosterone.
Okay.
So back to our philosophical example, philosophy may be attributed, just like Beethoven writing the Moonlight Sonata may be attributed to our singing, to our ability to want to impress the female.
Okay. You would need to. I don't even know how you would begin to experiment that. And that's something you should probably talk to somebody who's a little bit more scientifically minded than. I'm more socially minded, I guess, because my specialization is history, not science. So I don't know how you would even begin to experiment with that idea. I don't know.
But it's not a far-fetched idea.
I'm
it's not
listening
like
to Moonlight Sonata now, so fuck you.
Say what? You kind of mumbled that, Iron, so I don't know what you said. Oh. Alright, well, anyway. I think I've screamed until my voice got hoarse enough.
Yeah. Interesting, though. Just to point out, very much, I think this probably comes down to our parents, right, and how they set up the household.
I don't think testosterone depends on how they set up the household. I think that's basically genetics.
That depends on the mother. Yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is how we culturally come to understand this depends very much on how our parents set up the household.
I think most people with kids will say that their ability to change their kids through some type of social engineering usually fails because usually the genetics takes over.
I don't think so, no. I don't think that question has been decided.
I mean,
you're saying it's all nature, no nurture, right?
Uh,
Alright, I'm off, guys. I'll see you guys around.
I come from I know the argument. I do believe that nurture plays a part, but I believe that nature it seems to be like an overriding part of it. It just seems to. I mean, from what I see in my life, I do the things that my dad has done when he was younger. I do the things that my mom has done, and it's not because I grew up, in their household and I'm mimicking them. It seems genetically.
No, I don't see how you could tell the difference.
Well, I didn't live with. I went to a boarding school, so I mean, it wasn't like.
That's quite a masculine thing, then, isn't it, to be separated from your parents? That's what I mean. It all leads into it, Dionysus. I mean, it's your upbringing, for goodness' sake. What do you think you were determined to do everything you were going to do before your parents taught you how to do shit? I don't.
I think it's like a spider spinning in a web. I just think that we do it based. I'm not saying nurture doesn't play a part of it, but I don't think it plays an equal part of it. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't think it's 50-50.
Okay, that's your opinion, obviously, yeah.
Because if you don't have like a certain amount of testosterone, right? No matter how much nurture you're given, it's not going to change that. The chemical is genetic, right? So if you have sickle cell anemia, no matter how much nurture you're given, it's not going to change the fact that you have sickle cell anemia.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure you've quite grasped the nuance of being a human being.
Now, I will grant you this, that we do have what's called transcription factors that can be switched on and switched off depending on the environment. And that would give credence to your argument. So, like, we can be put in stressful situations or nurturing environments that can switch on and switch off certain transcription factors, and that can play a big role. So, but I'm still not ready to give it a 50-50. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I know.
Is anybody in here that's going to talk? Because we should probably kick people. Jack, are you here? Philip?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. What do you think about what we've just said about nurture and nature?
I don't. Well, we've been through this before, haven't we?
I haven't talked to you about this.
I don't think that I don't think that testosterone does very much to explain differences in behavior between men and women.
I know you don't like the guy Matt Ridley, but he does say that it depends on the finches whether they sing or not, the level of testosterone. You think that's garbage, or you think that there's some validity to that?
I don't know anything about finches, but I'm not really seeing why that would be relevant.
He says like people who are not exposed to a certain amount of testosterone, they are exaggerately feminine in their behavior and typically have a special interest in babies, clothes, housekeeping, and romantic stories.
And how do you distinguish correlation from cause there? Assuming that all of that is true.
I love throwing in romantic stories on the end there.
I thought that was funny too. I have to be honest, but
how strong does a correlation have to be before you amend a social structure, just in case?
I think when the romantic book gets over 200 pages.
there was something very interesting in this book. It was saying something about how I don't remember it quite by verbatim, but basically, whenever the male is being attacked or has probably more enemies than it can take care of, it actually exhibits like based on appearances, like very beautiful behavior. Like it flares up, it looks very beautiful, and it's like right before its downfall. I don't know why that happens. It's something to do with the testosterone and the immune system. It's as if like the testosterone rises the male becomes very masculinized, and then that decreases its immune system, and then it dies. I thought that was interesting. It's as if like he's telling the female, "This is my last fucking chance to reproduce. Fuck me now because I'm about to die because all these other guys are getting ready to attack me."
Well, we've all been out on a Friday night.
You know, and it's so fucking stupid how that works, Samus, because if guys would actually work cooperatively with one another, like, we could all get laid. But like, one guy gets jealous and fucks up everybody else.
Why should I give a fuck if you get laid, Dad?
I'm sorry?
Why would I want to cooperate to get you laid?
The idea is that we cooperate with each other so everyone gets laid.
Everyone gets laid anyway. What's the fucking problem?
Yeah, but then inevitably the argument is who gets to lay with the hottest chick and who gets the ugliest chick.
Have you not fucking heard of the Yellow Pages?
No, I haven't. What's that about?
Well, it means everybody gets laid.
Do you think women are more open today, are more loose today than they have been in the past, or you think they tend to be less loose?
By loose, what do you mean? Because
I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean, like, you think they're more cautious, or you think they're more like us now when it comes to sex?
Yeah, I just think you fundamentally try to put men and women into one bracket, and it just doesn't work like that. You know, I know women that are more driven than men. I know men that are more driven than women. I mean, what is there a point you want to make? I mean, some women like to release tension with sex, and some women don't. Some men do, some men don't. I just can't see why you're always wanting to separate the two into such dimorphic categories when they're not.
I'm not doing that because like I have this like I have to do it because it's necessary for my existence. I do it because I see like movies like that movie Trainwreck with Amy Schumer, and it seems as if, or like Chasing Amy, for example, that's even older movie, where you're seeing like the women trying to take control of the sex act, right? Where the dominance